this day, I don't understand why he didn't get sick, and it made me wonder what other horrors he'd seen before this one, because something had dulled it for him. I steadied myself on the rocks, one hand on the granite wall at my side, and didn't move. I couldn't. Whaley crossed around the stern of the boat, his pants wet to the knees. He spotted something in the rocks and bent to get a closer look. Zach Kirkley's over here. Someone else, too. I think it's that other kid who's always with them, Randy Booth's boy. Colin, I said softly. He looked up at me. Yeah, Colin. The tide was coming in fast. The water rose even during the short time we'd been out there, and judging by the seaweeds, sand, rocks, and water inside Rory's skiff, all of this would be submerged soon and had been several times. Whatever happened here happened a few days ago. You know what happened here, my mind muttered. You know exactly. I remembered Alicia removing the ring from her hand and dropping it in that bowl between us. Rory gave me this last summer when we were dating. He told me it belonged to his grandmother. A tribute, like my father's business card. A number of things had gone into that bowl, including water from George Walton's old well. It was the rock, though. That's what came to mind as I looked at this. The rock from George Walton's property and the story I'd heard Chloe tell a million times. The stone-throwing devil. Stones rained down on George Walton's tavern, and the devil had to be vanquished by some preacher out of Boston named Increase Mather back in 1682, around the same time the people of Salem, Massachusetts realized they had themselves a witch problem. My parents even told that story when friends visited, pointed out the old Walton place. Tourists picked so many rocks out of the yard, the current owners were forced to replenish them. They kept bushels full in their shed. Whaley was holding a large rock in his hand, his gaze moving from where he'd picked it up to the top of the bluff above us. I knew what he was thinking. If he'd been standing where I was, he'd see it even clearer. The rocks hadn't come from that bluff or the fort above. The angle was all wrong. The bulk of the rocks were in the boat and piled up along the port side, facing the water. If the rocks had come from the bluff, they wouldn't be there. They'd be on the starboard side, closest to the shore. Whaley's gaze moved from the bluff to the sky above. With his free hand, he shielded his eyes and looked straight up. Rocks couldn't rain down from the heavens, but somehow these had. Not only had they come from above, but they came down fast and hard and in numbers. Rory, Colin, and Zach hadn't had time to move. They were pinned down and buried. Whether he believed it or not, I had no doubt Chief Whaley was thinking of the stone-throwing devil, too. He'd grown up hearing those stories, same as I had. He was thinking about that and everything else that had happened today. My mind had raced ahead, and I was trying to keep up. A copy of the subpoena had gone into that bowl, and Spivey had avoided appearing. Some might say things played out in his favor. My father's business card had gone in, and Lily Dwyer's hair found its way into his car. Rory's ring, and now he was dead. His friends, too. I wasn't thinking about the stone-throwing devil because I was thinking about the other items that had gone into that bowl. A silver locket belonging to Spivey's mother, and a worn leather keychain bearing the initials K.S., Keith Spivey. Alicia's words, "The tributes we've offered represent those attempting to keep us apart. Each belongs to someone who wants nothing more than to silence us, harm us, or take what does not belong to them. I call on the power we've summoned to protect us, protect this place, protect what we are trying to do. Because only our success guarantees your freedom from the realm in which you currently dwell." "Billy, you okay?" Whaley was watching me close, taking in my reaction. He wanted me to see all right. He was trying to determine if I knew what this was. The water was above the chief's knees now, lapping over the side of the boat with each gentle wave. My legs were like thin threads beneath me, and my head swam with thoughts I didn't want. Impossible thoughts. When I opened my mouth to answer him, my stomach lurched again and I swallowed it back down. "You need to tell me what you know, Billy. No more bullshit." Crabs skittered up Rory's arm, disappeared under what was left of his shirt. Their tiny feet made a thin, papery sound. An urgent rustle as they carried claws full of, "I'm gonna be sick again. I managed to get out. I gotta sit down." Whaley pulled a handkerchief from his back pocket. I thought he was going to offer it to me, but instead he tied it over his nose and mouth. "Go back up and wait for me in the SUV. Tell Mundy to get someone down here with a camera. I want to get this on film before the tide comes back." I forced a nod and turned away, started back up the hill. I was about to round the corner of the fort when Whaley added, "I want you to think about Lily. Don't forget about her in all this. She's still out there somewhere." I hurried back up the hill. Deputy Mundy was no longer alone in the parking lot. Nearly a dozen people were standing behind the barricades. Some I recognized, others I did not. There were 2 other patrol cars, both from Portsmouth PD and an ambulance from Portsmouth Regional Hospital. I told Mundy what the chief said, but he only half heard me. He had his hands full trying to tape off the far side of the parking lot. I was halfway back to Whaley's SUV when I spotted Kira standing in the growing crowd. Chapter 15. She was standing behind Mr. Lowell, the man who ran our local post office, who, at 6'4" and with the girth to support the height, towered over her. Our eyes only met for a brief second before she vanished behind him again, but I knew she saw me. I looked at Mundy, who had his back to me, and the several other officers standing around, none of whom seemed to know I was even there. Whaley was still down at the water, and I didn't expect he'd be back up anytime soon. Before I could change my mind, I ducked under the tape, rounded the people from the outer edge of the parking lot, and came up behind her. When I tapped her on the shoulder, she nearly jumped out of her shoes. Her eyes were filled with panic. "Billy, what's going on down there?" I grabbed her arm, maybe a little harder than I should have. "We need to talk, now." "You're hurting me." She tried to shrug me off. "Let go or I'll scream." "Kira, She glared at my hand. "Let go." When I did, her eyes didn't leave mine, and I felt like I was staring at a stranger. Or maybe she was in shock. When she spoke again, her voice was cold, distant. She turned from me and looked out past the fort toward the water. "Not here." "I can't leave. I told Whaley." She turned and started toward the street. "Stay if you want. I'm going." I almost grabbed her arm again, but something told me if I did that, I wouldn't get another word out of her. She'd walk off and I'd be alone in all this, and I couldn't be alone. Not now. With one last look at Deputy Mundy and the others, I followed her down the street to a red Toyota parked on the edge of Wild Rose Lane. "Why do you have Maddie's car?" She pulled the keys from the pocket of her jeans and opened the driver's side door. "Are you coming or not?" When I didn't move, she frowned and shifted her weight to her left leg. "I have Maddie's car because I was with him and Chloe at the Historical Society when I got your text. He parked behind mine so it was easier to just take his." "Text? I didn't text you." She frowned at me like I was some kind of crazy person, then showed me her phone. There it was, right on top. "Meet me at Jaffrey Point, 3:45 p.m., 5/28/2021. "Did you drop your phone or something? The timestamp is all screwy." She pointed at the screen. "This says you sent it like 11 years from now." I took out my phone and scrolled through the messages. I didn't have anything going out to her since that morning. I'd sent her one right before we left for the deposition at the courthouse. Nothing after that. I held my phone next to her and stared at the 2 screens, as if expecting one or both to change. I was still staring at them when I noticed the message that had come in before mine on Kira's phone. 2 words from Maddie. "Hey, you." That one had come in 3 hours ago. She caught me looking at it, snatched her phone back and let out a frustrated grunt. "You know, you really need to decide if you trust me. I don't see how we can move forward if you don't. A lot of guys hit on me. That doesn't mean I'm sleeping with them." Kira dropped into the driver's seat and slammed the door. The motor started. A second ticked by. 2. I scrambled around the car and got in. We sat there in silence for a moment, both of us staring forward. "A lot has happened recently," I finally said, unable to look at her. "No kidding," she huffed. "And you think you're alone in that? We're all caught up in this. You, me, Chloe, Alicia, Spivey. If I can't talk to you, I need to talk to someone. And that's all it is. Talk." "You may not see it," she said, "but you've got a wall up. It's like you see me and the others as the bad guy, and we're not. No more than you are. We're all just trying to figure this out." Kira turned toward me, and her face softened. "My parents read every text that comes in on my phone, every message on my computer. You know that. So we worked out a code. If Maddie sends me a 2-word text, doesn't matter what the 2 words are, it means call me. That's all that is. I called him. He told me he was meeting Chloe at the Historical Society building to do some research." I wanted that to be true. I did. I told myself it made perfect sense because Kira and I had played that same game a million times when we didn't want her parents to know what we were doing. Hell, when she texted, "I'm studying trig," it really meant she was ready to sneak out and she wanted me to pick her up. This still didn't feel right. Fooling around with Maddie, not fooling around with Maddie, that wasn't the only question I had on my mind. I looked toward the flashing police lights in the parking lot off in the distance, considered whether or not I should ask, then figured to hell with it. "Did you and the others take Lily Dwyer?" Rather than anger her further, this seemed to puzzle her. Her forehead crinkled, and she tilted her head to the side, following my gaze toward Whaley's car. "What? No. Is that what the chief thinks?" I told her what he said about the picture, what he found on the security videos. When I finished, she said, "Billy, that's ridiculous." "How do you explain it?" "You know what the mall is like. You can't spend 10 minutes there without running into someone you know. I'm there all the time. So are Alicia, Chloe, Izzy, probably Lily, and 99% of the other kids around here. Does that mean there's some kind of crazy conspiracy going on?" She turned away from me and faced out the window. "Look, I didn't want to tell you this. I honestly wasn't sure how to tell you, or if you'd even believe me." "Tell me what?" The rest of the anger left her. She reached over and took my hand. "The day Lily went missing, I saw your dad at the mall. First at the food court, then outside. When Lily told us she was meeting some guy named Brian, she said he was older. We told Chief Whaley we heard he went to Exeter High, but that part wasn't true. We were covering for her. She didn't tell us much about him, but he wasn't in high school. He wasn't even in college." She met my eyes. "Then I saw Lily get in the car with your dad. Izzy did too. I'm so sorry, Billy. When you called me earlier, I wanted to tell you, but I just couldn't. Instead, I hung up and ran through all the reasons for your dad to be there, for Lily to leave with him. Tried to think of a valid excuse, but the truth is, there isn't one. Not a good one, anyway." I sunk down into the seat. No way. My father would not take Lily. If he was inside the mall at the food court, why didn't they find him on the security footage? Kira took my face in her hand and forced me to look at her. "Billy, they just haven't found him yet. They will." The lump in my gut grew to the size of a basketball. I felt like I was going to be sick again. What Kira said next only drove her point home. "I think I know what he meant by pink cow, too." "What?" She brushed a loose strand of her hair from her eyes and looked at her hands on the steering wheel. "You know Rory deals drugs, right?" It wasn't exactly a secret. "I know he sells pot." This pitiful smile briefly crossed her lips, one that told me I was either naive or blind or both. "Lately he's gotten into worse stuff. Pills, mostly. I don't know if it's true, but the rumor is his dad picks them up when he's out on the fishing boat. They meet up with another boat that comes down from Canada or someplace. Then he brings back whatever. He gets the drugs to Rory, and Rory and his crew sell them at the local high schools and some of the clubs and bars downtown. A few months ago, he started dealing in something called U4. It's this light pink powder, so some people call it Pinky, or Pink Cow. I finished for her. Kira nodded. Alicia told me. It was one of the many reasons she broke up with him. She could overlook pot, but not the harder stuff. And this one's bad. Rory's not just selling to kids, though. Fishermen, business people, adults, they're all buying it. Alicia said he called it his pink cash cow, said it would make him rich. Not anymore. Rory's dead, I said softly. He's buried under a pile of rocks under the fort. Same with Zach and Colin. I told her about Rory's boat. Then I told her what Whaley and I found out at the house on Wood Island. That's not possible, she said when I finished. I knew she believed me, though. I could tell by the way she was trembling. In her mind, she was running through the same things I had. The basement, Alicia's spell, what we saw, what we did, all of it. Her fingers were still wrapped around mine, and as the seconds ticked by, I felt her grip grow tighter. Finally, she said, Billy, what the hell is going on? A fist beat on my window, scared the hell out of both of us. Maddie was standing outside the car glaring at us. Kira's car was behind us, Chloe in the passenger seat. He looked nervously at the police cars near Jaffrey, then motioned for me to roll down the window. Something about him seemed off. This wild look in his eyes. If we weren't blocked in, I might have told Kira to go. Looking back, I wish I had. The moment the window was open, he leaned inside. You talking to Whaley, Billy? What did you tell him? I didn't tell him anything. Bullshit! You took him out to the house. I saw you coming back. He waved a hand toward the flashing lights at Jaffrey. You tell him about Alicia's spell? You tell him she cursed Rory? Put him under those rocks? His voice grew louder with each word, more agitated. When he twisted, I saw the gun stuffed in the waistband of his jeans. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like the revolver Spivey had pulled the night Rory showed up. What did you tell him, Billy? He asked again. He knew Rory was dead. I hadn't told him. He already knew. Maddie pulled the gun, but he kept it out of sight, hidden behind the door. He looked at Kira. I told you to pick him up and get him to my boat. Why the hell are you sitting out here? He trying to talk you into going to the sheriff? She quickly shook her head. We were leaving when you... Don't lie to me. I'm not, she insisted. I wouldn't. Alicia was right. We can't trust either of you. I tried not to think about the gun, tried to keep my voice calm. Maddie, this is getting out of hand. Let's go back to my house, talk this out. Nobody's home. Maybe we tell Whaley, maybe we don't, but let's come up with some kind of plan. We don't want to do something. Alicia said you'd do that too, try to talk us out of it. That's why we didn't tell you. Tell me what? Kira was squeezing the steering wheel so tight her fingers were white. Maddie shook his head. I'm not going to let you fuck this up, Hasler. No way. He swung before I could react. I caught a glimpse of the gun as it came through the window. He was holding it by the barrel, balled inside his fist. It cracked against my skull, and the world went black. Chapter 16. When my eyes opened, I was lying on the stern of Annabelle, sprawled out under a gray quilt so riddled with dust I sneezed 4 times. A 5th tickle grew in my nose, but I managed to tamp it under control. All that caused my eyes to water, and I almost wiped my face with the quilt, which would have started sneeze fest number 2, but caught myself and used my sleeve instead. An old man was at the helm, maneuvering Annabelle through the reach toward Wood Island. He heard me sneeze but didn't look back, too busy avoiding the rocks, only raised his left arm and called out, "Bless you," over the noise of the motor. It was dark, and the temperature had dropped to an icy chill. Ugly clouds churned above, the start of a storm, and although I knew where I wasn't certain on the when. Sitting up, I tentatively touched the back of my head. I found a lump the size of a walnut, and it hurt like hell. "Where the hell is Matty?" "Who?" Matty Fernandez. He hit me," I replied. "Knocked me out." "I don't know no Matty." He eased up on the throttle. The whine of the motor dropped and Annabelle slowed. "Damn it all to hell," he muttered, smacking the steering wheel. "What's wrong?" "Night waits for no man, that's what's wrong." His left arm came up again, pointed at the angry sky, then toward Wood Island, ahead of us in the distance. All the windows of the house were dark. His finger was crooked, the joint swollen and purple with arthritis. "Thought I could get back before night settled, but nothing doing. Looks like we're stuck out here until morning. Ain't no getting out to Wood in the dark." He reached for the key, switched off the motor, and turned toward me. "Make yourself useful and throw the anchor over the side, will you?" The left side of his face was gone. Rotten, eaten, I couldn't tell which. His left eye socket was nothing but a dark hole, crusty and scabbed. A slick trail of yellow pus oozed out from deep inside and dripped down over what remained of his nose. His right eye was nearly white, thick with filmy cataracts. When he spoke again, I could see the muscles of his jaw clench and loosen over bone through the place where his cheek should have been. His voice was a deep drawl, heavy with a down-east accent typically found up in Maine. "Don't think we've been properly introduced." He held out his hand. "Lester wrote." I tried to shuffle backward, but there was no place to go. What remained of Lester's lips curled into a frown. "That Matty fellow must have done a number on you. You look like you're gonna yak." He took his hand back and jerked a thumb toward the front of the boat. "I got some whiskey stashed under the seat if you need a little something to take the edge off." There was a loose rattle to his voice, and I realized that was because of the wide gash in his neck. Whenever he spoke, air slipped through the hole and the skin flapped. Dark saliva glistened there in the twilight. Other spots had dried to a brownish crust, causing the collar of his shirt to stick and peel away when he moved. He caught me looking and wiped the spittle away with the palm of his hand, then raked his wiry hair back with moist fingers. "Not much of a talker, are you?" "You're Lester Rote," I managed. "Geraldine's husband. The man who died nearly 40 years earlier." His ruined face tilted to the side. "And you are?" Billy Hasler." He rose back up and stretched. A series of cracks and pops came from his bones. "Get the damn anchor, Billy Hasler. I ain't gonna ask you again." As he moved back toward the bow of the boat, I reached to my left and hefted the anchor over the side. It broke the black surface with a plop and vanished, but not before I saw a large gray shape jerk quickly to the side to avoid it, then disappear under the boat. I fell back on my hands. Holy shit! If a man with only half a face could grin, Lester did. "Nothing those bastards like more than grazing the rocks at sunset. Fuckers never stop eating, but post-dusk is when they're hungriest." His misshapen half-grin twisted into something mischievous. "Want to get a real eyeful?" There was a wooden cooler built into the port side of the boat. He unfastened the 2 brass latches and opened the lid. A horde of swollen flies fluttered out, a living cloud of black. Lester cursed in a low voice and slapped at them with his arthritic hand until the last vanished, then reached down inside. His hand came back out a moment later, clutching a lump of glistening flesh about the size of a fist, and this time there was no holding back whatever was in my stomach. I managed to get my head over the side of the boat and throw up in the water. I didn't realize the mistake in that until Lester pulled me back by the collar of my shirt. "Whoa, careful there, son!" A shark broke the surface and shot at least 6 feet into the air, came straight up and out, mouth gaping right where I'd been. Its lifeless dark eyes met mine for an instant before it crashed back down and disappeared. A wave of salt water slapped over us and it was gone. Lester let out a loud hoot. "If I meant to feed them you, I wouldn't have brought this." He was still holding it. A heart. He didn't have to tell me it was human. I somehow knew. Don't ask me how, I just did. I don't know if he twitched his fingers, squeezed, or whatever, but the damn thing beat, and black blood oozed out from one of the wide ventricles. He hefted it out over the water with a sideways toss, and it splashed down about 20 feet from us. I counted no fewer than 3 fins slice the surface and rush toward it. The sharks clashed in a frenzied tussle, then they were gone. All of it over in only a few seconds. Lester wiped his hand on the front of his flannel shirt. "Fucking monsters, but you gotta love 'em." He reached back into the cooler and this time came out with a foot and part of an ankle bone, severed just below the calf, and threw it out into the water. Something bumped the bottom of the boat, a thump that sent us rocking, then a missile of gray shot out toward the leg, beating the others. I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. Lester rested his own foot on Annabelle's gunwale, leaned on his knee, and peered out. "We get blues and baskas out here. Makos, too, but it's these whites that get me. I've seen 'em as big as 10 to 14 feet, fast as hell and damn near silent. Only one thing on their minds: munch, munch, munch." He reached back into the cooler, produced what looked like an upper leg, and threw it overboard. "How many are there?" I gulped. "Oh, hell, I don't know." With a bloody finger, he pointed at his ruined face and head. "Only takes one. Good news is they move so quick, it's over before you know it. You'll see soon enough." Reaching back into the cooler, he took out a slim arm and studied it under the thin moonlight. A gold-faced watch with a brown leather band was still fastened around the wrist. The first heavy raindrops smacked against it and rolled over the side, washing some of the blood away. I knew that watch. I'd bought it for Kira last year, gave it to her for her birthday. She never took it off. Lester's face contorted into that half-grin again. "Heard she was a looker. Wouldn't mind breaking off a piece." His single eye glanced at the arm, then winked at me. "Or maybe I already did." He threw the arm high into the air. It bounced off a jagged rock before hitting the water within feet of a gaggle of sharp fins. Behind me, someone huffed. I turned and found my dad sitting at the back of the boat. Keith Spivey was there too, and Whaley. Geraldine Rode and Marston, the two of them huddled close, both clutching teacups as they whispered in a low tone. 4 other adults I didn't recognize. How they all fit in the boat, I wasn't sure. It was like Annabelle had grown to accommodate them. Lester was digging around in the cooler again, and he dismissed the others with an aggravated wave of his bony, arthritic hand. "I never claimed to be much of a ferryman. Don't know why he keeps assigning more to my boat. Annabelle was never meant to hold this many. We don't shed some weight, we'll all end up in the drink." He lifted out the remains of a torso, nothing more than a chest wrapped in an old bloody shirt, and rolled it over the side. It hit the water with heavy plop and sunk. The sharks moved in a fast frenzy. One of them thumped hard against the bottom of the boat, caused Annabelle to list, nearly tip. Lester howled, "Ooh, now we've got a party! Who's ready for a swim?" My eyes snapped open. I wasn't on Annabelle at all. I was... Chapter 17. Chief Whaley jammed the gear shift of his SUV into park and cursed. He'd known Billy would bolt the first chance he got. Mundy was supposed to follow him to the others so they could round them all up. He'd failed miserably in that task. Luckily, Newcastle was a small place, and 3 different people told him Kira Woodward, Maddie Fernandez, and Chloe Kittle were holed up in the Historical Society building. The last one not 30 minutes ago. That meant Billy couldn't be far behind. Now none of them were there. So where the hell had they gone? He picked up the microphone from his radio. "Mundy, you copy?" "Yeah, Chief." They're gone. You still waiting on the Stadies out at Jaffrey? Got here 10 minutes ago. 2 vans, half-dozen people in rubber gloves and suits crawling over everything like ants. Anyone we know? Walt Merton and Mitch Garrison out of Hampton. They drove up on their own. Whaley knew Walt and Mitch well. They'd come up through the academy together, grew up in the area. He pressed the button on his mic. Tell those 2 to keep an eye on things for you. I need you to drive by the Hasler house. If Billy's not there, get over to the dock behind Piscataqua Cafe. He's got an old rescue boat tied up out there. Put a chain on it. Then head over to the docks off 1B South near Sagamore Creek and do the same with Maddie's boat. If his dad's out there at the marina, tell him we need to talk to his boy. Maddie shows up, he needs to bring him to us. I want all these kids down at the station house by nightfall. He looked up at the darkening sky and knew that was a tall order. The sun was barely a speck on the horizon, and there was a storm coming in. Even if we manage to round them up, you know the parents won't let you talk to any of them. Let me worry about that. You find Billy Hasler. Cuff him if you have to. Put him in the back of the station with his dad. You got it, Chief. He almost added, and don't lose him this time. But that was on him just as much as it was on Monday. He should have kept him on a tighter leash out at Jaffrey Point. He clicked the mic again. Monday, one more thing. Your boat gassed up? Way ahead of you, Chief. Soon as I talk to Fernandez, I'll head out to Wood, see what's doing. My money's on that place. You okay going out in weather? There's a nasty storm rolling in. Not my first rodeo. I'll be fine. Can be on the water in maybe an hour. Understood. Be safe. Over. The line crackled, then. Hey, Chief? Yeah? There were several clicks. Mundy tapping the mic button on and off. He did that when he was nervous. Rory and those boys, you know what that looked like, right? Remember that old story about the stone-throwing dev... Whaley cut him off. Not on an open channel. We'll talk when we talk. Mundy went quiet for a beat. Gotcha. I'll radio when I'm heading out to Wood. Out. Whaley sat there outside the Historical Society building for nearly another minute, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. When he saw Rory and the others buried in the water out there, the first thing he'd thought of was that old story, too. The second thing he'd thought of was the book he'd found in Lily Dwyer's room, The Devil of Great Island, a book about that old story. A book she'd taken from here, the Newcastle Historical Society. When you become a cop, the first thing they teach you is not to get shot. The second thing they teach you is there is no such thing as coincidences. He eyed the old building, tried to pull it all together, but came up with nothing. If someone were handing him puzzle pieces, it felt like each one had come from a different box. A fat raindrop struck his windshield, followed by another a few seconds later. Shaking his head, Whaley killed the motor and climbed out. He took the steps 2 at a time and pushed through the double doors into the small white-sided building. He hadn't been inside for over a year, but he remembered the smell. Not necessarily unpleasant. A musty scent, like stepping into the pages of an old book and pulling the cover down around you. Before the door clicked shut behind him, Mrs. White had left her desk and was crossing the room, a frown on her face. I'm sorry, Chief. I tried to keep them here. They were up and out the door the moment I called Sandy back. I didn't think they heard me, but maybe they did. Mrs. White was in her 70s, and while she would certainly qualify as a young 70-something, he couldn't expect her to keep up with 3 teenagers any more than he had. This was on him, not her. Can you show me what they were looking at? That's easy enough. They didn't put anything away. She nodded and indicated a table up near the front of the room covered with books and documents. Whaley dropped into one of the empty chairs, wondering how many kids spent their summer break holed up in a place like this doing research. What is all this? They were digging into the history of Wood Island. Mrs. White settled into the chair across from him and drew closer to the table. Are you familiar? Last month, no. Lately, I've been getting a crash course. He didn't have time for a history lesson, not with Rory and the others dead out there under those rocks, not with a missing girl in play, but his gut told him Billy and the other kids knew exactly what was going on, and if they took the time to look at all this, it was important. I know bits and pieces, he told her. I know the Coast Guard used it years back, and the island was sold to Geraldine Rote's family sometime in the 1940s. She nodded. And that boy owns it now. David Spivey. Yes, Keith and Pam's son. Seems someone digs all this material up every time that place changes hands. I remember looking at it when I was a girl. Ralph Peck and me playing detective after visiting Geraldine out there. Must be 60 years ago now. Gave me chills then, gave me chills again today to see it. She thumbed through the loose pages and settled on a brittle yellow piece of paper inside a protective sleeve and a leather-bound ledger of some sort. Back in the 1800s, Wood Island served as a quarantine facility when yellow fever was running rampant. This is the passenger manifest and the captain's log for a ship called Reina. It was a refugee vessel that left Cuba at the start of the Spanish-American War in 1898 and managed to slip by the conflict in the Caribbean in hopes of going north to Canada. They got about halfway up the U.S. coast when yellow fever ravaged the ship. At first, the captain thought they could still make it, but within weeks his crew fell, and he was forced to make a decision. Try and ride it out in the Atlantic with the shrinking number of skilled hands on board, or risk docking somewhere in American waters, enemy waters, and dealing with whatever came with that decision. Either way, he figured he'd lose his ship. Staying at sea most likely meant death, and if he docked, the Americans would take the vessel and use it against Spain in the war. He'd be disgraced as a traitor, even if it meant saving the lives of his crew and passengers. When a large storm came in from the east, his hand was forced, and he directed his remaining crew to make way for landfall. They were further north than he originally thought, within sight of Maine, off our coast. U.S. ships intercepted them and escorted them to Wood Island, where they were forced to dock. The captain expected them to be boarded, but the U.S. Coast Guard had no intention of doing that, not with yellow fever burning through the crew and passengers. Instead, Reina was tied down to the rocks, and the captain was told nobody would be permitted to exit the ship under any circumstance. This was May 1898. Mrs. White tapped on the ledger, then indicated a ruffled old notepad, the topmost page filled with neat, flowing handwriting. This ledger is the original captain's log. It's in Spanish. I don't know who wrote up the translation, but this notepad has been in the archives for as long as I can remember. I'm hardly fluent, but I can hold my own, and I can tell you the translation is accurate. The first time I saw it as a girl, I questioned that. The translation starts clearly enough, but then it gets sloppy. I think the captain got sick, too. He went from coherent thoughts to ramblings as he got worse. Then he stopped writing altogether. Here's an example. May 8th, 1898. Without access to shore, our food stores are both a blessing and curse. We left Cuba with supplies enough to reach the southern tip of Canada, but only if such essentials were dispersed with the utmost care and diligence. While my crew is familiar with the hungers of sea and willing to accept the accompanying pangs, our passengers are not. The wealthier of the lot refuse to ration. In the early days of our journey, they did anything but. They seemed more content to eat to the point of bursting, as if consuming sustenance were just a means to pass the time. Many of our passengers, 43 in total, 22 of which are children, came to us from an orphanage, and explaining limited supplies to children is no more fruitful than speaking to a rock. I've been forced to place guards at the food stores in hopes of deterring the more aggressive. Had we continued on to Canada without delay, I have no doubt we would have run short. Our only saving grace in that regard has been the fever, which has substantially thinned our numbers. As of this writing, we have 6 dead and 11 ill, and I'm certain both of those numbers will increase in the coming days. The dead do not eat. The ill eat little, if at all. That has increased what remains for the rest of us. Ugly math, favorable for all the wrong reasons. Because we were expected to reach our destination by this time, now I fear our food is more likely to spoil and rot rather than meet consumption, and we will still be left to starve, for the Americans do not appear willing to replenish our stocks. While we are held here under the guise of a rescue, I believe their true goal is to wait us out. Wait for starvation and fever to clear our decks and holds so they can take possession of the Reina without resistance. They watch from a distance as we bury our dead at sea, feeding the sharks of these waters, and they circle us from the shore just the same, patiently waiting. Listening to her, Whaley had to remind himself this was over 100 years ago. Was that common back then? Whaley asked. Let all those people die just so they can take the ship? Mrs. White pursed her lips, then nodded grimly. Unfortunately, it happened with a few ships, not just Reina and not just here. By the time the crews and passengers figured out what was going on, they were too weak to fight. Even if they did, the military shot anyone who tried to disembark. They used the quarantine as an excuse. It was wartime. These people were the enemy, and they were dead the moment they allowed themselves to be captured. Her gaze lingered on Whaley for a few more seconds. Then she returned to the notepad and began flipping through the pages. The entries for the next few weeks are extensive but fairly repetitive. Every day, more people got sick. More died. The captain confined everyone but crew to their quarters, but it didn't take long for his crew to thin out to the point where enforcement was impossible. The children from the orphanage were all together down in the hold. That door was kept locked. At first I thought he locked it to keep them in, but... When she found what she was looking for, she smoothed the extra pages over the top of the notepad and circled several paragraphs with the tip of her finger. Ah, here it is. This is where things go weird. Then she read this entry. May 21st, 1898. The passenger in cabin 9 made the offer to me again. Through the splintered wood of his closed door, he whispered his proposition to me. And God help me this time, after hearing it 4 times prior, I listened. As he spoke, I couldn't help but wonder who else he had approached. Members of my crew? Other passengers? Against my orders, many still roam freely. Although this man has yet to leave his cabin under my gaze, others have no such qualms. Desperation is thick in the air, and as horrific as what he proposes may sound, it becomes increasingly tempting to anyone willing to listen. So much so I have taken to entering the hold no less than twice daily in order to count the children. It was this morning's count that I only found 17. We began the journey with 22, and 4 have been lost to sickness. That leaves 1 unaccounted for. A girl of 12 named Amelia. If the other children are aware of when she was removed from the hold or who specifically removed her, they are unwilling to speak of it. The fear evident in their eyes at the question tells me all I need to know. She was taken, and the remainder were threatened to the point of silence. The hefty lock affixed to the hold door remains secure with no evidence of tampering. This makes her disappearance all the more perplexing as I hold the only key. Whaley felt a growing lump in his gut. What exactly did this man offer? Mrs. White flipped a few more pages and continued in a low voice. May 23rd, 1898. 2 more children are gone, boys of 14 and 15. Both were present at last night's count, but missing this morning. With the lack of hands, a ship-wide search proved difficult and turned up nothing. I found myself glancing at the door to cabin 9 at each pass, and it was only when I was certain those boys were nowhere else on the ship that I finally knocked. When no reply came, I shouted, and when that too went unanswered, I used my master key to open the door only to find the cabin empty. He wasn't on the decks or any of the common areas. Had this been anyone else, I would have assumed he was in the cabin of another passenger, but I somehow knew a door-to-door would not, and eventually did not, turn him up. He was not on the ship, as impossible as that may be. The air of the empty cabin was cold and still, and held the musty odor of a sealed tomb. As I stepped inside, I found the deckhands who accompanied me were unwilling to do so. Both men spoke little Spanish. They were African muscle brought in from the docks at departure, and their tongue was foreign to me. But I saw the same fear in their eyes that I had seen in the children below deck. I may have scoffed at this, but I felt it too. They were better men than me, willing to admit their fears to themselves while I still denied my own. There was no luggage in the cabin, no clothing, no books, no possessions of any kind. The room was as empty as the weeks prior to us setting sail. The bed was made, but appeared unused. Again, he couldn't have left. Had he tried, the Americans would have shot him as they did the others who attempted to disembark. Lieutenant Commander Herzog, the man in charge of this god-forsaken rock, would have made it a point to tell me of his killing had that occurred. The death would have been presented as another warning to those who remained. Even if our passenger managed to sneak off the ship, there was no place to go, certainly not with luggage. The sharks prevented any escape by water. Yet this man was gone, and by all appearances, had never been here. Mrs. White gave all this a moment to sink in, then turned the page of the notepad and went on. May 24th, 1898. 3 more adults dead, another child missing, bringing our numbers to 14 children and 15 adults, 5 of which are members of my crew. The man in cabin 9 is back. I have no explanation. His cabin remained empty at last check minutes after midnight. Then, as I passed his door not an hour ago, I heard his whispering voice again through the wood. He presented the same offer he made to me and others so many times before. Bring me a token of less than 16 years, and I can guarantee you will live. It was then— Hold up. Whaley cut her off. Repeat that last part. Mrs. White looked up at him. Bring me a token of less than 16 years, and I can guarantee you will live. Whaley remembered some nonsense about tokens in Geraldine Rote's will. Tokens of less than 16 years of age will be considered property. Mrs. White reached for another old book on a shelf next to the table. The meaning of words sometimes change with time. This dictionary is from 1850, so the definition should be close. She thumbed through the T's, located the entry, and read, A token. 1. A thing serving as a visible or tangible representation of a fact, quality, feeling. 2. A voucher that can be exchanged for goods or services, typically one given as a gift. 3. Done for the sake of appearances or as a symbolic gesture. The lump in Whaley's gut grew larger. Am I misunderstanding, or is he asking for, it's an offering? Mrs. White said quietly. In this context, that's what he means. He's telling the captain if he gives him a child, he can somehow keep him alive. He made this offer to anyone willing to listen, and someone took him up on it. Multiple someones. The color drained from Whaley's face. What exactly did he want with the children? What did he do to them? If Mrs. White knew the answer, she didn't tell him. She only said, Several kids were missing at this point, and it only got worse. Listen, May 28th, 1898. Madness is swarming in my brain. Talk of witchcraft and mentions of dark arts have gone from hushed whispers to outright shouts among those left. Decorum be damned, even with the most refined of our passengers. We are a ship of 11 adults and 9 children now, only 2 of which are crew, and of those 2 only one I trust, a man by the name of Herberto, who has sailed with me for many years. The 2 of us stood guard outside the hold door last night, sleeping fitfully in shifts, and yet 2 more children vanished. The hold is secure. There is no way in or out other than the main door. The key is in my pocket, where it has remained the entirety of this God-forsaken journey, and any chance at answers from the remaining children is gone, for they are nearly catatonic with fright, huddled together like lambs moments from slaughter. Cabin 9 was empty again at last check, although our passenger was there mumbling his demonic whispers behind closed door only hours ago. Had I had the manpower, I would task someone with sitting upon that man's bed until his inevitable return. But I am not willing to spare Herberto, and none of the remaining adults are fit or trustworthy. I fear the ones who are not sick would be more than willing to wait on him, but not for my benefit. They would wait only so that they may agree to his offer and be spared death from fever. I've catalogued our remaining passengers into 2 camps, those who have accepted this man's offer and those who have not. It is not difficult to make that determination. One camp is fearful, isolating in cabins, venturing out only long enough to secure meals, while the others stroll the decks as if our nightmare trip were a leisure voyage, laughing and joking and eyeing the rest of us like they are the holders of some secret, members of some club. While I may despise them, I have no reason to fear them. The ones who have already accepted the offer are no longer a threat. It is the others I must watch, gauge their desperation. If I am unable to protect the children, maybe I can stop whoever attempts to accept the offer next. Emerson must be fed? No, sir. Emerson will starve. Emerson. Whately recognized the name, but couldn't place it at first. Then it came back to him. The sign in the kitchen out at Wood. Something about rules. It said, "Please feed Emerson." Mrs. White flipped the page and continued without looking up. May 30th, 1898. Herberto is dead. He jumped from the ship last night, and the Americans shot him. If there were indications of his intentions, I saw no sign. That leaves me with only Martinez as crew, and he is deep within the throes of fever, useless to me. I fell asleep upon the bed in an otherwise empty cabin 9, only to wake in the hallway, my back up against the closed door, and the man's insidious whispers crawling to my ear. I know I will die if I do not accept. The Americans will see to that simply by keeping me aboard with the rest. The aches are upon me, and I pray those aches are only from sleeping on the floor and not illness. I do not know how many children are left, nor do I know how many adults who have not accepted the offer remain. Emerson, Emerson, Emerson. I am no longer willing to leave this spot. If I can't stop the children from vanishing from the hold, I will stop them here, before he can accept these tokens he so hungrily desires. I think that's where he got sick, Mrs. White said. There's one more a few days later, but I'm not sure what to make of it. June 2nd, 1898. Why didn't I end him at the start? Soul be damned. I ache to the point of burning, shiver under ice. The hold is open, empty of children, empty of all but my stench as I lie. Bile, piss, and shit surrounds me, and I welcome the vileness of it all, for as long as it makes me wretch, I know I am still alive. We spoke, he and I, but I do not recall the words. Others looked on, Herberto somehow among them. His hand on my head, his promise, the curse of it all. Damn the Americans, and damned they will be. Hunger is never satisfied for long. A man must always eat, and there is nothing to keep him aboard, this beast, this thing. She let out a soft sigh and gestured toward the logbook. That's the last entry. He had to be sick at that point, right? He's just rambling. Whaley was thinking about the man from Cabin 9. What did the captain do? Did he accept? Did he live? Or with all the children gone, was it too late? Even as he said it, the absurdity of that question wasn't lost on him. Neither was the fact that a part of him believed every word of it. His rational mind told him it was all bullshit. But the other part of his brain reminded him what Billy had said out at that house. He said it changed. He said the entire basement vanished. And there had been more. It was written all over the kid's face as they worked through the house. He didn't recognize any of it. No different than a man and all his possessions vanishing from a ship's cabin. Mrs. White pointed at a thick, leather-bound book on the corner of the table. That's an old Coast Guard ledger. There's a record of a ship called Reina being commandeered and commissioned in August 1898, but it only lists specs on the ship, nothing at all about where it came from or the previous passengers, healthy or sick. I'm guessing if they really did just let everyone die off, they wouldn't write that down anywhere. If they took them as prisoners of war, there might be a record somewhere, but there's nothing here about that. She gestured around the room. What happened to those people is anyone's guess. What was the name of the man in Cabin 9? Whaley asked, nodding toward the passenger ledger. Is it in there? She nodded, pulled the ledger closer, and ran her finger down the text. His name was Tybalt, she said. Tybalt Marston. Chapter 18. When I woke, I was in the bunk room out on wood. My throat as dry as sandpaper. I'd been out for a while. The sun was down, the room was dark. Not a single light burned. Rain pattered on the roof. Matty was nothing more than a shadow at first, and the moment I tried to focus on him, the spot on the side of my head where he hit me grew hot and throbbed. I went to reach for it and realized my hands were tied to the bunk bed frame behind my back. Before you say anything, Matty told me, I want you to listen. Listen carefully. Can you do that? Or do you need more time to wake up? I can give you a few more minutes if you need them, but not much more, knick-knock and all, like he always says. As he said this last part, he glanced over his shoulder, and I spotted Spivey sitting on one of the other bunks. He was hunched forward, gently rocking. He glanced over at me, but didn't say anything. Is he okay? Matty was holding the revolver. He tapped the barrel against his wrist. We'll get to that in a minute. I want to be sure you understand what's happening and you don't look like you're completely back yet. Your eyes keep rolling around. He raised a bottle of water to my lips. Here, drink. You'll feel better. I swallowed a quarter of the bottle before he pulled it away and set it to the side. Although the bunk room was dark, best I could tell it had returned to the way I remembered it. No dust or cobwebs. The beds were all neatly made, the bucket was gone, the paint appeared fresh, no longer faded and peeling. There was no sleeping bag on the floor. Spivey's backpack and clothes were no longer scattered around. Out in the hallway, the steps leading up to the next level were back. Thunder clapped, angry and violent. White lightning momentarily crackled through the house, followed by another rumble. Beyond the window to my left, the sky was filled with angry dark clouds. Thick raindrops beat against the glass, and the wind gusted heavily enough to whistle through the boards of the old house. Benny's still out there digging. God bless that little shit, Matty said. He can't seem to stop himself. None of this made any more sense than it did earlier, and while I wanted to believe the hit to my head had something to do with it, I knew that wasn't true. What I was seeing now was just as real as what I saw earlier, and somehow they both existed. Where's Kira? I'm here." When lightning lit up the room again, I saw her, standing in the doorway. Her arms were wrapped around her chest as if embracing herself. I'd like to say she looked worried, maybe concerned for me, but the truth was I couldn't read her face. She watched the two of us from her place in the doorway. I was certain she saw the gun, but she made no move to free me, didn't tell Maddie to back off, just stood there in the dark. My throat was dry and it hurt to talk, but I did anyway. "Why are the lights off?" "Something's wrong with the generator." "Maddie didn't mean to hit you so hard," Kira said softly. "Tell him you're sorry, Maddie." He chuckled. "Yeah, sorry. I clocked you pretty good. You were out almost an hour. My bad." Maddie reached for the side of my head, but I jerked away. "Fuck you," I spat out. "Fuck all of you." I tugged at the ropes on my wrists. "Get these off me." "You need to listen." "I'm not listening to shit. Not while you've got me tied up with a gun on me." Maddie looked down at the gun in his hand absent-mindedly, like he forgot he was holding it, then turned to Kira. "Get him some water or something." Kira nodded, looked at me for a second. I swear she mouthed, "I'm sorry," then stepped across the hall into the bedroom, toward the bathroom that had no doubt returned too. When she was gone, Maddie pressed the barrel of the revolver against my cheek and slid it down the side of my face. "It's only a .22. One of the guys down at the marina told me if you shoot someone in the gut with a .22, it can take days for them to die. It's not the bullet that kills you. It's your own shit. It gets out through the hole and leaks into your body, causes infections, and rots you from the inside out. It's supposed to be horribly painful. Maybe if you read a fucking book every once in a while, you'd know that was called septic." I cocked my head toward Spivey. "Why are you letting him do this? Is this supposed to be some kind of game?" Maddie glared and raised the gun, like he was going to hit me again. "No game," Spivey said quietly as he rocked. "No game." The detached way he said it might have frightened me more than the gun or the thought of getting hit again. I don't think Spivey was altogether with us. Kira returned with the water. She knelt beside me and brought the glass to my lips. When I finished, she wiped the corner of my mouth and gently brushed my hair back behind my ear. "I'm so sorry, baby," she whispered. "Back away from him," Maddie told her. "I don't want you near those ropes." "I'm not gonna untie him." "I don't care. Get back." Kira stroked the side of my face and stood. She went back over to the doorway. I pulled at the ropes again, jerked them hard enough to rattle the bed frame, but they didn't come loose, only dug into my wrists. "That's a hitch knot," Maddie said. "My dad taught me. The more you pull, the tighter it'll get. So you might want to stop that. Or not, I don't really care. The bunk beds are bolted to the wall, ceiling, and floor. No way you can bust out of that. You'll just hurt yourself." I looked past him to Kira. "You did take Lily, didn't you? Is she here?" Kira said nothing, but there was a loud bang above us, like furniture flipping over, crashing against the floor. Spivey stopped rocking and looked up at the ceiling, his eyes wide. A yelp followed the bang, like someone crying out and quickly silenced. The shortest, most horrifying scream I'd ever heard. Somehow the quiet that followed was worse. If the house was back to the way I remembered it, the locked closet was directly above us on the 3rd floor. The only locked door in the house. "You did take her," I managed to say. "Lily Dwyer. You've had her this entire time." Kira and Maddie were looking up too. Both their faces had gone white. Maddie swallowed. Honest to God, gulped down air loud enough for the rest of us to hear. Then he shook it off and looked back at me. "It might be best if you focus on your own situation and let the rest of us worry about that." Alicia Dubin appeared in the doorway behind Kira. She paused there, one hand on her hip, and looked in at me. Her hair was pulled back away from her face, and she wore a white blouse and denim shorts. The top 3 buttons were open, enough for me to see that green amulet of hers resting against her pale chest. She licked her rose lips. Everybody out but Spivey. We need to talk to him alone. Chapter 19. Matty looked over at Alicia, scratched his cheek with the barrel of the revolver, then stood and started for the door. On his way out, he took Kira by the arm with one hand and held the gun near the small of her back with the other, pushing her into the hall. "We'll be downstairs, Hasler. Don't try anything stupid." He slipped his hand lower to the curve of her butt, and Kira slapped it away. "Whoa, I'm just playing," Matty laughed, waving the gun. "Gonna get yourself shot in the ass." "Don't touch her," Alicia said. "Not like that. Not unless I tell you to. Get her downstairs with Chloe and Izzy and wait for me." How she had seen that, I didn't know. Alicia hadn't taken her eyes off me the entire time. Not so much as a glance back toward them. Matty didn't seem to care. He let out a soft huff, and the two of them disappeared down the hallway, gobbled up by the dark. "Why don't you turn on a light?" I told her. "You're not scaring anyone with the theatrics." Alicia pouted. "Oh, nobody's trying to scare you, Billy." She snapped her long fingers, and the bulbs above burst to life, flooding the room with light. How the hell? My eyes had adjusted to the dark, and that sudden burst of light was painful. I pinched my eyes shut for a moment, then squinted at Spivey. He was still sitting on the bunk near the switch, but if he had reached for it, I didn't see him do it. Aside from rocking back and forth, I didn't see him move at all. Alicia's pout spread to a sly grin. "Not everything is what it seems, Billy." I yanked at the ropes again, hard enough to shake the bed frame. "I think I've got a pretty good handle on what's going on. You've decided you'd rather go to prison than college. I may be willing to forget about all that if you untie me, but good luck explaining her." I looked up at the ceiling. "Half the state is looking for that girl." Alicia leaned in closer. Her breath smelled like icy mint. "Like I said, not everything is what it seems." She stretched a hand toward Spivey and snapped her fingers again. "Let her." At first he didn't seem to hear her. Then he reached into his back pocket and took out a crumpled sheet of paper, placed it in her hand. She set it on the floor between us, unfolded it, and gently smoothed out the creases, then held it in front of my face so I could read it. It was a letter from Spivey's doctor. I read it twice before the text really sunk in. Words like aggressive, spread, stage 4 all jumped out at me, but it was the word terminal that felt like a punch. I looked over at Spivey. "I don't understand. At the hearing today, Marston said you were much better. He even had blood work to back that up. This says you're dying." Spivey didn't answer, only continued to rock. This slow, rhythmic back and forth. Alicia reached back and placed a hand on his knee. He stopped, went completely still. "It's okay," she said. "Tell him." For the first time since I woke, he looked at me. I mean, really looked at me, like he understood what he was seeing and not just going through the motions. He licked his lips and sighed. "That letter is based on a blood draw back in June, about a week before Grams died and all this started." "While we were still in school?" He nodded. "Yeah, I thought I was still in remission. They tested me on the regular every few months. But it had been so long since I had a problem, and I felt okay, so I skipped the last couple. Stupid, I know, but nothing I can do about that now. The leukemia came back hard and fast. By the time I felt something, saw those patches on my arms, and went in for a test, it had progressed beyond the point of no return." He paused for a second. "Well, that's not completely true. There were still treatments available, but nothing that could put it back into remission. Only buy me a little more time." Now I was really confused. So the paperwork Marston had at the deposition was fake? Spivey's gaze dropped from mine, and he looked around the room before responding to me. "No, that was real too." "They can't both be real." Spivey swallowed. "I've gotten better since I came out here. It's like the leukemia is gone. I know it's not, it can't be, but I feel fine and all the tests say I'm fine. To prove this to me, he held out his arms. His skin was clear, and not a single bruise, blotch, or blemish. I'm fine as long as I stay out here on the island, in the house. He dropped his arms. As soon as I leave, though, it comes back. I took Annabelle into town the other day. I was there maybe 2 hours, and it hit me hard. I got so lightheaded and dizzy I barely made it back. He didn't make it back, Alicia said. Well, he wouldn't have if he'd been alone. I wrestled him from the car into the boat, and even then I didn't get a cohesive sentence out of him until we'd been back out here for a few hours. I thought for sure I'd lost him. Spivey swallowed again. Something out here is keeping me alive. Above us came the thump again, as loud as the first time. The crash of furniture followed by a thin yelp. Spivey's head jerked toward the ceiling, and he slapped his hands over his ears, pinched his eyes shut. Make it stop. Please make it stop. Alicia brushed her hand through his hair and leaned in close. I'm working on it. Spivey was trembling, and he wasn't alone. I think I'm going to be sick, I told them both. I need to use the bathroom. Chapter 20. Chief? Whaley looked up, realized Mrs. White was staring at him from across the table. Marston, he said. You're sure? She flipped the ledger around and placed her finger next to the name. There it was in a neat, flowing script next to the number 9. Tybalt Marston. Whaley's heart was racing, and he felt a thin bead of sweat on his brow. Are you okay, Chief? You look like someone punched you in the stomach, Mrs. White said. Would you like a glass of water? He forced his head to bob. Mrs. White gave him a concerned smile, got up, and crossed the room to a small sink near the bathroom. Whaley tried to make sense of all this, but his mind was swimming. He'd seen a lot of things over the years, much of which he wished he could unsee. Traffic accidents, slip and falls, suicides. Those faces never went away. They just learned to sit quietly in the dark spaces of your head, in a room near the back. Sometimes they leaned into the light, gave you a glimpse, a reminder, before settling again. Always with you, though. Always whispering amongst themselves. He could hear them now. They'd grown excited. One voice in particular, louder than all the others, Billy Hasler on that phone call. I can still hear Patricia and William laughing, Chief. Can you? Can you? 2 children who had no business mixed up in his head with the others, yet they popped up front and center. He'd never seen them, never investigated their death. 2 children of less than 16 years of age who had set foot out on that island somehow found their way back after death. Tokens. Property. Bring me a token of less than 16 years, and I can guarantee you will live. The detective in him drew lines, connected dots. Judge Schultz at the deposition this morning, but he is receiving treatment for his illness? He is, Marston had replied. I'm not permitted to provide specifics, but he is doing very well. He thought of all the kids who had been out there in the past few weeks. How many were under 16? Christ, Lily Dwyer. None of the thoughts floating around his head could possibly be true. They were the stuff of movies, ghost stories, not real life. He didn't believe in that sort of thing, never had. All of this was connected, but there would be a logical explanation. He just needed to find it. He knew exactly where he'd start. Fighting the tremble in his hand, Whaley reached for the microphone clipped to his shoulder and pressed the transmit button. Sandy, you there? A moment later, Yeah, Chief, what's up? He swallowed. There's a subpoena on my desk from the deposition this morning. Can you get it? I need the address for the law firm that sent it. Sure, stand by. Mrs. White returned with a glass of water and handed it to him. He drank it in 3 quick gulps. Felt better. Got it, you ready? Whaley took out his own small notebook and unclipped the pen. "Go ahead." Sandy Lomax rattled off an address in Boston, and he scribbled it down. "Do me a favor. Reach out to Dennis Witt. He's a detective with Boston PD. Number's in my Rolodex. Ask him to take a drive by there and call me on my mobile when he's out front. Tell him I owe him. Then get on the computer and pull up everything you can for me on Lockwood Marston. His law practice, family, whatever you find. Print it and put it on my desk." "Will do. Thanks, Sandy." He wiped some water from the corner of his mouth and looked over at Mrs. White. "Do you know the name Lily Dwyer?" "The missing girl from the news?" He nodded. "She had a book in her room called The Devil of Great Island. It had come from here." Mrs. White gave that a moment of thought, then frowned. "She didn't take that book. Alicia Dubin walked off with it 3 months ago." "Alicia Dubin? You're sure?" She pointed at a clipboard in the corner of the table. "Hand me that." He slid it over to her, and she flipped back through the pages. "We make a note here any time we pull records from the archive, then check it off when it's returned, even if it doesn't leave the building. Ah, there she is." She tapped on the page and read off the date. April, 3 months ago. Come to think of it, that was a memorable visit. She pulled all this same material, everything we had on Wood Island and that ship, Reyna. Was she researching some kind of school project? She shook her head. "No, nothing like that. I figured her mother put her up to it." "Her mother? Why?" Even though she and Whaley were alone, Mrs. White lowered her voice. "Her mother, Laura, has a thing for the occult and the paranormal. Always has. Not uncommon for people around here, but it borders on obsession with her. Walton's Haunted Tavern and the well out back where those kids died, the old fort, Wood Island. Every cemetery, ghost, and witch story from Salem to Bangor, she can quote them all." She gestured at everything on the table. "She's been through all this at least a dozen times over the years. Just a teenager herself the first time, I remember. That's why it struck me when I saw her daughter looking through all this stuff. Reminded me so much of her. Then I saw those kids today, and it was like a flashback in time. Like Laura Dubin and her friends were here all over again. Like not a day had gone by." Whaley's brow tightened up. Who were Laura Dubin's friends? Mrs. White closed her eyes for a moment, sifting through the years. "There was Pam Road, of course. Pam Spivey now. Her future husband, Keith, and Teddy Hasler. Those 4 were inseparable back then from what I remember, at least for a little while. I think they had some kind of falling out." At the mention of those names, the hair on the back of Whaley's neck pricked up. No coincidences. Static crackled on his radio, and he expected Mundy's voice, reporting on whatever he found on Wood Island. It wasn't, though. It was Sandy Lomax again. "Chief," Mundy called in, "told me to tell you there's nobody at the Hasler house. Maddie's not at the marina. His dad said he hasn't seen any of those kids all day, and Maddie's boat's been gone. Might have docked it somewhere else. Mundy's got some kind of motor trouble on his own boat. He's working on it now, said he'd head out to Wood as soon as he gets it running." Whaley stifled the urge to curse. Sandy added, "There's a woman here at the station named Laura Dubin. She wants to see Ted Hasler. Is it okay for me to let her go back?" He exchanged a look with Mrs. White. No coincidences. Whaley pressed the mic. "Keep her out front. I'll be right there." He thanked Mrs. White and rushed to the door. Rain was coming down in thick sheets. He was pulling the collar of his coat up over his head when he spotted the car parked behind his SUV at the bottom of the hill. The antique black Jaguar shimmered ghost-like behind a veil of rain. The windows of the car were tinted dark, and even when the back door opened, he couldn't make out anything inside but the shadowed profile of a man deep on the bench seat. Whaley stepped out into the storm. and even though he was 30 feet from the car, all other sounds seemed to vanish as Marston called out, "Probably best you and I spoke, don't you think? Some might say it's long overdue." Chapter 21. "I need to use the bathroom," I said again, and that wasn't a lie. My stomach was twisted in a horrible knot, like someone reached into my gut and squeezed. The throb in my head where Maddie had hit me ached, and I felt pressure behind my eyes. I'd never had a concussion before, but I was fairly certain I had one now, and all of that combined with an acidic bile creeping up my throat. "Go in your pants," Alicia said flatly. Spivey stopped rocking and looked down at the floor. "Let him use the bathroom. We're not fucking animals. Where's he gonna go?" As he spoke, Alicia's eyes never left mine, that crazy green as bright as the amulet around her neck. Her breath felt cold against my face. "Maddie's got the gun," she told me after a moment's consideration. "He's downstairs right now with Kira, Chloe, and his sister. Don't think for a second he won't shoot one of them if you try something stupid. If anyone tries something stupid, somebody is gonna die. Understand?" "Come on," Spivey groaned, finally turning toward her. "You don't have to do that. He's your friend, I know. But a dog will bite when it's backed into a corner, when it's frightened. Even one you've had all your life. Untie the ropes, Alicia. I'll watch him." She stared at me for another moment, then sat beside me on the bunk, leaned around my back, and got to work on Maddie's knot. I watched Spivey as she worked, but he wouldn't face me. When the rope fell away and I started to rise, she gripped my shoulder. "I'd hate to see something happen to Kira. She's sweet." I shrugged her off and got to my feet. Maybe I rose too fast, or maybe it was the injury, but the entire room swooned, tilted, and my vision clouded. I reached out and grabbed the frame of the bunk and managed to steady myself. I remained still long enough for my vision to clear, then stumbled toward the hallway. Alicia remained on the bunk while Spivey followed about 2 paces behind me. When I nearly fell again, he made no effort to help me. Instead, he actually shuffled back a step, startled, like he thought I might grab him for support and take him down with me. I sucked in a breath, righted myself, and made my way across the bedroom to the bathroom on the far end. At the door, I stopped and turned to him. "Why didn't you tell me you were dying?" He looked back toward the bunk room, confirmed Alicia was no longer in earshot, and lowered his voice anyway. "Dude, I've been dying a long time now. I've just gotten better at it." Another bang came from upstairs, followed by another pain-filled yelp silenced in a sharp second. Spivey's head jerked up. His skin looked as pale as the dead. "If you're worried about Maddie and the gun," I whispered, "I'll help you. We can take it from him, get Lily and the girls out of here. It's not too late for you to make things right. I'll tell Whaley you helped me. I'll tell him Maddie and Alicia were behind all this, whatever. We'll figure something out. I know you don't want to do this." The look on his face told me it wouldn't be that simple. If Whaley was right, and Kira and the others all helped to take Lily Dwyer, then there was no easy way to unravel what they'd done. They'd brought her to his home, and he'd let them. There was no getting out of that. "Things may look bad," I told him, "but they're only going to get worse unless you do something." He bit his lower lip, and for one brief second I thought I might have convinced him. Then this numbness washed over his face, and he glanced back in Alicia's direction before turning to me and raising his voice again. "Do you need to piss or not?" Reaching around the side of the door, he flicked on the light switch. "Nick knock." I didn't know what else to say, so I said nothing at all. I stepped into the bathroom, closed the door, and twisted the lock. "Don't lock the doors," my mind scolded me, and I ignored that too. The door was solid oak, and the lock wasn't one of those flimsy ones you could pick with a paperclip. It was a real lock requiring a key. I went straight for the window behind the vanity on the far wall. I only had one shot at this, and I needed to move fast. There was no lock on the window, only a simple twist latch. I climbed up on the vanity, flicked the latch, and pushed the window open. The storm roared in, and I was certain Spivey heard it. The wind whipped, and icy rain slapped against my skin, stung my eyes. It came into the bathroom with enough force to nearly knock me back to the floor. I grabbed at both sides of the window and hauled myself out onto the roof. Although the shingles were slick with rain and the roof was pitched, I found footing on a thin gutter running the length of the roofline. I had no idea if it could support my weight, so I only braced my feet on it and put the bulk of my weight on my backside as I eased down the slope toward the front of the house. By the time I reached the edge, my clothing was soaked, and I was so cold my entire body trembled. I didn't stop. I couldn't. If Spivey heard the window open, he was either working that lock or running downstairs to alert the others. Either way, I had very little time and not much of a plan. When I reached the edge of the roof, about 12 feet from the ground, I didn't give myself a chance to hesitate. I rolled to my belly, let my legs dangle over the side, and slid down after them. I made a grab for the gutter, and my fingers caught it, but only for a second, not enough to slow me down. I dropped those 12 feet and cracked against the muddy ground with enough force to nearly knock me out again. If not for the rain and mud, I might have broken a leg or even my back, but the storm offered its only saving grace in that the ground was soft. Not much of a cushion, but enough. My body didn't want any part of this. My vision clouded, and the urge to pass out came raging back. I sucked in more air, breathed long and deep, waited as long as I dared, then scrambled to my feet and ran toward the dock on pure adrenaline. Both Annabelle and Maddie's skiff were slamming against the dock, thrown by waves filled with ferocity and spite, some nearly as tall as me. Had I looked back over my shoulder, I would have seen lights tick on in the house. One by one, I would have seen each window come to life as if waking from slumber. Had I been looking where I was going instead of the angry water, I might have spotted one of Benny's holes before I stepped into it. I didn't, though. My foot caught the corner and I went flailing through the air. I landed face first and skidded through the mud, stopping about 5 feet from where Benny stood. "Well, ain't that something?" he groaned, eyeing me curiously. His clothing was drenched through, a slick second skin hanging from his thin frame. Breathing hard, he'd paused the digging and rested his weight on the handle of the rusty shovel. He drew a filthy arm across his forehead, meant to brush his stringy hair from his face, but all he did was leave a black smear that dripped down his cheek with the relentless rain. "Mr. Spivey, know you're out here?" I got up far slower than I would have hoped. My legs both felt like rubber bands and my heart was beating like a jackhammer. I looked back toward the house. There was no sign of Spivey or the others. I said the only thing I could think of. "He sent me out here to check on the boats." He looked over my shoulder toward the harbor, placed a hand above his eyes to block the rain, and squinted. "Raina was drifting a bit earlier, but the captain seemed to get her tied down. A couple of the other ones took a beating on the rocks. Not sure how they'll fare. Suppose we'll figure that out in the morning." I had no idea what he was talking about. I turned and saw nothing out in the water, nothing but waves crashing against the jagged chunks of granite. Whitecaps jettisoning foam at least 20 feet into the air. I tried to see beyond all that, but the rain was coming down in thick sheets, visibility near zero offshore. I couldn't see the Coast Guard station, any of the houses along the shore, even the lighthouse at Fort Constitution was dark. When lightning flashed, I still couldn't see any of those things, and I told myself it was the storm because that was the only logical explanation. I told myself that even as my mind whispered another option to me, made a suggestion that couldn't possibly be true. None of those things are actually there. Not now. When lightning flashed again, illuminating the sky where the abandoned Portsmouth prison building should have stood, my legs nearly did give out from beneath me because it was gone. In that brief instance of light, I saw the outcropping of rock at the edge of the shipyard where it should have stood, but there was nothing but trees. Several boats were tied up near the shoreline, but my glimpse had been so quick I made none of them out. There had never been docks there, though. Those waters were restricted. The Coast Guard only permitted vessels to tie down around the bend in the inlet. Everything I saw in that glimpse was wrong. I didn't hear Maddie come up behind me, and even if I had, I don't think I could have reacted. Something in my head snapped, gave up. He didn't have the gun out. He didn't need it. He stepped between me and Benny and smacked the boy on the back of his shoulder. "How's that pilot light, Benny?" Benny wiped the mud from his forehead with the back of his sleeve. "Burning tight and bright at last check, sir." "Glad to hear it." Benny shifted his weight on the shovel's handle and narrowed his eyes at me. "This one's looking a bit peaked. Probably best you get him out of the rain before he catches his death." Maddie gripped my arm above the elbow. "I was thinking the same thing. We had a rough trip out. The weather stirred things up good. Figured you spotted the sharks. They were kicking up some kind of frenzy out there just before the clouds broke." "Seems like everything's getting worked up tonight, but we didn't see any sharks, did we, Billy?" I didn't answer him. I wasn't sure I had the ability to make words. Benny smirked. "Usually don't see 'em until they're picking chunks of you from between their teeth." Lightning flashed again, followed by the deep rumble of thunder. "Ain't that the truth?" Maddie told him, turning me back toward the house. "We'll let you get back to it." "Thank you, sir. Lots to do," Benny replied, his voice muddled by the rain. That was followed by the blade of his shovel smacking the wet dirt. Maddie led me past several more holes and up the porch steps to the house. Behind us, Benny started whistling. How he did that with all the rain, I'll never know. The song was one I recognized, but hadn't heard in a very long time. I might have been 10. My grandmother had a record of it and played it so often the needle would sometimes skip across the vinyl. "When My Baby Smiles at Me" by Ted Lewis and his orchestra. I turned to look back at him and froze. Standing on the porch, the added height gave me a far better view of the island, and with that better view, I saw not only the holes we just passed and the one Benny was currently digging, I saw all of them. At least 100, maybe more. The landscape was riddled with them. Deep holes with mounds of dirt, sand, and rock piled between. It would take days for a dozen men digging 24/7 to replicate what I was looking at. None of these holes were here only a few hours earlier when I'd come out with Whaley. Knee-deep in his latest, Benny was shoveling again, grunting as he went, dirt flying off to the side. My broken mind tried to do the math. 30 minutes per hole? 20? No. Even if he managed to knock one out every 10 minutes, 6 per hour, that would only cover a fraction of what I was looking at. "Benny's right," Maddie joked. "You are looking a little peaked." He pulled me into the house, into the kitchen, and closed the door behind us. Had I turned back toward Newcastle, took one last look with the next bout of lightning, I might have confirmed I was somehow looking into the past. I would have seen a shoreline that hadn't existed in over 100 years. I've often wondered what I would have done had I seen that. Hindsight is odd like that. It's supposed to be clear. It never has been for me, not when it comes to that night. Part of me is grateful for that. The memories of that night, the decisions we made leading up to it, some as a group, some not. What happened next, some things are better left murky. To see them clearly leads to nothing but madness. Chapter 22. Shielding himself from the rain as best he could, Whaley made his way down the steps and crossed a small plot of grass to the open back door of the car. Although Marston leaned toward him, the shadows seemed to move too, soupy dark oozing around the still air. His bony hand patted the empty seat between them with a rhythmic thump. "Join me, Chief, before you catch yourself a cold. You look like you could use a good sit." Bad weather or not, Whaley considered telling the man to step out of the car. He considered reaching into the car, taking Marston by his scrawny little throat and removing him from the car, but he did neither of those things. Instead, he eased inside and settled onto the back seat. The crushed velvet felt like it might swallow him whole. It was so plush. When he brought his feet up into the footwell, his right knee made an all-too-familiar popping noise. Marston tisked. "Ah, the hazards of aging. I hope you aren't in pain." "I'm fine." Someone sat up front in the driver's seat, but Whaley could make out nothing but the back of the person's head beneath a black cap. "If it's not too much trouble, Chief, please close the door. This weather is dreadful." Although the door was heavy, far heavier than modern vehicles, it moved effortlessly, as if the car had just rolled off the factory assembly line, freshly oiled and lubed. Marston, wearing the same suit as earlier and not a single hair out of place, leaned forward slightly and spoke. "Driver, could you raise the partition? A little privacy might be in order." "Yes, sir," came a voice that sounded much younger than Whaley expected, a voice he thought he recognized. He tried to get a look at the driver, but before he could, an opaque partition slid up between them, separating the front of the car from the back. "Given your chosen profession, you most likely know this car as a police vehicle. That was its primary purpose back in the day. A 1958 Jaguar MK1 saloon. They only made a handful of limousine models. I actually found this one in Germany and brought it here by cargo vessel more years ago than I care to remember. It's a bear when it comes to gas consumption, and I know I should purchase something more practical, but I can't bring myself to part with it." He gestured toward a silver tray on a small minibar built into the back of the driver's seat. "Would you care for some tea?" "I don't think we have time for tea." "Nonsense. If you don't make time for the finer things, what is the point?" Marston slid an empty saucer and cup toward Whaley and placed a matching set in front of himself. Delicate white china with an intricate pattern on the various edges, no doubt etched by hand and probably far older than the car. He removed the lid from a matching kettle and steam wafted out. Whaley had no idea how the man had boiled water in his car, and Marston offered no explanation, reaching for a small wooden box as if this was all perfectly normal. "I'm fond of a rather special blend of tea I purchased directly from a supplier in Mombasa. Drink far too much of it, I'm afraid, but we all have our vices, don't we, Chief?" With a round silver spoon, he dipped ground leaves from the wooden box, used a knife to slide the excess back into the box, and dumped what remained into the kettle. The scent of it immediately lofted through the confined space, this heavy, earthy aroma, humid and hot. Marston repeated this 4 times before replacing the kettle's lid with a satisfied smile. "The amount of time tea is permitted to steep is key, I've found. Too soon and it's weak. A moment too long and it's bitter." Whaley had no idea what he was talking about and didn't care. He was looking out the window, trying to make sense of what he saw. Something was very wrong. The street had changed. The buildings. The Historical Society was perched up on Windmill Hill to Whaley's right, where it should be, but the sign that declared it the Historical Society was no longer there. Instead, a large plaque below the gable read Free Will Baptist Church, and that was wrong too because it normally read Public Library, and even though Public Library sign was also incorrect, that's what should be there. That's what he'd seen every day for his entire life, and now it was gone. He knew the history. It was drilled into the head of every local. In 1925, the town bought the old Baptist church and converted it to a library. In 1990, a new library was built out on the Commons, and the Historical Society took over the building. The Historical Society left the library sign because, well, it was historical. He knew that was what had happened, but he was somehow looking at what came before all that. The clapboard siding was white, but no longer held the luster of the Benjamin Moore enamel he and 8 other volunteers had brushed on 2 summers before. Instead, the paint was dull, chipped and peeling, several spots worn down to the bare wood. The trees to the left were different, too. Much smaller, younger, not as full as they should be. And the street? What had happened to the street? The blacktop was riddled with ruts and potholes. The yellow line down the center was gone, and the pavement didn't seem as wide as it should be. Whaley's eyes narrowed, and he brushed the glass of the car window with the tips of his fingers. What is this? If Marston heard him, he gave no indication. When Whaley turned back to him, he noticed the man's lips were moving. Barely audible, Marston was mumbling, counting softly to himself. He reached some kind of target, and his lips tightened over yellow teeth in a grin. Ah, there we are. He retrieved the simmering kettle with his right hand while placing a small silver filter over the mouth of Whaley's cup with his other. This method may be messier than traditional tea bags, but I think you'll find the superior flavor makes it all worthwhile. He poured the tea slowly, giving the filter a chance to catch what remained of the ground leaves. After preparing his own, he set the filter aside on a cloth napkin and raised his cup in a small toast. To enjoying the finer things among good company. Whaley jerked a thumb back toward the window, was about to demand some kind of explanation when he realized there was nothing to explain. The Historical Society sign was right where it should be, and so was the sign above the building's door. The paint was correct, and so was the street. The only thing wrong was him. His head was buzzing, and there was a ringing in his ears. His balance felt off, as if he just stepped out of the car of a fast roller coaster and hadn't quite regained his footing. Brigadoon gone as if it had never been. Drink, Chief. You'll feel better. Whaley did. Not because he wanted to, but because his body somehow needed to, and no longer required permission to act. His hands reached for the cup and brought it to his lips, and all he could do was watch. All he could do was part his lips and let the hot tea into his mouth, swallow. He took 2 more sips before setting the cup back down on the saucer. Marston beamed, and for the first time his smile appeared genuine. Splendid, isn't it? Whaley thought it tasted like muddy water, but he didn't say that. Instead, he said, Who is Tybalt Marston to you? Who's Emerson? Marston's eyes narrowed for a moment, his long fingers resting on the edge of the silver tray. Am I correct in assuming Mr. Spivey doesn't know you are here? I don't answer to Mr. Spivey. No, I suppose you don't. He sighed. I do, though. As Mr. Spivey's attorney, I'm bound by certain rules pertaining to confidentiality. Without his expressed permission, I'm afraid there is very little I can tell you when it comes to the house, the island, and all things associated. His tongue snaked out and rolled over his thin lips. Rules are rules, Chief, and those rules extend to my predecessors. Rules are rules, Whaley repeated. Tokens of less than 16 years of age will be considered property. Those present at sunset must remain until sunrise, unless permitted to leave by the caretaker. The entity must never be sold. Rules like that? Precisely. None of it makes sense. It doesn't have to, he answered. Not to you. He said this dismissively, like he was swatting away a fly. Whaley wasn't about to be dismissed or intimidated. I've got a missing child, and God knows what's happening out on that island. Multiple minors under my purview are caught up in some mess, and you seem to be pulling the strings. You can either tell me what's going on, or I start making phone calls, getting subpoenas and warrants, and within an hour I'm down at your office in Boston picking through your file cabinets. Marston's eyes grew wide and the fake smile returned. Oh, Chief, are you seriously going to leverage a threat against me? Just when I thought we were becoming fast friends? Perhaps you should rethink that. I don't mind. Emotions can sometimes get the best of us, and emotions are certainly running high. He reached for the kettle. Would you like some more tea? Whaley's cup was empty. He didn't remember drinking it. Had he been drugged? He didn't see how. Marston was drinking the tea, too. Maybe something in his cup before the tea was poured? Maybe Marston wasn't drinking his, only pretending. Maybe something in the air of the car? Maybe... Eyes front, Chief. Clifford, he replied, not exactly sure why. Clifford Whaley. That you are. Chief Clifford Whaley, born right here on Newcastle in 1969 to Elmore and Gerda Whaley. Two fine, outstanding citizens who passed away in a tragic car accident when you were only 27. You have no children, not for lack of wanting or trying, but you suspect fertility issues either in yourself or your wonderful wife, although neither of you has sought out a medical diagnosis. Instead, believing if it is meant to be, it will be, something I find simply charming. Whaley opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. His heart was beating far faster than it should, an urgent rhythm. Each breath he took seemed to supply a little less air than he needed, and he fought the urge to gulp down a gasp. He didn't want to give this man the satisfaction. Half of what Marston said was public record. The other half could be nothing more than a calculated guess, but it still felt like a violation. Marston was attempting to throw him off balance, and it was working, particularly with what he said next. How long has your dear Mary been coughing? Whaley's heart thumped. How do you know about... His voice fell off. The look in Marston's eyes told him he not only knew about the cough, but much more. Mary had started coughing about 2 months ago, said there was a tickle in her throat and she couldn't quite reach it. She never smoked, and they'd let it go, chalked it up to seasonal allergies. Last week, though, she'd gotten winded climbing the stairs to the second floor, had to sit down to catch her breath. She'd called Doc Lambrey. He gave her lungs a listen that afternoon, told her it was probably nothing, but he wanted her to see a friend of his, a specialist in Exeter, just to be sure. She had an appointment on the calendar for the day after tomorrow. Probably nothing, Whaley muttered. And let us hope that's all it is, Marston nodded. But if it is something, hopefully you caught it early. In Whaley's mind, another sentence came soft, whispered, as if heard through the door of any old ship's cabin. Bring me a token of less than 16 years of age, and I'll see that she lives. It doesn't have to be more than a tickle. In fact, it could be just that. Whaley nearly dropped the china cup, nearly shattered it on the silver tray. He wanted it out of his hands, away from his face. He wanted out of Marston's car. The cup was empty again, and again he had no recollection of drinking. With a shaky hand, he set the cup down on the tray and forced his breathing to steady. Marston took a sip of his own tea and set his cup down on the tray next to Whaley's. He studied a drip slowly working down the side of the cup. Before it fell to the tray, he wiped it away with his thumb, changing the subject as quickly as one might change the channel. The business with the missing girl is quite tragic. I assure you, I feel for both her and her family. I'm sure they are all grateful for your quick action this morning, apprehending Mr. Hasler. I understand he's a childhood friend of yours, so that must make this rather messy for you. You saw past all that, followed the evidence, and you have your man behind bars. For better or worse, I'm sure he'll tell you what he did with her. In time, these things tend to sort themselves out. We found one of her hairs in his car, Whaley told him. That feels a little too convenient to me. Or your friend, the real estate developer, is not the criminal mastermind he had hoped he'd be. The careless tend to catch themselves with their own mistakes, or at least that's what I've picked up from the handful of mystery novels I've read. Give them rope and they're keen to hang themselves. Ted Hasler is no kidnapper, Whaley replied. He was in your way, though, complicating life for you and your client. That's motive. He's pushing to get David Spivey off that island, pushing to get him proper treatment, pushing against whatever agenda you're working. That hair turning up in Ted's car, that absolutely was careless. You're right about that. If not for that, I would have never considered looking at you for Lily Dwyer. At this, Marston only smiled. Yet here I am, enjoying tea with the chief of police, while your friend sits idly behind bars awaiting charges. Some might say you're wasting time, Chief. While you're doddering about, barking up random trees like a one-eyed coon dog, the Dwyer girl is still out there somewhere, perhaps alive, perhaps not. But if she is alive, how long do you think she'll remain that way without anyone to take care of her? Imagine if she's found a week from now on one of Mr. Hasler's construction sites, or maybe in his boat, tied up and dead of thirst. I read of such a case, not long ago in Chicago, I believe it was. Imagine if your superiors learned that instead of grilling Mr. Hasler and gaining her whereabouts from the moment you had him in custody, instead of chasing the simple clues in front of you, you were out accusing respected attorneys from Boston of wild conspiracy theories. Imagine what they would do to you. Some might also say that same attorney would have a strong defamation case against you, or maybe harassment. He waved a hand around. Either of those things could bring your time in law enforcement to an abrupt end. The Dwyer family may even feel the need to sue you, rightfully so. All of it messy, messy business. All because you didn't do what was expected of you. Whaley wasn't about to let this man intimidate him. If I'm already in so much trouble, maybe I should take you back to the station house and put you in the cell next to Ted. The three of us can hash this out together. Your tea is getting cold, Chief. Marston had refilled the cup. He hadn't seen him do it. Whaley raised it to his lips and drank. Didn't want to. Didn't realize he was doing it until he was returning the empty cup back to the saucer. And that scared him. It scared him a lot, but he wasn't about to back down. I know you took her. If not you directly, someone acting on your behalf. Maybe those kids. I'll find her. Like you said, the careless tend to catch themselves. Marston listened to this with mild amusement, and the fake grin returned. I'm afraid we've gotten off on the wrong foot. Perhaps we should focus. You and I are both in pursuit of the same thing, the well-being of Mr. Spivey and his friends. I assure you that is my only intent, my sole purpose. Then why do I get the feeling you're using him along with everyone else? That couldn't be further from the truth. I'm here only to serve, perform my duties, nothing more. He glanced at a clock built into the back of the driver's seat, above the small bar. My, the hours have gotten away from me today, and there is still so much to do. Give me your hand, Chief. My hand? The words came out slightly slurred, and if Whaley hadn't been sure he'd been drugged before, he was certain now. As he said those two words, the world seemed to tilt slightly to the side, rest there, then wobble back. Yes, Chief, your hand. Whaley held his hand out. He didn't want to, but he had no more control over that than he did when it came to drinking the tea. Marston placed one of his hands under Whaley's, palm to palm, and placed his other on top. The man's skin was cold, clammy, not the touch of the living, but something else. He applied pressure, squeezed, and all things changed. Chapter 23. The world outside the car had gone old again. Not just the historical society and the street itself, but every house and structure along Main Street. A carriage rolled by on their left, a large mare lazily tugging it along, hoofs clopping loud enough on the pavement to reach them. Several people Whaley didn't recognize shuffled along behind the carriage, a man, woman, and a boy of maybe 9 or 10. All of them dressed in clothing reminiscent of a time long past. They didn't look at the car, and Whaley somehow knew they wouldn't see it even if they did. This was a one-way mirror, whatever this was. "Where are we?" Whaley managed. Marston's grip on him tightened, and when he spoke his voice didn't come from any particular direction but wrapped around Whaley, engulfed him, rattled his bones. "I think we both know where is not as appropriate as when. And even that isn't truly accurate for a number of reasons I'll attempt to explain in the simplest of terms so you may understand." He turned from the window and faced Whaley again, his eyes dark pools. "Time is no more fixed in place than the waters of a fast-moving river. It's possible to step in the river from any location along the shore. It's even possible to step back out again. But here's the rub. Riding the current downriver, with the flow of the water, and stepping out moments later, following where the water is meant to go, is far easier than swimming against the current and attempting to reach the place the water has been. It's not impossible, not for a skilled swimmer, but it's difficult. The current is strong. If you don't wish to fight it, there is one other option more akin to what we are doing now. You can step into the river. You don't have to go anywhere. You can stand perfectly still and simply look both up current at what has been, and you can look down current at what is to come. Where that water will go. The likes of you will never be capable of such a feat. It's only necessary that you understand that I am. You need to understand in order to comprehend what I am about to show you. Do you follow?" Whaley didn't follow any of this. He wanted to get out of the car, but he couldn't move. His body refused to obey him, and even when he blinked, when he closed his eyes for that short millisecond, the urge to open them again and stare into this man's gaze was overpowering. It was painful not to look. Marston, still clasping Whaley's hand, pressed tighter. One of his fingers twitched, and Whaley felt the man's nail dig into his palm. This wasn't just a scratch. The tip of his finger burrowed in, twisted and churned through the skin to the meaty part below. Whaley's vision went white, and when it cleared, he was no longer sitting in Marston's car. He was in a cluttered living room, one he recognized but couldn't quite place. The shades were drawn and the air was stagnant. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust, and when they did, he saw a woman sitting in a recliner facing a television that wasn't turned on. Although her eyes were open, she wasn't moving, and when he stepped closer, he saw the crusty spittle and vomit around her lips and chin, saw the vacant look in her eyes and the lack of movement in her chest, and he knew she was dead. He also knew who she was. Pamela Spivey. This wasn't some misplaced memory. He hadn't seen her like this when she overdosed 2 years ago. Not in the chair. The boy had found her, called 911, and by the time Whaley arrived, paramedics were wheeling her out. He recognized that recliner, though. Seeing it at the time had made him think of his own lazy boy perched in front of his television. The one he fell into for the occasional Red Sox game, or when he needed a football fix and was willing to stomach the one-man show that was Tom Brady. His chair was a happy place, and hers was anything but. Both nearly identical yet complete opposites. He hadn't seen her almost dead in her chair, not then, not ever, so this wasn't that. He was someplace downriver. Marston had pulled him into the water and was showing him where the water would go. Whaley didn't see the bullet hole in her head, not at first, not until he stepped halfway around the chair, somehow able to move in whatever this was. The wound was from a small caliber, probably a .22. The barrel had been pressed tight against her forehead when the trigger was pulled. He could tell that much from the burn marks. He didn't see an exit wound. Unlikely a bullet of that size would get back out. It was still in her head somewhere after bouncing around like a pinball, chewing up her life as it went. The gun was on the floor next to her chair, inches from her outstretched fingers. Whaley tried to jerk his hand away, and for one brief second he was back in Marston's car sitting beside him. His knee came up and hit the table with the tea, spilling it everywhere. Marston didn't seem to care. He only leaned closer and whispered a single word. See. There was a rush of air, walls shifting, closing, changing. The car was gone, and he found himself standing inside the Newcastle police station, not in the lobby but in the small glassed-off vestibule that separated his officers from the public in the waiting area. Sandy Lomax was sitting next to the radio, and Whaley's own words to her in the moments before he walked out the Historical Society came from the tinny speaker. "Keep her out front. I'll be right there." He watched as Sandy stood and went to the glass partition. "Take a seat, Ms. Dubin. The chief will be back shortly." Whaley peered through the glass at the woman standing in the lobby. She was in her late 30s and wearing a tan blouse and dark jeans. A black raincoat was neatly folded and draped over her arm. Her auburn hair was wet, matted to her head. She looked back at Sandy with intense green eyes. "I'm really pressed for time. Can you at least confirm for me Teddy Hasler is here?" Sandy nodded. "He's in back finishing up dinner." The woman followed Sandy's gaze to the door at the back of the narrow lobby, and for a second he thought Laura Dubin was going to try and open it. The door was locked, always locked, and was reinforced with steel. If she tried it, she'd be disappointed. She didn't, though. Instead, she smiled and set her raincoat on one of the empty chairs. "Well, I suppose that will have to do, then." "Excuse me?" Laura Dubin reached for the chair closest to the door leading into the back, and with a soft grunt pulled it in front of the door, tilting it just enough so the back caught under the doorknob. She then kicked both legs with the heel of her shoe, jamming it in place. At first, Whaley thought she was trying to break the knob, the lock, but that would never work. The chair wasn't strong enough. She'd never get the leverage. Then he realized that wasn't the case at all. She wanted to block the door, prevent Sandy, or anyone else for that matter, from getting into the lobby. With that door blocked, Sandy would need to exit her booth, cut through the interior of the police station, go out the back, and round the building to the front door. Sandy pressed against the glass to get a better look, her face growing fearful. "Ma'am, what are you doing?" Laura Dubin took a step back from the barricaded door, admired her work, then began shuffling through her pockets. "It would have been nice to see Teddy, maybe catch up for a few minutes. He and I haven't talked for years. Haven't really talked since we were kids. Seems like only a week ago we were teenagers." She snapped her fingers. "Goes by like that." She looked through the glass at Sandy. "Do you have any children?" Sandy shook her head. The smile returned to Dubin's face. "I suppose that's good. They change everything about your life. Every thought goes from me, to them. Don't get me wrong, that's not bad, just different. Someone once asked me if I'd jump in front of a moving car to save my daughter, and that was an unequivocal yes, no hesitation. Ask me the same of my ex-husband, and I'd probably push him into traffic given the chance. No way I'd be willing to die for him, not now, not even in the beginning when we were all gaga for each other. Kids, though, no question. We'll do anything for them." Still rummaging through her pockets, she stopped. "You sure I can't see Teddy? Just for a second?" Again, Sandy shook her head. The woman shrugged and tucked a loose strand of damp auburn hair behind her ear. Those green eyes picked up the light, shone with it. I guess I'll see him soon enough. Pam, too. It's like we're getting the band back together again, playing all the old hits. She hummed a couple bars of some song Whaley didn't recognize. A bead of sweat had broken out along Sandy's brow. She'd inched along the glass and was near her door. Laura Dubin, lost in her thoughts for a moment, blew out a frustrated breath. "Oh, well, promise me something then." Sandy stared at her. "Promise you'll take me back out there? After?" Sandy gulped. Honest to God, gulped loud enough for Whaley to hear. Laura Dubin pulled a matchbook from her pocket and struck a match. "It's important we go back, or it doesn't work." Sandy pressed her palm against the glass. "Don't! The things we do for our children," Laura Dubin replied smugly. Her arm swung to the side, and she tossed the match to the chair holding her coat. The flame caught and burst out with a fireball, and Whaley knew her coat wasn't just wet from the rain. She'd soaked it in something flammable. Dubin stood perfectly still, the smile never leaving her face as Sandy let out a scream. Whaley was there, in the room with her, yet he wasn't. He couldn't grab her, couldn't push her through the exit. He couldn't bust the glass and attempt to put out the fire. He was a spectator, nothing more. He was in the car with Marston, and to remind him of that fact, Marston twitched his finger and searing pain radiated out from Whaley's palm, up his arm and into his shoulder. Whaley knew the man's finger was in there deep, scraping against bone and cartilage, worming between tendons and muscle. He tried to pull away and couldn't. "What the hell was that?" Marston didn't answer that particular question. The unreadable slackness of his face betrayed nothing. "It's time to wade out into the water, Chief. Try not to swallow too much. I'd hate to see you drown. You don't want to leave the lovely Mary to deal with that tickle in her throat all alone. We mustn't forget dear Mary in all this." Marston's finger twitched again. The pain that followed was worse than any Whaley had ever known. Not only did his vision go wide again, but he thought for sure he'd pass out, and maybe he did. When things cleared, he was no longer in Marston's car. Marston's car was gone. He was standing behind his SUV in the gravel along the edge of Main Street in the rain, the Historical Society at his back. He turned to look at the sign. He had to, for the sake of his sanity, and it was as it should be. His hand wasn't, though. There was a deep gash in the center of his palm. He stared down at it for a moment, watched the blood pool in that hole, watched it drip down his fingers to the white gravel and taint the puddled water at his feet, his mind racing. His good hand was shaking as he tugged a handkerchief from his pocket. He was wrapping the wound when he spotted the smoke. Thin coils of white and gray rising up toward the heavens just around the bend on Main Street, stirring violently with the winds and rain of a storm that had come out of nowhere. An alarm started to wail, one he recognized as the old copper bell hanging above the door at the police station. Chapter 24. I may have fallen asleep, or maybe I didn't. I'd be lying if I said my memories were clear. I remember Matty leading me back into the house in a daze. I remember the quiet that came when he closed the kitchen door and sealed the rain outside. I most definitely remember the looks I received when we walked past the others in the living room and went back up the stairs to the bunk room. Kira in particular, like I'd disappointed her somehow. I dropped down into the bunk where I'd previously been tied and even held my hands still as Matty secured the ropes. All of that was clear. Things only grew fuzzy after he left, when I was alone. I don't know if they kept me there for minutes or hours. I got thirsty, but nobody came with water. My stomach grumbled, reminded me I hadn't eaten in a very long time. Mostly, I just sat there, lost in my own head. At first, I listened. Then I didn't want to do that anymore. I kept hearing those sounds upstairs, The crack of furniture against the floor, a sharp cry, then nothing. I pictured Lily Dwyer locked in that oversized closet, beating against the door with something, but so weak after all this time she could only manage a single swing, crying out at her own failure. Quiet again after that as she reset and prepared to repeat when she found the strength. She was like someone trapped under a collapsed building tapping a metal pipe, repeating the same motion until it became automatic. They'd turned the lights off again, at least upstairs. The darkness closed in around me like a musty old quilt. There were footsteps, and maybe that was the strangest of all because they seemed to move up and down the hallway just outside the bunk room. Dozens of them. They came up the stairs, paused at the lockers, then grew louder as they made their way to the open door of the room where I was tied. Then they'd vanish. Just stop. The first time it happened, I thought it was the others coming for me. The second time, I figured it had to be in my head. But by the third, and every time after, I knew the sounds were real, at least on some level. When I accepted that, I started to hear the whispers. Male voices I didn't know, just outside my door. Anxious, hushed conversations. I thought of the sailors who used to live here. It was impossible not to. The Coast Guard staffers who came later. Generations of Geraldine Rote's family after them. When left alone, the mind can either be your biggest asset or worst enemy. When mine began rattling off the possibilities, it became the single voice I no longer wanted to hear. If a soul occupies a place, do parts of it soak into the wood, like sweat or exhaled breaths? Where do those things go? Do the living own a place, or are they simply borrowing from the dead? Nobody had ever died here, Spivey had told us, but many had lived. What kind of impression does that leave behind? How much of that could a place hold? How long before it spills over the edge? I thought of the large splinter in my palm, the one I picked up going down into the basement. I thought of how it tore into my flesh and stuck there. Had I gotten it all out? If not, if this house somehow had a piece remaining inside me, was it spreading? Like an infection? Had we created something with our stupid games, or had something been here all along and simply awoken? The latter made far more sense, and no amount of hoping it wasn't could change that. When I listened closely to those voices, there was talk of Emerson, pleasing Emerson, feeding Emerson, hopes of something from Emerson in return. I couldn't make out much more than that and didn't want to. Upstairs, the crack of furniture again. A short scream. Silence. Nothing but the relentless rain outside. When those sounds came, the whispering stopped. Hushed. As if whatever was whispering heard it too. And when those voices came back, and they always did, they seemed even more anxious. The footsteps came again immediately after. Those things climbing the stairs, and I waited for them to come to the door and vanish as they had before, but this time they didn't. The footfalls grew louder and louder, came up the steps, down the hall, and came to the door. But this time there was a shadow there, a person, and I damn near screamed. If Kira hadn't switched on a flashlight, revealed herself, I certainly would have. She stood there for a moment, her face filled with pity at the sight of me. Then she crossed the floor and knelt at my side. She leaned so close I could smell her hair, and that familiar scent brought me back from whatever dark place I'd gone, if only for a little while. Her warm breath washed across my ear. "They can hear us." The words were so soft I thought maybe I willed them into existence. I wanted to hear something that proved she was still on my side, and those 4 words were what my brain conjured. But as she leaned back, her lips brushed against my cheek, and she gave me the gentlest of kisses at the corner of my mouth, and I knew they'd been real. The harshness of what she said next only reinforced that. "I don't want Maddie to hurt anyone, but he will. He said if you try to escape again, he'll use the gun. Not on you, on one of the others, maybe even me. So please don't try anything. We'll get through this, I promise." She leaned behind me and untied the ropes, then said, "There's something they want me to show you." Chapter 25. Early in his career, back when he was with the Highway Patrol, Whaley had once arrived at a traffic accident on 95, a rollover. The front left tire on a minivan had blown out. The driver lost control, rolled the van. Somehow he got tossed or managed to scramble out on his own. His wife and 8-year-old son did not. When Whaley got there, he found the man standing about 30 feet from the destroyed vehicle, broken arm dangling at his side, blood running down from his head and face, just staring at the wreckage, stunned, clearly in shock, unable to move. When Whaley ran up, asked him what happened, the man took out his cell phone and began snapping pictures. "For the insurance company," he had muttered. "They'll want these." The wife and son had been wearing their seat belts and only had superficial wounds when Whaley and the paramedics pulled them out. Both had run up to the man, and although they hugged him, he continued to stare at what was left of their car. It took 3 people to get him into the back of an ambulance. Whaley had seen people in shock many times during his career. Not once had he been one of them. Not until now. He watched the smoke rise, stared at the growing black cloud in the night sky above what had to be the police station, and found himself unable to move, unable to process. The gears of his brain had seized up. He didn't understand what had happened, didn't want to understand what was happening, because if he was looking at smoke, and he was, that meant the other thing was true too. Pam. Don't forget what he said about Mary. He knew about her cough. He somehow knew far more than he was willing to share. Sometimes a tickle in the throat was only that. Sometimes it was much more, but that bastard knew. The storm raged all around him, a dark, angry summer downpour. Ugly clouds rode in and tangled with the smoke like some kind of morbid dance, feeding the fire rather than helping to extinguish it, reveling in the destruction. Each rumble of thunder was a disjointed laugh, and Whaley knew in his gut something had been set free, something that had no business outside its cage. Marston had shown him this either before it happened or during, neither of which was possible, yet he knew it to be true. If not for the throb in his hand, he might have stood there for an hour, his brain attempting to unravel a puzzle that was far too twisted to solve. There was a throb, though, as if Marston's prickly nail was still in there and gave him another twitch. "Wade into the water, Chief." The radio on his shoulder squawked. "Chief!" Sandy Lomax. He grabbed for the microphone with his good hand and nearly crushed the transmit button. "Jesus, Sandy, it's good to hear your voice. Tell me you're okay. It was that woman. I know. Did you get everyone out?" "And don't ask me how I know. I don't want to tell you that part. Saying it aloud might make it real. It all happened so fast. I would have stopped her if I could. Accelerant, I think. I don't know. Must have been old building. So much wood. My God, she just stood there. Sandy," Whaley interrupted. "Did you get everyone out? Ted Hasler's locked up in the back, can't get out on his own." He released the transmit button, waited for her response. Nothing came. "Sandy." When she finally spoke again, her voice was distant, despondent. "He's gone, Chief. The fire moved so fast. I tried to follow protocols. All those times he ran drills. Should have been second nature, but—" She dropped out for a second. "I got out of the booth and made it down the hall. Wow, the smoke. I got to his door and it was locked. Took me a few seconds to find the right key, but it still wouldn't open. I could see him in there through the observation window, just sitting there, staring down at the floor. I shouted, and he looked up at me and what, Sandy?" Static. I swear he mouthed the word go. Then he looked back down at the floor. Chief, I think he barricaded the door, blocked it, like that woman did in the lobby. Did I tell you that part? She used a chair, It's okay, Sandy, Whaley told her. It wasn't your fault. His eyes were glued to the black cloud. It had grown from a small speck to a monstrous blanket covering a good portion of the island, roiling and churning. Thick bands of smoke tethered it to the ground. Newcastle's fire department was housed in a building directly behind the police station. But it was a volunteer fire department, and, like everything else, thinly staffed. The only siren he heard was coming from somewhere behind him, most likely trucks dispatched from Portsmouth. He knew he shouldn't ask this next question over an open radio channel, but he did anyway. He had to know. Sandy, is Ted Hasler dead? She responded immediately. I'm sorry, Chief. I couldn't get his door open and the smoke got so thick. I tried, but... Whaley pinched his eyes shut and let out a slow breath. This isn't your fault, Sandy. Where are you now? When Lomax continued, she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Across the street at Henry's. Chief, there's something else. Jolene Peterson said she saw Keith Spivey run around the side of the building about the same time the fire started. She saw him get in his Ford and drive off. She went quiet for a beat. She thinks he was trying to get into the station from the back door, but that one is always locked. Why the hell would Keith Spivey? Whaley heard Mrs. White's voice in the back of his head. Those four were inseparable back then. Laura Dubin, Pam Rote, Pam Spivey now, her future husband Keith, and Teddy Hasler. Inseparable, at least for a little while. I think they had some kind of falling out. 2 dead, maybe 3. Did Keith own a .22? Did he kill Pam and come for Ted? Was he running? Whaley ticked the mic again. Did Jolene say where he went? South on Main, toward the swing bridge near Blunt. That was the opposite direction from his house. The Wentworth Hotel was down that way. The Wentworth Marina, too. Keith didn't own a boat, but he knew plenty of people who did. Are you okay to work? If you can't right now, I understand, but I need to know. There was nothing for a few seconds, then... I'm okay, Chief. What do you need me to do? Whaley cleared his throat. Set up there at Henry's until we figure out something better. We need to bring Keith in. Call the harbor master, ask him to lock down the marinas. Then get Mark Lemmy on the line, have him put up the bridge in case Keith's trying to run by road. Radio Mundy and have him set up a roadblock on 1B heading into Portsmouth. Make sure he can't get out that way either. Lock it all down. I haven't been able to raise Mundy in nearly a half hour. Last he called in, he was working on his boat. Nothing after that. Then get Rye PD to put up roadblocks. If he gets off the island, we may not find him. Maybe have Portsmouth PD watch for his truck at 95. If he's driving, he'll probably go for the highway. Christ, if he got off the island, he'd be in the wind. Whaley ran his fingers through his thinning hair. Who was he kidding? He might already be gone. Just get a county-wide bolo out. That'll be faster. Whaley almost told her to send an ambulance out to the Spivey house to check on Pam, but it would have to come in from Portsmouth General, and he could get there faster. He clicked the transmit button again. Is the fire department there? Do they have it under control? I don't know about under control, but they're doing what they can. The building is all wood. Whaley let out a sigh. This couldn't be happening. If the police station is a loss, tell them to shift focus and keep it from spreading. Hopefully this rain will help. I'll get over there as soon as I can. Understood, Chief. Whaley was glad somebody did, because he certainly did not. All he was sure of was that the fire was the least of their worries. Thunder cracked, and he shivered. A dull ache burned in his knee, his shoulder too. All his old football injuries waking with the weather, coming out to play. Cinching the handkerchief around his damaged hand, he ignored the pain and rounded his SUV, fired up the engine, and switched on the lights and sirens as he swung out on Main, nearly clipping a Subaru as he skidded through a U-turn. The wipers did what they could, but the rain fought back. The thunder sounded a lot like the rumbling laughter of a hungry beast. Chapter 26. I followed Kira and the beam of her flashlight down the steps. Either the batteries were low or the bulb was near death, but the little illumination the flashlight cast off seemed to dwindle with each step. I didn't know why the lights were off, and when I asked Kira, she didn't answer me, only gripped my arm above the wrist and pulled me along. We stopped at the landing, the weak beam playing over the framed photographs hanging there. Have you ever looked at these? I mean, really studied them? Like the staircase, and the basement for that matter, they'd been gone when I was out here earlier with Whaley. Nothing but blank spots on the wall where they'd hung. All were back again, as if they'd never left, and just the sight of those frames was enough to dial up the pain in my head. From the living room behind us, I heard a body shuffle, then Izzy's thin voice. There's a reason we're all here. It was never an accident, the 6 of us coming together in this place. I turned toward her voice but saw nothing. The room was black as oil, as if the walls were somehow able to eat light. Show him. Alicia's disembodied voice muttered from the dark. But be mindful of the time. Knick-knock to the extreme, Chloe said softly. That was followed by the strum of Spivey's guitar, 3 untuned notes ringing out from the far corner of the room near the fireplace. My eyes fought to adjust, but every time a shape started to come into focus, the darkness seemed to fold in, double down. Spivey was nearly on top of us before I even realized he'd stepped forward, barely a ruffling shimmer in the gloom. From somewhere in the blackness, Maddie said, "Come sit with me on the couch, Kira." I heard his hand pat the cushion. I couldn't see him, but I had no trouble picturing the smug grin on his face. Kira shot a dirty look toward the dark, handed the flashlight to Spivey and told me, "Let him explain. It's better that way. I'll be right over there with the others. If I stay, it might what?" "Spivey will explain," she repeated. Then a little softer, "I love you, Billy. Remember that. Always remember that I'd do anything for you." The skip in her voice jarred me, and part of me thought she was speaking in some kind of code, hoping I'd understand and the others would not. Maybe I was dense, or, more likely, my brain had reached capacity on bewilderment and mindfuckery. Either way, I wasn't sure what she meant. Her hand fell from mine, and I let her go. She crossed the room soundlessly, and I lost her to the dark. When I turned back to Spivey, he didn't face me. Instead, he raised the beam of the dim flashlight to the photographs and played the light over the frames. They had changed again. The one of Chloe and Izzy lying out on the dock in their bathing suits was still there. So were most of the ones of Spivey as a child, though some of those were different. I wanted to believe they had been replaced, taken down and these new ones put up, but I knew on some level that wasn't the case. They had changed. The photographs were like a window, a glimpse, a means for the house to... what? Communicate? No, that wasn't right. I knew the answer, I just didn't want to admit it. On some level, I may have known the first time I'd stood in this spot. The truth was, the photographs were no different than a hunter displaying his trophies up on a wall. Spivey tapped the picture of Izzy and Chloe. The second those 2 stepped off the boat, it had them. There was no taking it back, no do-overs. They became property. Tokens. He swallowed. Food for Emerson. His voice dropped a little lower. I told all of you I didn't want them to come out here, but nobody listened. Marston had explained the rules. I thought they were utter bullshit, but he had told me about them when we went over the will, and it seemed stupid to take a risk until I at least had a chance to figure things out. Then they insisted on coming. I realized how ridiculous what Marston said was, and I dropped it. But Marston knew they'd been out there. Brought it up the next time I talked to him. Here's the thing. When he told me about Izzy and Chloe, he almost made it seem like some kind of joke. Like Grams had just been superstitious or something. Even gave me this "I won't tell if you don't tell" kind of conspiratorial wink. Felt like a dare, so I pushed it. Why not more people under 16? See what happens. That's about when the parties started. I knew what he was getting at, because the pictures told the entire story. Many of the new ones were images of our friends from school, other kids I'd seen out at the house. He didn't have to tell me they were all under 16 any more than he had to tell me every person under 16 who had set foot out here was up on the wall. I figured that much out when I spotted a small sepia image in the upper right corner that had to be Patricia and William Whidden. They were holding hands, standing on the rocks, some version of an ancient Newcastle barely visible across the water behind them. Tokens, property, food for Emerson. It didn't start with me. It's been going on for a long time. This one is my father, Spivey said, pointing to a shot of a boy a few years younger than the two of us. He was standing on a fishing boat next to another boy, a face I knew too well. My breath caught. That's my dad. Spivey nodded. He was friends with my mom. They both were. Alicia's mother, too. The three of them used to sneak out here to see her. They kept it from Graham somehow. She never knew. He tapped the photograph with the flashlight. Do you recognize the boat? He knew I did. It was impossible not to. The Merv. The Merv, he repeated. Here's the thing. The Merv was Lester's boat, and after he died, Grams kept it locked up in the boathouse, wouldn't allow anyone to use it. When I let you take it out, that might have been the first time it was in water in more than 30 years. There's no way she would have let two kids take it out fishing. This moment, them posing like this, it never happened. The pictures don't seem to work that way. They're not real moments. They're facsimiles. Emerson claims them, then drops them into some image, whether it actually happened or not. We figured that out with this one. He pointed at another picture. Maddie standing waist-deep in the water, one hand up on a rock. It might have been the same rock I thought I saw him sitting on with Kira that first night out here. Maddie said he's never been in the water, not out here, not like this picture. His dad used to take him fishing out here when he was younger, and they came ashore to eat and poke around a few times. Said he was around 10 the last time. He's older in this picture. I guess this is how the house sees him. Spivey scratched his thigh with the flashlight. The beam went wild for a second, then he brought it back up and settled on another picture at the top left. That little girl, that's Alicia. Her mom brought her out a bunch of times. She'd pack a lunch and they'd make a day out of it. Told her they were going on an adventure. She wanted her out here. Brought her out as often as she could. He went quiet for a moment, studying a few more. There's Kira. She used to kayak out here with her dad. She doesn't remember ever getting out of the boat and stepping on the island, but she must have or she wouldn't be up here. She figures she's 12 here in the picture. She remembers that flower bathing suit. But if her pick is anything like the others, that might not be right either. That's just how the house remembers her. I remembered that bathing suit. Light blue with pink blossoms all over it. She wore it one summer for one of my birthday parties. My mom had set up the sprinkler in the yard and we took turns running through the water. Spivey and Maddie had been there, maybe 5 others. Spivey pointed the light at a small 4x10 black and white image off to the left. That one there is Benny. The parties weren't his first time out. He'd been here before. He doesn't talk about it, though. I'm not sure he remembers. In the photograph, he was wearing a light shirt with suspenders holding up his pants. breeches. In Benny's time, they were probably called breeches. Benny's time. I didn't know where the thought came from. Looking back, I think the house put it there. I thought of him outside digging, even as the rain and thunder intensified. He couldn't stop. In the closet upstairs, there was the loud crack, the pain-filled cry. Spivey pinched his eyes shut until it was over. Chapter 27. Whaley's siren let out a final chirp as he skidded to a stop in the Spivey driveway. The storm clouds had opened up and it was coming down hard. Heavy drops that sounded like fists beating down on the roof of his cruiser, smacking the glass and making it damn near impossible to see. Keith's truck wasn't there. He could make out that much, and he thought he caught movement in the curtain of one of the windows near the front of the house, but couldn't be sure. Might have been the wind, might have been his imagination wanting to see something, because if Pam was home and able to peek out the window, that meant she was okay. Blindly slamming the driver's side door behind him, he rounded his SUV and ran up the porch steps to the front door. His uniform was drenched, and 3 minutes in the car did little to change that. He wiped the wet hair from his forehead and beat on the door with the back of his fist. "Pam, open up! I know you're in there!" When no response came, he hit the door again. It rattled in the frame. "God damn it, Pam! Let me in! I need to talk to you!" "I need to know you're alive." When she still didn't answer, Whaley tried the knob and found it unlocked. He gave it a hesitant twist and pushed. The hinges groaned as the door swung open on the living room. With all the curtains drawn and none of the lights on, the small space was gloomy, smothered in shadows. Pamela Spivey sat in her battered recliner facing a dark television set. Her face was ashy, and a pill bottle sat on the table beside her. She had made no effort to hide what she'd done. The cap was off, the bottle empty. Drool seeped from the corner of her mouth, the collar of her blouse damp with it. No sign of a gun, but her wrists were bloody. Not cut. That had been Whaley's first thought, and thank God he was wrong about that. They were rubbed raw. The skin was chafed, worried away, as if she'd itched at them until the blood came. Nowhere near enough blood to be fatal, but it probably hurt like hell. Marston's vision, if that's what it was, had been wrong about that. As Whaley stepped into the room, he choked back the phlegm in his throat and pressed the transmit button on the microphone clipped to his shoulder. "Sandy, I need an ambulance out at the Spivey house." Pam's head turned toward him, slow and loose, her neck barely able to support the weight. "No need for that." She raised a hand toward him, palm out. "I only took 4, all I had left." The words were slurred. As she said 4, she tucked her thumb in and proudly showed him the remaining fingers. 4, that's all." Whaley took a step closer. 4 of what? "The pink ones." Pink cow. U4. Whaley knew them well. Not much of a problem near the coast, but terrible deeper inland, particularly around the New Hampshire lakes and up in the mountains. A form of synthetic opioid, worse than fentanyl. Pam eyed the empty pill bottle and let out a soft chuckle. "Seems I need to find a new doctor before I can get a refill. Mine got himself buried in the drink." Christ, she'd gotten them from Rory. "You heard what happened?" "Rory stepped into a steaming pile of shit instead of going around is what he did." Sandy hadn't responded to his call. Whaley thumbed the mic again. "Sandy, you there?" Nothing. Sandy had her hands full. Pam rolled her eyes toward him and her head followed. "I'm fine, Chief. No need for all that. I normally take 6, sometimes 8, when I'm tucked in for the night. 4 ain't nothing but an appetizer with the kind of practice I got under my belt. Figured I'd soften myself up before Emerson decides to make a meal out of me, too." Emerson again. and she didn't sound fine. Each word she spoke folded into the last. "I'm fine, Chief. No need for all of that." He went into the kitchen and dialed 911 on the landline and got the automated system. While the recording droned on, he set the receiver down on the counter. They'd trace it when someone eventually picked up. Dispatch when nobody responded. "How about some coffee, Pam?" Someone had made some. The pot was still half full. It looked like it had been sitting there a while. Probably tasted like shit, but that was better than nothing. "That would be lovely, Chief. Like tea time between friends." She grinned, thrilled with her little joke, but all Whaley could think about was the back of Marston's car. He could still taste the bitter swill the man had served him. He fumbled through the cabinets until he found coffee mugs. "Where's Keith?" Pam looked around the empty room, as if realizing where she was and not exactly sure how she got there. "Not here, obviously." "Obviously." Whaley returned with the coffee. There was something clutched in her hand, an old photograph of Spivey as a little boy, maybe 4 or 5. The edges were frayed and torn. White creases marred the image, but there he was, looking up at the camera with those big, goofy eyes of his teeth bared in a grin. Before Whaley could ask her about it, she said, "How much?" The words came out slow, stuck in the thick molasses of the drugs. "Do you know?" Whaley didn't hold back. He rattled it all off. What Carol White had told him at the Historical Society, Rory, everything Marston had said and done and showed him. He told her those things not because she had a right to know. He supposed on some level she did, but it was police business, and he tried not to lose sight of that. But because listening seemed to animate her, pull her back from the drug haze, and also because he needed to say it all aloud. He needed to hear it, somehow make it real. He told her everything. Slow at first, to be sure she could keep up, then faster as everything poured out. She nodded along at some parts, only stared for others, but she didn't seem to get lost, not once. Whaley didn't tell her about the fire, that Laura Dubin and Ted Hasler were dead, but he finished with what he'd seen in Geraldine Rote's will. The rules. The same rules written out on a board in that house for all to see upon entering, because as he spoke, as he worked this all out, on some level he realized how important they were. Pam drank the coffee as he spoke, seemed fascinated by the steam rising from the mug. When he finished, she clumsily set her cup down on the table beside her, next to the empty pill bottle. "It helps that you know about the rules," she said, her voice still garbled as if her tongue was swollen. "My dear old mom didn't bother to share those with me until the day I took her grandson out there to meet her. Then it was too late. Until then, I thought we were dealing with nothing but foolish kid bullshit. Glorified ghost stories meant to scare the piss out of each other. I wouldn't have taken him. God knows I wouldn't. Tokens of less than 16 years of age will be considered property. You mentioned something about that this morning at the deposition." Her head bobbed in a rough facsimile of a nod. Her eyes moved with it, but on a delay, as if her head moved faster than they could. "My dad, Lester, he died before I was born. It was just the two of us. And growing up out there, Geraldine never let me have friends visit. A couple snuck out over the years, but not many. She always said it was too dangerous. All the rocks, the current, fast-rising tide, and the damn sharks. Always with the sharks. She told me." Her voice trailed off, and her gaze drifted to the floor. "Pam." When she didn't respond, Whaley tapped her lightly on the cheek. Her skin was clammy. She looked first at him, then the mug on the table. "Maybe a little more." The mug was still half full, but Whaley went and got the pot anyway, topped it off. Pam picked up the coffee and brought it to her lips, tilted it just a little too much. Some dripped out the side of her mouth and down her chin. She managed about a quarter of the cup before setting it back on the table. She continued, her voice a little stronger. She told me once the water was a little warmer out there, and that brought in the fish, the sharks right behind them. Goddamn eating machines. She lost her train of thought for a moment, then grabbed it again like the end of a kite string fluttering away in the wind. She told me nobody, and I mean nobody, could come out ever. She didn't care about how that made people talk behind our backs. Didn't give a damn what other people thought, and why should she? Pam waved her hand around in a lazy circle. She never left that rock. Didn't have to hear it. I did, though, every day. I heard it in school. I heard it in the park. I heard it at the library and at the store. She might have been happy being a widowed hermit with Marston's minions shuttling groceries and the like to us, but I wasn't, and I sure as shit didn't want to be some teenage outcast, but that's what she made me. I hated her for that. Hated her. Didn't matter how good I did in school, I was always the freaky girl who lived out on a rock, the girl everyone loved to talk about. Whaley caught a glimpse of the photograph in her hand and realized it changed. How the hell that was possible he didn't know, but it had. It wasn't Spivey, not anymore. And he didn't recognize the face, not at first. He had to peel away the years, the leathered, sun-beaten skin, the abuse and stress. The hair was thicker because the boy in the picture was much younger than the man he knew, just a teenager. But he recognized the eyes. The photograph had changed from an image of Spivey to one of his father. He was standing on the bow of a boat, proudly holding up a large striped bass. Another man was standing next to him. Younger, too, but he hadn't changed as much. Whaley had no trouble identifying him. Ted Hasler. About the same age Billy was now, maybe a little younger. Did she know he was dead? Pam's fist closed around the picture. Teddy was nice to me, one of the only ones. He and I might have had something, but then he wised up and kept his distance. My mom turned me into social poison ivy. I begged her to move, pleaded, just sell it all and buy a house someplace normal. She wouldn't hear it, though. I didn't know that she couldn't. She wasn't allowed. Pam made loose air quotes when she said aloud. Goddamn rules. She turned to him, her eyes wide but not as dilated as before. Would you believe I had a full boat to UNH? Can you imagine? Whaley had known that. Ted Hasler had actually been the one to tell him. More years ago than he cared to remember, Whaley had just finished a shift and stopped in the Thirsty Moose to catch the end of the Red Sox game. He'd found Ted on one of the stools. He had some kind of argument with his wife, nothing serious from what Whaley could gather, but enough to keep him from going straight home after leaving his office. He was still in the smaller one down on South Street at that point. Saddle up, Ted had said, smacking the stool at his side. And Whaley had. An hour and a half later, it was the bottom of the eighth. The Sox were down bad, and that one beer had gone on to many. A mischievous, drunken grin found its way across Ted's face, and he leaned close. Hey, do you remember what Pam Spivey looked like back in the day? Back in high school? The Moose was a locals bar, and the owner knew where the butter on his bread came from, so he kept a collection of old yearbooks from Portsmouth High on a shelf behind the bar. Dozens of volumes dating back to the 50s. Ted reached over, plucked out 1988, and flipped to a photograph of Pam without much trouble. Whaley remembered thinking Ted Hasler knew exactly what page to go to. He didn't comb through alphabetically or check some kind of index. He turned to that page like someone who had been there many times before and remembered how to get back. When his thumb landed on her picture, there was a longing on his face, one he didn't bother to hide. She was quiet, didn't run with any particular social circle other than a handful of us, but she had a smile that went on for days. And these legs... He caught himself there, remembered who he was talking to, and dialed it back. She could turn ahead and give you whiplash, is what I'm trying to say. The smiling girl in that photo looked nothing like the woman Whaley knew. He'd never seen Pam Spivey smile, not a real one. Never heard her laugh. She looked 40 years older than the girl in the yearbook, even though less than half that time had passed since the picture was taken. Ted Hasler rolled his thumb over her black and white chin. The years stack up behind your choices, Chief. One day you might find yourself at a crossroad. Take a minute and think hard about which way you go before that next step. Some streets are like rivers, only flow one way. There's no going back. Whaley had known there'd been something between the two of them around junior or senior year. Until that moment, he'd chalked it up to some forgotten high school fling. But the look in Ted's eyes, drunk or not, made it clear he still held a torch for her. "Water under the bridge," Ted had said, closing the yearbook. "Wade into the water, Chief." The memory of Marston's voice brought Whaley back, and he found himself standing in the Spivey living room, Pam in her recliner. She looked like she was completing her own stroll down memory lane. She cleared her throat, and her gaze fell to the empty pill bottle. "Full boat to UNH, and Mom, Geraldine, didn't want to hear any part of it. She shot the idea down as soon as I dropped the envelope on the dinner table. Turned what I thought was one hell of an announcement into the argument to end all arguments. She said I couldn't go off to school. Said there was plenty of money and no reason. I wouldn't have to work. Didn't have to worry about none of that. She didn't get why I wanted to leave. Didn't understand how much I wanted to get away from the whispers behind my back and just start somewhere new. This wasn't about money or security. When I tried to tell her that, she shut me down. Even threatened to pull me from high school and make me finish up my last few years with a tutor on the island. I felt like a damn prisoner. On some level, I think I hoped Teddy would save me, get me out of there. But he walked away instead. If Keith hadn't come around, I don't know what I would have done. He was a..." She drifted again, searching for the right words. "A knight in dented armor. He's always meant well, I suppose." She turned the photograph back over, and Whaley expected to see Keith, but it was Spivey again, same as before. Had he imagined it? No, he saw what he saw. "Why didn't you just leave?" Whaley asked, trying to shake it off. "Run away and go to college. You had a scholarship, so you didn't need your mom's money, right?" Pam huffed. "Oh, I tried right after I finished high school. Geraldine and me had ourselves another scream fest, and I packed a bag, got in Keith's boat, and we motored off without looking back. Little good that did me. We got about halfway across the harbor when I felt the house pulling at me. It was downright painful when I stepped off the boat onto the dock. And when we got in Keith's car and drove off, we didn't even make it halfway across the bridge into Portsmouth before I was screaming for him to stop and turn back around. None of that had ever happened before, not when I went shopping or went off to school. Those times the house knew I was coming back, so it let me go, allowed me that time away. Running, though, that was different. Couldn't let that happen. Couldn't let me go. Anyone under 16 who goes out there is considered property. That's in the rules. But when you're born out there, like I was, you're a different kind of token. You're his from the get-go." Chapter 28. Spivey recovered, but he was visibly shaken, and he'd gotten worse each time we heard that sound upstairs. That was a good thing. It meant he wasn't altogether gone. If I made a play for the gun, there was a chance I could count on him to back me up. I wanted him to give me a sign, drop some word or phrase that would confirm that was the case. But if he did, I didn't catch it. He pinched his eyes shut for a moment and did his best to shake it off. I could tell he couldn't, and then he went on, doing his best to mask the quiver in his voice. "The pictures change," he said. "We think it has something to do with whoever is standing here. You might see something different if you were standing here alone, something else if Kira were with you instead of me, that sort of thing. The house seems to know I'm the current caretaker, and it shows me the most. Same with anyone standing here with me." To prove his point, he stepped away, back toward the living room. My eyes followed him, if only for a second, but when I turned back to the wall, only about half the photographs of people were still the same. The others had somehow morphed into landscape shots. Another showed Annabelle from a distance climbing a tall gray wave surrounded by churning surf. From behind me, somewhere in the gloom of the other room, Spivey spoke loud enough to be heard over the storm. "All of us had been out here at some point as children. Tokens under 16. It's had us ever since, we just didn't know it. Some of our parents, too. And thanks to those stupid parties, a bunch of our friends." "The parties were necessary," Alicia broke in. "We needed more. He needed more." "Food for Emerson," Chloe said. "Emerson had to be fed." "To save Spivey," Alicia corrected her. "This isn't all about Emerson." "That's not all of it," Kira countered, and I wanted to see her but couldn't. "If you're going to tell him the truth, tell him all the truth." Alicia said, "We give Emerson what he wants, and he gives us something in return. Something glorious." "Glorious," Maddie huffed. "Fuck that. We get rich, bro. Never want for money or anything else. Marston said we'd all be set for life, not just Spivey. And not a regular life, a long-ass life. Like we live on forever kind of life." "And you believe him?" "You don't? I knew you wouldn't." Maddie shot back, then grunted. "That's why we kept you out of it. You're fucking clueless. Everything you've seen and you still don't get it." He paused for a second, and I could picture him shaking his head in the dark. "Our folks made a deal of their own when they were our age. Not as sweet as ours, but they made one. Their folks before them. Someone else before them. Why do you think they've all done so well with their lives? Think their MFAs got it done? Smart business sense? Hell no. They all sat right here in this house and had themselves a good talking to with Marston about Emerson and came to an agreement. A little give and take. We pulled one better, though. When our turn came, we brought in a ringer to negotiate on our behalf." "A ringer?" "Alicia's mom," Maddie replied. She'd been there, done that, understood where her little group had gone wrong, spent nearly her entire life going over all the details, then stepped up when it was time for her little girl and the rest of us to take a turn. She worked out a sweetheart deal. We finished this and we're all set, not just Spivey. From somewhere in the dark came Izzy's voice, timid and thin. "We'll never be sick, never grow old. We'll want for nothing." "My mother spent a lifetime preparing," Alicia said. "She dedicated every spare second learning all there was to know about Emerson, this place, those who came before. She determined what was necessary to capture Emerson's gift. When she learned it was too late for her, she taught me, gave me a road map, instructions." "All of Project Poltergeist," Chloe chimed in. "All our preparation, everything has led to tonight. What is to come? It's all ours for the taking," Alicia said. "Only one final step remains." Upstairs came the thump again. Lily's cry, then quiet, And I knew. Lily Dwyer, 15 years old, probably a virgin, the token of all tokens, Benny's hole in the basement. They'd bury that poor girl down there with all the other dead things. Matty said something else, but I couldn't hear him over the buzzing growing in my ears, the blood and adrenaline rushing through my body, my heart pounding to keep up. My brain was on overdrive, and it spat out another thought, one even worse than the others. Spivey had said they'd all been out to the island at some point when they were kids, under 16. That's how they became food for Emerson, and the house had pictures to back that up. They were all up on the wall, all but one. There wasn't a single photograph of me. I'd never been out to Wood Island, not with my folks, not with my friends, not until Spivey inherited it. What exactly did that make me? What was I to Emerson? Then something else clicked. I remembered what Alicia had said in the basement when she'd mixed up everything in her bowl, when she'd cast that first spell. It is those of us who willingly volunteer who welcome you most. My dad had often told me the true meaning of a legal document wasn't necessarily in what was written. Sometimes what wasn't written was equally important. Sometimes more. The implied. The words between the text. Geraldine's will said, tokens of less than 16 years of age will be considered property. It didn't specifically rule out those over 16, only claimed those under were property by default. What did that mean for people over 16 who came out here? Who came out here willingly? That was what I had done, right? Maybe not this last time, but all the others. I wasn't forced. I'd come out because I was asked. Some might say I'd volunteered. It is those of us who willingly volunteer who welcome you most. If the others were all tokens, what exactly would Emerson give for something, someone, he could not take on his own? From deep in the dark, from his spot on the couch next to Kira, I heard Matty click back the hammer on the gun. Now he's getting it. It's time we go downstairs, Alicia whispered. I tried to run. I bolted past Spivey toward the door, but Matty was faster. How the hell he got off that couch and over to me so quickly I'll never understand, but he did. He slammed into me with the full weight of his body. The air left my chest and my head cracked hard against the wall. If not for the previous hit, I might have recovered fast enough to fight back, but my head struck in nearly the same spot Matty had hit me with the gun. My vision clouded and the world tilted. I caught a glimpse of Matty raising a balled fist and Kira screaming out, "Don't hit him!" Chapter 29. Whaley could only listen as Pam continued. Keith and I fully intended to run off to Boston that first night, further the next, maybe all the way to California, but we never made it off Newcastle. We tried a bunch of times, but I got so sick I thought I'd die. Outside, the storm raged. The Spivey house creaked against the wind. The wood frame rattled like old bones. The rain was hypnotic, and Whaley forced his mind to block it all out and focus on Pam's voice. She paused only long enough to string her next thought together, grab the words out from behind her drug-induced haze. I was 18 at that point, absolutely hated my mother, and had no intention of talking to her again. As far as I was concerned, she was no longer my mother. I blamed her. I suppose if I had gone back, she might have told me what was happening, maybe thought me old enough to hear the truth. But I didn't go back, and that conversation never happened. I just felt terribly sick all the time and didn't understand why. I knew it got worse the further away I went, but I didn't understand that either. I wanted to leave, and I couldn't. I understood that much. Ultimately, I moved in here with Keith, and most of the sickness faded. I suppose that place realized I was close and loosened its grip. I made it a habit to visit the Commons and look out at Wood Island a few times a week. And that somehow made me feel better, too. I fell into that, like being close with some kind of treatment. Then life happened. I made no attempt to contact Geraldine, and she didn't contact me. She knew where to find me. I let it go at that. Days turned into weeks and months, then years. Although Pam's hands trembled, she reached for the coffee mug on her own this time and drank. When she returned it to the table, her limbs still seemed weighted down, but she became slightly more animated as she spoke. Her fingers played over the edges of the photograph. Whaley wanted her to flip it over, wanted to see, but she didn't. David being born was a turning point for me, Pam continued. I was young, only 20. Maybe it was hormones or just 'cause some time had gone by. But I wanted my mother to be part of things, to see her grandson. 2 years had slipped away. I guess that softened the hate. Keith had been pushing me to try and patch things. So one Sunday I bundled baby David up. We got in Keith's boat and motored across the harbor. Pam smiled and looked down at the back of the photograph, at her empty arms. David was so small, but he was everything to me. I remember singing to him on the trip out, feeling like some horrible weight was coming off, lifting with each inch closer to that place. The sun was out, the weather was beautiful, the goddamn birds were singing like a fucking Disney movie. When we motored up to the dock and tied down, I just knew everything would be okay. Pam fell silent. Her eyes went moist with tears, and she wiped them away on the sleeve of her sweater. We found Geraldine around the side of the house in her garden. When she first saw me, she was smiling too. Then she saw the bundle in my arms, saw David's tiny hand and fingers poke out and reach for my face, and she went pale. She'd been holding a potato, just dug it out, and I remember her grip opening and that potato falling to the ground. Her mouth dropped with it. At first, nothing came out. Then there was this scream, the most horrific, gut-wrenching, like someone just cut off her hand scream, and she pointed. She pointed at little David, my little Spivey. Go, leave, no! She shrieked it out over and over, chased us back to Keith's boat, repeating those words, kept screaming as we motored away. We were gone and halfway across the harbor back to Newcastle, and I wasn't sure it happened at all. It couldn't have been real, but it was. Didn't see her again for 8 years. She came here, no invite, no nothing, just showed up. And that's when she told us, explained everything. Thanksgiving, Whaley muttered. David told you? He nodded. The day Geraldine died and I went to get him at school. Pam thumbed the edge of the photograph. Whaley only caught a glimpse, but it had changed again. No longer Spivey, no longer Keith. He only saw the fender of a car and part of a leg. Someone sitting on the hood before her hand covered it back up. Whaley wanted to snatch the picture and turn it over, but the voice in the back of his head told him if he did that, the new image would be gone and only Spivey would be there. He cleared his throat. What exactly is Emerson? Pam shrugged loosely. Fuck if I know. Goddamn devil. Death. He infected that island a long time ago. The house. Makes promises others have to keep. He's a disease on that place. Her eyes grew wide and her face filled with a mix of awe and fright. That island, the house, that place, it will give you whatever you want. Whatever you want. Money, fame, love, friendship, health. But it also takes. It's not shy about carving out its pound of flesh in return. It's like there's a scale, and if Emerson gives you something, something of equal value must be given to him in return. But he's He's hungry. He thrives on what you give him, wants to eat, has to eat, but can't. Just eat. Do you understand? In order for him to eat, he has to give you something first. What he receives must be in return, never the other way around. So he offers, he tempts, he takes. Emerson must not famish. Whaley tried to wrap his head around this. But Emerson is not Marston. Marston is not Emerson. They're not the same. She shook her head. No, Emerson is a thing, an it. Marston is the asshole holding Emerson's leash. That's who he is. A leech. Best I've been able to figure out is his family latched on to whatever Emerson is generations ago and haven't let go. They kept one foot in the real world, the other on the back of whoever owns the island, and survive on the scraps. The caretaker. That's what Geraldine's will called it, with Marston as the caretaker's personal representative. This time when Pam reached over to the table, she didn't pick up the coffee mug, but instead wrapped her hand around the empty pill bottle and looked inside as if hoping she'd missed 1 or 10. When none magically appeared, she tossed the empty bottle across the room. It skittered over the hardwood floor and under the couch. Then she spotted one, a lone pink pill in the corner of the table. She scooped it up, popped it in her mouth, and swallowed before Whaley could stop her. The change in her was almost instant. Her entire body went limp, and the muscles of her face seemed to melt. 5 minutes on that island was all it took. It laid claim to my son. Already had me and my mother. Took my dad and my grandparents and who knows how many others before. But that wasn't enough. Had to have Spivey, too. I didn't want to believe Geraldine when she told me that part. I even denied it when Spivey first got sick. Told myself it was a coincidence. Then Marston started coming around and I knew. She looked up at him. He gave Spivey a ride home from school once about 2 years ago. Did he tell you that? Whaley shook his head. 2 years ago, September. He usually rode with Billy Hasler, but Billy had the flu or something and stayed home sick. Marston's got this old Jag, black. I remember hearing it in the driveway, this slow rumble, and I looked out the window. They sat there for about 5 minutes, then Spivey got out and Marston drove off. He wouldn't tell me what they talked about, but I knew. Emerson had cashed in his chip, and Marston was there to deliver the news. The next night you know. Pam OD'd. Fentanyl with a Jack Daniels chaser. But that didn't make sense. Wait, 2 years ago? Spivey's known about all this for 2 years? Oh, I think Spivey's known something from the first moment he got sick. He's no different than me when I tried to leave. The cancer's eating him from the inside out. He steps away, it gets worse. Out there, he's just fine. Why do you think Marston said they need to draw his blood while he's on the island? He's right as rain as long as he's in that goddamn house. That's the special treatment he mentioned this morning in court. Sooner or later, it will use him up like it does everyone else. Or maybe he'll just get fed up, wander into Henry's one day like Geraldine did, and drop dead when it all comes rushing back. Her eyes went wide and she glared at him. You'll find him back out on that rock after that. I bet Geraldine's already out there. The two of them will keep a spot warm for me, too. Nobody dies on that island, but that doesn't mean they don't come home. In the end, we all come home. In the end, that's all we can do. Pam's hand went back to the table, to the place where the pill bottle had been, and her fist closed on empty air. This isn't right. Her body tensed. What isn't? That last pill hit her hard. pushed her over some kind of edge. She looked around, a frantic gleam cracked into her eyes as if she just snapped awake. "This is all wrong, all of it. I don't want to be awake," she told him. "Not for what comes next." What comes next? She'd been lucid only a moment earlier, but now her eyes glazed over and her face went slack. Pam looked around the empty house again. Her finger twitched on the edge of the photograph. "They're all dead as me. He gave 'em a taste and they'll want more. That's where it starts and how it ends, always." Her head lolled toward Whaley. "It got its grip in you, too. I can smell it on you. You saw it without its mask on, and now it wants you bad." She realized something, and it jolted her awake, if only for a second. "It got Teddy, didn't it?" There was no reason to lie to her. Whaley nodded. Her eyes filled with tears and fell away from him. Whaley gave her a moment, then told her what happened. Pam's face grew tight at the mention of Laura Dubin, filled with harsh lines. As he spoke, her head slowly shook back and forth. "Greedy, selfish bitch. Even when we were kids, when we started piecing things together, she never considered the consequences. I swear to this day she knows more about what was happening out there than I did and played dumb. We all thought we were figuring things out as a group, but that wasn't the case at all. She was always one step ahead, steering the ship. The first time Teddy and Keith came out, it had been her idea. We were all 14. She knew what it meant, I'm sure of that, but she didn't tell anyone. Teddy and I talked about it once, years later. He said she was all nonchalant about it. Let's go see Pam. We'll sneak by Geraldine. It'll be fun. Like some Friday night casual social call. But she knew. She condemned the three of them with that trip. On purpose. That was her snuggling up with Emerson like some girl's flirt. Making good on a promise. Every time she came out, she was laying groundwork. The rest of us were clueless at the start, and by the time we figured out enough of it and I got the good sense to keep her away, it was too late. That Thanksgiving, when Geraldine and I had our little talk, I told her about Laura Dubin, Teddy, and Keith coming out, and I swear she nearly stopped breathing. She explained about the caretaker. How only the caretaker benefited from whatever Emerson had to offer. Said what Laura Dubin was trying was pointless, would never work. So you know what Laura did? Pam looked at Whaley with glassy eyes. She got her daughter to get her nails dug in nice and deep in my boy. She's collecting from Emerson by proxy. She's a bottom feeder just like her mother. Fire, you said? That's how she did it? Whaley nodded. She always fancied herself a witch. I'm surprised she didn't tie herself to a stake before dropping the match. God only knows what thoughts she's been whispering into her daughter's ear all these years. Whaley kept thinking about his wife Mary at home, that cough of hers. The cough that was probably nothing but might be something. Marston hadn't brought it up just to rattle him. He'd been making an offer. You stop scratching my back, and I'll scratch yours. He couldn't make that offer, though, could he? If what Pam had told him was true, Spivey would need to... Stop. He couldn't let his mind go there. Couldn't let those thoughts creep into his head. Because if Mary was sick, and this Emerson thing could change that, it would want something in return, and he couldn't live with that. He couldn't. Stop. Just stop, damn it. Whaley raked his hair and forced himself to keep focused. How do we stop all this? This brought on a sour laugh. You don't stop it. You don't end it or even interrupt it. It just is. It was long before we all found it, and it will be long after we're all buried out there under the sand and dirt when it calls us home. Best you can hope for is it chokes on your soul when it eventually swallows. Her words were slurred again. She was drifting off, or maybe something worse. I normally take 6, sometimes 8, when I'm tucked in for the night. 4 ain't nothing but an appetizer with the kind of practice I got under my belt. She had 5, and maybe she lied about the rest. Her eyes rolled up into her head and went white. Whaley gently smacked her cheek with the palm of his hand again. "Pam, where's Keith?" "I don't want to be awake," she muttered, then repeated. "Not for what comes next." He slapped her again, a little harder. "Pam, I need to know where Keith is." Her eyes opened lazily, thin slits. "Keith went to make a trade. The silly fuck thinks he can make some kind of switcheroo. Her for Spivey. It'll just take 'em both, though. Gobble 'em right up. Emerson don't care about her." When Pam said her head bobbed toward the closed door of the back bedroom, an addition Keith had added to the house years ago meant to be a guest room, but in reality became a catch-all for random clutter. Whaley quickly crossed the living room and opened the door, watched it swing open into the room. His eyes locked on a twin bed surrounded by boxes. The bed was empty. 2 ropes were tied to the headboard, 2 more at the foot. A half-eaten sandwich was on a paper plate on the floor. There was a bucket, too, and Whaley didn't have to look to know what was inside. He could tell from the smell. Lily Dwyer had been in there, in that very room. "Where did he take her, Pam?" When she didn't answer, he turned back around and asked her again, louder this time. He had no idea where Pam had gotten the gun. He'd looked for it when he first got there, and she hadn't been holding it. He'd studied every inch of the room. It hadn't been there, but she had it now. Pam Spivey had a .22 pressed against her forehead, her fingers squeezing the grip tight enough to turn them white. The word came out of her as nothing more than garbled mess, but it was enough. Whaley understood. "I'll see you out there, Chief. We all go home." The shot was nothing more than a pop. The recoil sent her hand jumping back, the gun clattering to the floor. Her head dropped to the side, all of it over in under a second. Whaley hadn't moved, and he'd spend the rest of this short life wondering if he could have gotten to her if he'd tried. 4 or 5 steps at the most, but he hadn't taken one. He'd froze. He remained frozen. Even in that moment, he couldn't bring himself to go to her. He'd caught a glimpse of the photograph as it slipped from her hand and fell to the floor, and that image had stopped him in his tracks. The car was a '65 Mustang convertible, white with red trim, chrome polished to a high glint under the sun. Sitting on the hood, a big shit-eating grin on his face, was a boy around 12, maybe 13. Whaley knew that car. He knew that boy. He also knew the picture couldn't possibly exist. Chapter 30. When I came back around, we were in the basement. The scent of rot was so thick I could taste it. The air was heavy and moist and so filled with death that I wouldn't have been surprised to open my eyes and find myself sealed in the Vaughn family tomb out at Point of Grave Cemetery, or in a pine box buried under a blanket of dirt with nothing but my own bloody scratch marks and stale breath as company. The others were oily shadows as they moved around. Candles burned, but like upstairs, the flames were no match for the dark. Just thin pricks of pale orange light fluttering on still, lifeless air heavy with slow-moving dust. My chin was planted firmly against my chest, and when I finally willed my head to lift, my shirt stuck to my skin for a second before falling away. They'd propped me up in the chair next to the furnace and secured my hands and feet to the frame with duct tape. Another piece of tape covered my mouth, and when I tried to breathe, the globs of snot in my nose kept all but the thinnest trickle of air from getting through. I needed more. I sucked in hard and nearly choked on whatever caught in my throat. You need to take the tape off his mouth. He can barely breathe, Kira said from somewhere in the dark. What if he throws up or something? That could kill him. Maddie's face appeared in the gloom, an inch from mine. He placed a hand under my chin and lifted my head so my eyes met his. Tape stays on. Kira's right. It's not like anyone can hear us down here. This came from Izzy. I couldn't see her, but she sounded close. My eyes felt heavy, didn't want to stay open. They were nothing but slits when I caught a bright flash to my left. I forced them back open and glimpsed Alicia lighting another candle. We don't need him shouting out random bullshit during the spell. Keep his mouth covered. Can I hit him again if he tries? Maddie beamed. That was fun. You're a fucking Neanderthal, Kira muttered. Maddie's large shadow crossed in front of me. He flexed his arm. You know it. That's why you love me. You wish. We don't want him dying yet, so no more hitting. Alicia interrupted, her voice flat. She'd moved off to the other side. I couldn't see her anymore. Someone keep an eye on him. If he yaks, yank the tape off so he can spit it out, then put it back on. Ew, Chloe groaned. Not it. Me either, Izzy echoed. Their voices moved all around me. I had trouble getting a fix on any of them. I felt like I was wading through the thick muck of a dream. He's not going to throw up, Kira again, right next to me now. I'll watch him. She gently stroked my cheek with her palm. Wake up, baby. We don't want him dying yet. That's what Alicia said. Yet. My head lolled to the right. That's when I saw Benny's hole a few feet away. The shovel was still there, along with several empty buckets, but the hole itself had been filled in. There was no mistaking where it had been. The packed mound next to the shovel made that very clear. Lily. Poor Lily. The furnace burnt to my left. The door over the pilot light was partially open, the blue flame dancing, casting off a god-awful heat far more intense than it should have been. A half-empty box of matches sat just below the pilot light's small door on a metal ledge. Discarded matches and several empty boxes littered the ground. The rest of the basement was dark. Candles were burning everywhere, but it was like the basement fed on the light, gobbled it up before it could spread. Maddie reappeared in front of me, barely a shadow. He lowered the gun to his side and cleared his throat. Before you say anything, I want you to hear me out. I know you. You're a moral Boy Scout, always have been, and every part of you is probably screaming right now, telling you we're doing something horrible, you've got to stop us, you need to end it, blah, blah, blah. Put all that aside and just listen. Can you do that? I only looked at him. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of any kind of acknowledgement. Not while he had me taped to a goddamn chair. How could I say anything with my mouth sealed up? Maddie didn't seem to care. He leaned closer. I can tell you, without a doubt, there is life after death. We've proven that. You don't have to believe me. You'll see soon enough. It's real. Project Poltergeist worked. Not only did we figure out how to open that door, we figured out how to close it, and... He let that last word hang. He chewed on it a second. We figured out how to move through it. We never would have cracked that nut without Alicia and her mom. Especially her mom. Without her, we'd still be fumbling around in the dark. This place has always been powerful, but a battery is useless by itself. You need to attach it to something, harness that power. Alicia's mom taught us how to do that. She taught us that and so much more. I turned away from him and glared down at Benny's hole. I could picture Lily down there, eyes wide, her face frozen in a terrified scream, mouth filled with dirt. Maddie reached for my chin again and turned my head back toward him. I don't know what's going through your head, but you might want to rein it in. You're looking sick. He probably has a concussion. Kira stroked the side of my face. Can I give him some more water? Or maybe some food? Behind him, Alicia came into focus. She was busy lighting candles around the pentagram in the middle of the basement floor. Whatever was at the center was covered with a black cloth. "He doesn't need anything. This will all be over soon enough." A grin spread across Maddie's face. "Show him what you showed me yesterday?" Alicia paused. "What, this?" She held her hand out a few inches from her chest, fingers splayed straight, then slowly lifted her hand higher. The room grew brighter. Either the gloom relented or the candle flames somehow burned more intense, but the entire basement became brighter, like she had adjusted some invisible dimmer switch. The pentagram came into focus. Chloe and Izzy were both sitting where they had the last time I'd been down here. Maddie crossed to the back of the room and leaned up against the concrete wall of the cistern. I spotted Spivey, sitting about halfway up the steps, cradling his guitar. His fingers slipped over the strings, but there was no sound. "Not that," Maddie replied, unimpressed. "The other thing." Alicia dropped her hand, lit another candle, and sighed. "Seriously? Why do we need to prove anything to him? I want him to see what he's missing, that's why. Real fast. It will just take a second." She lit the final candle on the pentagram, shook out the match, and tossed it against the wall behind the furnace. "Okay, but only for a second." Maddie beamed at me. "Wait till you see. This shit is crazy." Alicia kicked off her tennis shoes and dug her toes into the dirt, kneaded them until her bare feet were buried nearly to her ankles. Then she closed her eyes and drew in a deep breath. She began mumbling something, her voice so low I couldn't make out the words. I'm not sure it was even English. An icy breeze slipped across my cheek, and the dust in the room stirred. The basement had no windows, so I knew the wind wasn't coming from outside. But even then, after all I'd seen, my mind searched for some logical explanation, at odds with the other half of my brain, which knew there wasn't one. The candle flames leaned, and at first I thought it was the wind bending them, sending them nearly horizontal. But if that were the case, they'd all be leaning in the same direction. They were not. Instead, the tips of each flame bent toward Alicia, seemed to reach for her. And that's when the impossible happened. At first, I thought Alicia had simply pulled her feet out from under the dirt. Then I realized that wasn't the case at all. Her feet had risen out of the dirt along with the rest of her. Her entire body rose. In those first seconds, it was barely perceptible. She might have been pushing up off the floor, standing on her toes, some trick or weird angle making it appear she was rising. But then her feet weren't on the ground at all. There was half an inch between her toes and the dirt, then an inch, then two. I watched in awe as Alicia drifted gently higher, her lips still moving, her face marred in concentration. 6 inches, 12, 2 feet, 3. When it became clear her head was about to hit the rafters above, her body began to tilt. Her head and upper torso rolled toward us, her feet away. She kept her arms pinned at her sides until she leveled off. Alicia Dubin was floating. "There's no wires," Maddie whispered. "No mirrors, no bullshit hocus pocus. She's really doing that." "And it's not easy," Alicia said loud enough for us to hear. "So I'm coming back down, but I want to try something first." Her face twisted in deep concentration, and she drifted lower, came down about halfway, then she pulled her legs up, tucked her knees tight against her chest, and did a complete somersault like an astronaut in zero gravity. When she righted herself, she stretched her legs out straight and gently settled to the ground. Alicia eyed her shoes, must have decided she didn't need them, and kicked them off to the side. "Oh, man, that was even better than last time." Maddie looked back at me. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" From their places on the ground, Chloe and Izzy both stared up at her in complete awe. Chloe's mouth fell open, and she gripped Izzy's arm. Up on the steps, several notes floated out from Spivey's guitar. "Wow," Kira said in a hushed tone. She was still standing beside me with one hand on my shoulder. Alicia was smiling. She tilted her head, curtsied, and rolled her hand through the air. Ta-da! You need to teach me that, Maddie said. Me too, Chloe added. Alicia looked down at her wrist again, at the watch that wasn't there. If we don't get moving, none of us will be doing anything. Who's got the rag? I do. From the side pocket of her jeans, Chloe pulled out a stained rag. The rag I'd used to stem the bleeding from that big splinter a few weeks back. The one I caught on the railing coming down here. Alicia took it from her and sniffed. It should work, but it's not fresh. I'm not sure I want to take chances. She looked up at Spivey on the steps. Is that steak knife still down here somewhere? Chapter 31. Whaley didn't know how long he stood there, unmoving, a thick lump growing in his throat that was unwilling to clear, even when he remembered to swallow. The house had grown inexplicably quiet following the gunshot. No steady tick of clocks, no hum from the refrigerator, no pop or gentle click as the wood frame settled in place, as old houses were wont to do. Whaley heard nothing but the wind outside and the rain beating down on the metal roof like fistfuls of gravel tossed from the heavens. He heard nothing but a gentle sigh as the last bit of air exited Pam Spivey's body, and she slumped in that chair for the last time. Or maybe that sigh had come from him. He wasn't sure. He couldn't feel his fingers or toes or anything else. His body felt as foreign to him as the gun on the floor. The thin wisp of smoke rising up from the barrel filled the room with a metallic sulfur odor. He hadn't moved. Not because witnessing Pam's suicide had paralyzed him, as horrible as that was, but because his gaze was locked on the photograph, his mind struggling to make the least bit of sense from it. The boy. The car. Whaley felt a pain in his chest, a tightening in his lungs, and he forced himself to breathe in deep. A long, full gasp of air in through his mouth. He held it for a moment, then let it out through his nose. Forced his body to relax, even though it wanted to do anything but that. His body wanted to shut down, have no part in all this. He forced another breath, another after that, and when he felt able, he crossed the room on shaky legs. He expected the photograph to change before he could reach it, knew it would, and that was why he didn't blink, didn't dare look away. Even when thunder struck outside, rumbled the entire house, caused his heart to skip, he didn't look away. As he edged closer, he stared even when his eyes began to burn. When his fingers gripped it by the frayed edge, lifted it from the floor, he didn't look away. Couldn't. He'd never seen the car, not in real life. His father had only told him about it. The '65 Mustang convertible he'd bought used from a dealer in Kennebunkport in '71, painfully restored, then had to sell when his wife, Whaley's mother, got pregnant with their first. Nor did he remember much about his brother. He'd died at 10 of cystic fibrosis when Whaley was 4. Whaley had known both of those things only in photographs and stories. Sometimes he'd catch his father looking at old Mustangs in magazines and lamenting. He'd slide his finger over the lines, trace the edges and curves. Sometimes minutes would slip away and he'd get lost in the memories. When he snapped back, it would always be with a hint of guilt in his glum expression, and he'd tell whoever was willing to listen they'd needed the money back then far more than they needed the car. He'd say he didn't regret selling it, not in the least, and it was painfully obvious the only person he could never fully convince was himself. Photographs of Whaley's brother were all over their modest home. He'd been their first child, and his mother hadn't been shy with the camera. She settled down when Whaley came along. The photos of Whaley's brother probably outnumbered his at least 3-1. Growing up, you couldn't turn in their house without his smiling face looking back at you from the wall or the mantel or some tabletop. It was his brother's crooked front teeth Whaley remembered most. He'd see those pictures, and a single thought would always surface. I sure as shit hope my teeth don't do that. And they didn't. If Whaley's brother had lived to become a teenager, he no doubt would have worn braces. As Whaley lifted the photograph from the side of Pam's chair and brought it closer to his face, the tremble in his fingers grew until the paper fluttered enough to make noise. He had no doubt the boy in the picture was his brother. He knew that wasn't possible, because this boy was at least 2 or 3 years older than his brother had been when he died. But there was no mistaking his teeth. The eyes were the same, too. His hair, even the freckles across the bridge of his nose. He was sitting on the hood of his father's old car. The car that had been sold and gone before he'd been born. Those two things had never met, yet here they were. Not just that. Although blurry, Whaley could make out their old house on Campbell's Lane in the background. His mother's rose bushes near the front door. Roses she hadn't planted until at least 5 years after her firstborn had passed. She'd often referred to them as her remembrance garden. Whaley didn't want to understand what he was looking at, but he was beginning to. He couldn't help but wonder if his dad had taken his brother out to Wood Island at some point. Maybe his mother, too. Some family outing. His dad told him once Benny had loved to fish. "Chief, you there?" Sandy Lomax. His eyes still glued to the photo, Whaley reached for the microphone clipped to his shoulder. "Go ahead." "I got a call from Marisa Bradley out on River Road. She reported a truck parked behind Piscataqua Cafe that's not supposed to be there. Red Ford pickup. It sounds like it might be Keith Spivey." Shit, Billy's boat. He knew about Billy's boat. "The Hasler kids got an old rescue craft docked out back there. I asked Mundy to chain it up. Do you know if he did?" "I have no clue, Chief. I've been a little busy. I haven't been able to raise Mundy. Find time for him to vanish." Sandy was one of the most even-tempered people he knew. It took a lot to rattle her. She was clearly rattled. Her voice trembled as much as his hand, and her tone was filled with frustration. "Mundy, if you're in earshot, please respond." The two of them went quiet for a long moment, but there was nothing but the crackle of static. When half a minute slipped by, Whaley pressed his transmit button again. "It's all right, Sandy. I'm not far. I'll go." He eyed the back bedroom, then turned to Pam. He wanted to believe she was finally at rest, but her last words told him otherwise. "I'll see you out there, Chief. We all come home." "I'm securing the Spivey house. We have a—" He almost said suicide and caught himself. He couldn't mention Pam's death specifically, not on an open channel. "We got a 1056. Glancing back at the back bedroom, the ropes on the bed, the bucket, he added, "Something else, too. Not sure what to make of it." He expected her to ask if it was Pam, but she didn't. On some level, she probably saw it coming. Anyone who knew Pam would have. "Understood. Call the Stadies. We're spread too thin. We need some help." "Yes, sir." There was relief in her voice at that one, if only a little. Not for Whaley, though. Her words triggered another memory. The driver of Marston's car. The voice he recognized, if only vaguely. Who could blame him? He'd only been 4 the last time he'd heard that voice. Breathing fast, not quite gasping, Whaley again looked at the picture, this time hoping it would change to anything else, but it did not. If anything, the lines grew slightly more defined. The blur came into its own, and the house he could barely make out a moment ago was now in focus. Benny's smiling face looked out at him from his perch on the car, and he'd be damned if his brother's leg didn't move. Not much, just a twitch, but he saw it. He knew he did. Whaley swallowed. "We'll get through this, Sandy. Hang in there." He forgot to press transmit when he said that last part, and much like his father talking about the Mustang, those words were meant to soothe himself as much as they were meant to soothe her. He stuffed the photograph of Benny in his pocket and bolted from the house into the storm, twisting the lock and yanking the door shut behind him. Chapter 32. As Whaley skidded through the turn from Portsmouth Avenue to River Road, frothy waves crashed against the jagged shore on his right, sending spray up and over his SUV. The tide was in, abnormally high, and by the look of the night sky, things would only get worse. Engorged black storm clouds rolled with the wind, ugly and dark, twisting and shoving as if the sky wasn't large enough to hold them and the space would go to whoever came out strongest. Nature's version of a prison yard fight, scrappy, vengeful, and fueled by relentless rage. He could only recall 3 times when River Road had washed out and flooded, and he was certain that tonight would be the 4th. The rain came at him sideways, and even with the wiper blades running on high, he could barely see where he was going. A frightened deer bolted out in front of him, and if he hadn't slowed when his right front wheel dropped in a flooded pothole a moment earlier, he certainly would have clipped it, and that might have been enough to send him over the edge into the water. That sent a jolt of terror through his body. But oddly, it wasn't fear of losing his own life that rushed through his mind, but thoughts of the photograph in his pocket. Would it survive those frigid waters? Could he hold on to it, or would it wash away? If he lived and it was lost, could he survive that? Ridiculous, he knew that, but there it was. That photograph wasn't just a picture, it was a link to his brother. Not paper, but a living, breathing thing, and he had no intention of losing him again. Twice while driving, he had hazarded a glance at the image, taking the picture from his pocket and pinching it against the steering wheel as he drove. Each time the picture had changed. Not much, but enough. The first time the image had zoomed in on his brother's face, the car and house no longer visible, and his brother's smile had intensified. It was like he was happy to see him, knew they'd somehow be reunited soon, and his brother was bubbling over with the thought. Benny had looked younger in that one, closer to the age he'd been when he died, the way Whaley remembered him from all those other pictures. Whaley had quickly shoved the photograph back in his pocket, because he'd been excited, too. The second time he'd taken the photo out, the picture had zoomed back out, and Benny wasn't alone with the car. Whaley's father was standing there next to him, one arm around Benny's small shoulders, the other hand holding up a large striped bass, the hook and line still hanging from its mouth. His father had been dead for 23 years now. The photograph had gone back into his pocket, but both images were right there every time Whaley blinked. He wanted to take it out again, but didn't dare. Whaley slowed as he passed Oliver Street and the Piscataqua Cafe came into view, illuminated only by the occasional strike of lightning and the red and blue flash of his strobes. The power had gone out at some point. He hadn't noticed exactly when, but all the houses and streetlights on River were dark. Keith Spivey's red Ford was parked haphazardly at the corner of the building, the ass end sticking into the street. The passenger door stood open, the interior no doubt soaked through. There was no sign of Keith, but he couldn't be far. The boat was still there, tied to the dock, slamming against the posts like a bucking mule trying to get out of the water. And if the water continued to rise, it just might. With each wave, the dock vanished, lost beneath the whitecaps. Several of the boards had come loose. At least 2 were gone altogether, leaving gaping holes like bad teeth gone to rot. Keith went to make a trade, Pam had said. Silly fuck thinks he can make some kind of switcheroo. Her for Spivey. It'll just take 'em both, though. Gobble 'em right up. He might be inside. The Piscataqua Cafe had been shuttered years back. Whaley had chased his share of kids out of there over the years, several adults, too. Maybe this trade was taking place inside. No, not inside. Any trade would take place out on the island. Some animals are best left in their cages for feeding time. If they were inside, Keith would head out soon enough. Whaley shook the thought away, not sure where it came from, and parked directly behind the Ford, blocked it in. He was under no illusion he'd snuck up on Keith. He may not have run with the siren, no need around here, but his lights were on and they lit up half the block. Keith would have seen that, inside or out. Whaley thumbed his microphone. "Sandy, I'm at the Piscataqua Cafe. It's definitely Keith's truck. I'm gonna take a look around. You don't hear back from me in 10, send backup. Copy?" No reply came. He repeated the message. Still nothing. Either Sandy was occupied or the storm was interfering with the radios, maybe both. When Whaley released the microphone, his hand went to the pocket holding the photograph and rested there a moment. "You know this can't wait, right? Best to get to it. Knick-knock and all." Knick-knock? Where the hell had he heard that? The world lit up bright white with lightning. Thunder cracked, shook the SUV. Rain slapped against his windows. This couldn't wait. Not if Keith had that girl. By some miracle, if she was still alive, this couldn't wait another second. Whaley figured it best to leave the strobes on rather than go dark, so he flicked the switch from running mode to flashers and climbed out the SUV into the storm. His right hand automatically went to the butt of his service pistol, and he thumbed away the leather safety strap more out of habit than anything else. His clothing was soaked, cold, water squishing around in his boots. He thought of the photograph again. It was in his shirt pocket, probably wet too. He considered leaving it in the car, maybe locking it in the glove box, but no, that was a bad idea. He wanted it close. The photograph felt warm. He knew that had to be his imagination because photographs didn't give off heat, no more than they changed, so if this one felt like it was, surely that was in his head. But if it was giving off heat, maybe that was Benny's way of telling him he was right there with him. They'd finish this night together. That's what big brothers were for, right? Whaley darted across the pavement, splashed through the puddles, and saddled up under the overhang on the side of the building. All the windows on the first floor were boarded up, and he didn't see any evidence of tampering. He doubted Keith got in through one of them. The back door had an old padlock on it. That lock had been hit so many times over the years it only took a good yank to open it. If he'd entered the old building anywhere, it was there. He rounded the first corner, moved fast along the wall, and was about to round the next when he spotted something out on the dock, perched precariously near the edge, hanging over the boat. He couldn't be sure from this distance, but it looked like a rolled-up rug strapped tight with duct tape. Christ, that's Lily Dwyer. Got to be. Keith killed the poor girl. The photograph in Whaley's pocket grew hot, nearly burned his skin. That wasn't his imagination. His hand left his gun, went into his pocket, and he felt the edges of the picture with his fingertips. It wasn't wet, didn't even feel damp. The heat flashed and vanished as quickly as it began. Whaley heard a soft click behind his head and felt something press against his skull behind his right ear. "Don't move, Chief," Keith said. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will." There was another flash of warmth from the photograph. Had it tricked him? Distracted him into releasing his gun? With his free hand, Keith tugged Whaley's pistol from his holster. He looked down at the gun for a second, then heaved it into the water with a sideways throw. A wave rolled up and over the dock, soaked the rug, nearly pulled it down into the water before it petered out and settled. The rug rocked, then went still. "Is that the Dwyer girl?" Keith looked toward the dock. When he spoke, the scent of stale rum drifted from his mouth. "You shouldn't have come out here, Chief. None of this concerns you." It did, though. The photograph told him so. "I'll do what I can to help you, but you need to tell me what happened." Whaley lowered his voice. "A lot of people are looking for you. They know I'm here. This is over. Let me take you in before someone else gets hurt." Keith let out a soft, liquor-tinged groan. He gripped Whaley's shoulder and nudged him toward the dock. "Head over to the boat. Don't try anything stupid. I don't want to hurt you. You don't want to do this. It won't end well for you." Keith grunted. "It was never meant to." Chapter 33. "A knife?" Kira stepped between me and Alicia. "Why do you need a knife?" Alicia shifted her weight to her left leg and cocked her hip. Why do you think? Don't worry, I won't cut him bad. You didn't say anything about cutting him. Alicia's face twisted with frustration. My mother sacrificed herself for us, for this, and you're worried about your boyfriend getting a little cut? Grow up, Kira. Where is the knife? When she didn't answer, Maddie pulled a black buck from the back pocket of his jeans. Here, use mine. It was the same pocket knife he'd carried since we were kids. Glossy black handle with a 3-inch stainless steel blade. I sharpened it last week, he told Alicia, handing her the knife. It won't hurt. The hell it wouldn't. I tugged at the duct tape, tried to stand up, but I did nothing more than rock my chair. The blade was spring-loaded, and Alicia had clearly handled it before. She popped it open with a quick flick of her index finger and stepped toward us. Kira didn't budge. Alicia raised the blade and brought it to within an inch of Kira's eye. If you plan to continue to get in the way, we can bring in another chair. We have plenty of tape left. As far as spells go, 2 is always better than 1. When Kira still didn't move, I grunted from behind the tape on my mouth, shouted, told her to get out of the way. Me getting cut was one thing, but it was obvious Alicia had no qualms about going through her to get to me, and I didn't want to see her get hurt. Not to buy a few seconds. I shouted again. Kira's eyes welled up. She nodded softly at me and took several steps back. She was rattled, not watching where she was going, and her left foot caught on the mound of dirt over Benny's hole. She managed to catch herself before she fell, but only after several awkward hopping steps and a grab for the wall. Alicia thought this was all funny and let out a soft laugh as she approached me with the knife. I barely noticed her. My gaze was fixed on the mound of dirt. Although whoever filled it in had packed it tight, Kira's heel took out a sizable chunk. A divot nearly a foot in diameter. Sticking up through the dirt were 2 fingers, an index finger and middle, an outstretched hand reaching up from the makeshift grave. I'd never seen skin that white, as if every drop of blood was gone. There was a slight yellow tinge at the joint, and the first knuckle was black. The nails were long, once painted bright pink but now chipped and cracked, faded and caked with dirt. Oh, God. Had Lily still been alive when they buried her? Was this her reaching? Her final attempt to escape her own grave? My heart was pounding like a jackhammer. I realized Alicia wasn't laughing at Kira. She was looking down at those fingers. As she stepped up to me, she kicked the dirt back in place and stomped it down with her bare foot. She shook her head. Gotta love Benny. He digs a 6-foot-deep hole and still manages to flub the burial. The kid's got heart, but not a lick of common sense. Does it matter? Maddie asked from behind her. For all this to work, I mean. We can have him redo it. I don't think so. Alicia brought the tip of the knife to my neck, pressed, and jerked it down. One quick movement. I felt the warmth of the blood seeping out before the pain of the actual cut found me. Ooh. Alicia tossed the knife aside and quickly pressed the rag against the wound. Got you a little deeper than I planned. I don't think I cut anything important. Guess we'll see. She looked over at Kira. I'll need this rag. Do you have something else you could use to plug this up? Kira's eyes were glued to that mound of dirt. She looked up when she realized Alicia was talking to her, nodded, and tore off a strip of her t-shirt. When Alicia took the rag away, Kira came back over to me, wrapped the cloth around my neck, and cinched it tight. She leaned close to me. It's not as bad as she said. This should stop the bleeding. The cut throbbed and my neck felt hot. The pain radiated up the side of my head. I wanted to believe her, but I could feel the cloth soaking with my blood, some trickling down my neck. I was already woozy from the hits to my head, most likely had a concussion. This only made things worse. My eyes wanted to close, but I didn't let them. Instead, I jerked my head to the side and looked down at Maddie's knife, willed Kira to understand. She did, but instead of getting the knife for me, instead of sneaking it into my hand so I could cut myself out of the tape, She stepped on it and ground it deeper into the dirt. She took away what was probably my last chance to get out of this. Alicia looked down at her empty wrist again, her non-existent watch. I need everyone to take their places in the circle. Maddie dropped down next to Izzy and Chloe in the dirt and eyed Spivey up on the steps. You too. Spivey remained still for a moment, then set his guitar aside and came down into the basement. He seemed to make a conscious effort not to look at me as he stepped by and took his place in the dirt. Alicia raised her free hand, twisted it in the air, then slowly lowered it. The light emanating from the candles dropped with her movement, fell nearly to full dark, transforming all of them to shadows again. Only the candles of the pentagram burned bright, somehow brighter than the rest. Like Spivey, Kira didn't look at me before taking her place in the circle. When Alicia sat, she tugged the black cloth from over the items in the center of the pentagram and tossed it aside. I strained to make out what was there, barely visible in the gloom. I saw Alicia's bowl and several bottles of water. There was a small plastic packet, some kind of white powder inside. She placed the rag with my blood in the bowl, then looked up at Maddie and held out her hand. Gun? When he handed it to her, she set the revolver to the right of the bowl, near the water bottles. Heavy thunder rattled the house hard enough to send dust down from the ceiling in slow-moving flakes. Black snow falling through the candlelight. Alicia looked at her wrist again and cleared her throat. Okay, it's time. Everyone join hands. Chapter 34. When Whaley didn't move, Keith gave him another push near the small of his back. Harder this time, enough to force him to stumble forward. Boat, now, Keith said, or I swear to God, I'll shoot you right here before I'll let you slow me down. The heavy rain did little to stifle the sharp alcohol on his breath. Whaley did as he was told and walked toward the boat. The muddy earth sucked at his shoes. He used that to buy time, kept his pace sluggish. You've been drinking, Keith. I need you to think hard on what you're doing. We may be friends, but to everyone else, you're pointing a gun at a law enforcement officer. Maybe slowing down a spell is the best thing for you. Give your head a chance to clear. Keith grunted again. I think my head is as clear as I want it to be for this. But thank you. He'd been drinking, no doubt about that, but he didn't seem drunk. That made this far more frightening. When alcohol was running the show, you could count on people to do stupid things. Someone taking a drink or two to take the edge off, calm their nerves, was a whole other matter. That suggested a plan, one they weren't willing to commit without a little liquid encouragement. Keith's speech wasn't slurred. He wasn't stumbling. In fact, Whaley couldn't remember the last time he'd seen the man so focused. That scared him more than anything. When they reached the dock, Keith nudged Whaley forward, forced him to step over the missing deck planks toward the boat, pushed him until he was standing at the edge of the dock next to the bundled rug. There was a body in there, no mistaking it from this close. Even through the rain, Whaley could smell it. The shape of it, the bulges, shoulders and hips. Poor girl. Nobody deserved to end up like that. Keith gave him another push. Water sloshed over their feet, the waves and rising tide making a grab for both of them. Get in the boat, pull the rug down behind you, then take a seat on that bench up front so I can keep an eye on you. Whaley didn't move. We're staying right here and waiting for backup. You're going to set the gun down on the dock so nobody shoots you by accident. Then we'll take a ride down to the... He almost said station, then remembered the building probably wasn't there anymore. The glow in the sky was gone, but the damage was done. I didn't start that fire, Chief, Keith said as if reading his mind, stepping into view. His eyes were red, and the hand holding the gun was shaking. I went down there to bust Teddy out, and the fire was already going. I know you didn't. It was Laura Dubin. Laura Dubin? Whaley nodded. Dropped a match in the lobby. Sandy got out, Teddy Hasler didn't. His bloodshot eyes grew wide. Teddy's dead? Again, Whaley nodded. Keith took a moment to process that, then grunted, stale rum wafting through the air. It was no more Dubin than it was me. It was that place, the thing that lives out there. It laid claim to Teddy and Laura, called its marker. It's coming for Pam and me next, just like it did her folks and the others. I know it is. I gotta end it first. Make good on a promise, that's the only way. Whaley couldn't tell him about Pam, not now. Keith was already teetering on the edge. He did what he could to keep his voice calm, but it cracked nonetheless. How about we go back to your house, check in on Pam, and sort all this out? I'll send someone out to Wood Island to look in on your boy and the others, too. Make sure everyone's safe. How about that? The photograph grew red-hot for a moment, then cooled again. Either excited or angry, Whaley couldn't be sure. Keith only half heard him. His face tightened. He looked out over the water, peered through the rain, then down at his watch. Oh, Jesus, it's late. He leveled the gun at Whaley's face. Get in the boat. You going to shoot me, Keith? You gonna kill a cop? A friend? Get in the fucking boat! Whaley looked down at the rug. I can't help you with this. I can't be part of it. That poor girl deserves better. I think you still get that. Think of her parents, what they're going through. They need her back. You need to give them closure. Keith's face filled with confusion. His free hand reached around to a flask in his back pocket. He started to take it out, thought better of it. That ain't the girl. Then who is it? It ain't her, Keith repeated. You'll see Lily Dwyer soon enough. Whaley was about to object again when Keith shoved him, a palm hard and fast to his chest. Whaley's feet went out from under him, and he stumbled over the side of the dock, fell into the boat. His back smacked against one of the bench seats, and he rolled off to the floor. White pain filled his vision as he looked up at the dock, and for a moment he thought he'd broken something. He wiggled his fingers, his toes in his boots, slowly rolled his head. Everything still worked, but every inch hurt like hell. Keith moved fast. He shoved the gun under his belt at his back and went to work tugging the ropes free of their cleats. Mundy had chained the boat like he'd asked, but Keith had cut the lock off before Whaley got out there. Both lock and chain were up on the dock, cast off to the side. With the last rope still in hand, Keith jumped down into the boat. Drunk or not, his sea legs worked just fine. He grabbed the edge of the rug and pulled that down, too. It thumped over the same bench Whaley had hit and settled next to him on the floor. Whaley forced himself into a crouch, was about to push back up to the dock when Keith yanked the gun back out and waved it toward the bench seat at the front of the boat. Get up there and don't move. You do anything else and I'll put a bullet in your head. You ain't slowing me down no more. Move! Whaley did, every inch of his body aching. He gripped the edge of the hull, worked his way to the seat up front, and fell in. Still pointing the gun, Keith settled behind the wheel. He twisted the key and fired up the motor. It screamed as he pushed the throttle forward and pointed them toward Wood Island, fighting the waves. The photograph in Whaley's pocket went hot again, pulsed this time, excited with heat. It wanted him to go. Just the thought of it made it warmer. Whaley tried to ignore the heat, forced himself to focus on that rug, the one Keith just told him did not hold Lily's body. Chapter 35. Bound to the chair, I could only watch them. Watch and listen. Whether the candles burned brighter again or my eyes simply adjusted to the darkness, I will never know. But I saw them clear enough in the flickering light. Spivey, Maddie, Kira, Alicia, Izzy, and Chloe all joined hands. They closed the circle as if I had never been a part of it, their hands reaching over the place I once sat, and Alicia began to speak in that low, controlled voice of hers. It is often said the living only borrow from the dead. Life is a thin veil stretched over the eternal world of all that which has come before. That which is most ancient is buried deepest, buried beneath the layers of everything that arrived after. The most recent is right here, so close, yet just out of grasp, as lost and unattainable as a second that has just passed. This barrier stands between and separates both worlds, a wall between the living and the dead. It's the most solid wall ever built, yet invisible to most. As high as eternity and deep as origin, there is no way over or under, there is only through. And that way through is only known and understood by few. Those of us within this circle have seen the door. We have been blessed with the key. And we ask that those charged with protecting that boundary consider us worthy of trespass as we welcome those from the other side to join us here. I knew a storm raged outside, wind and rain battering the house, but I heard none of that. The outside world went as quiet as a sealed vault. It was as if the basement sunk deeper into the earth, distanced itself from all else. The shadows were back, deep and dark, crawling over the walls and corners, oily black with anxious fingers grasping for the 5 of them, but unable to reach. The sounds of the storm had been replaced by papery whispers coming from those shadows, hurried and hushed. They might have been people at one time, but not anymore. Was this what happened to people? After? Maybe with the passage of time, is this what we became? Or were they something else? Something summoned from some place I didn't know or want to understand. Unlike before, they had come so quickly, brought here with so little effort compared to the last time. Was this because they now knew the way? Or had Alicia simply grown stronger, gotten better? Maybe some combination of both. I eyed the spot in the dirt where Maddie's knife had been buried, only a few feet away, but impossibly far. I yanked both my arms up, tried to kick my legs out, but the tape didn't give it all. The whispers were everywhere, excited, hungry. I tried not to look at the mound of dirt to my side, Lily Dwyer's hasty grave, but I found myself drawn to it. I expected her fingers to reappear, twitching and grabbing at the air above, attempting to claw her way out. Alicia went on, her voice steady. We've all drunk from the well of George Walton. The water cursed, then collected by my long-lost sister Prudence Tolliver, has spent weeks coursing our veins, mixing with our blood, and becoming a part of each of us. That water not only joins us together, but binds us to this place, the spot where it all started, provides us with the key to the door, and we, she looked around the faces, are not the first. There was a loud bang from somewhere above. Not thunder, not deep enough for that. This sounded more like a tree falling on the house, but I knew that couldn't be right either. There were no trees on Wood Island. Something dropping from the wall? Benny maybe slamming a door? Finally coming inside. Although I doubted that too. I somehow knew that Benny had business of his own tonight. If Benny belonged anywhere, it was in the storm. If the others heard the bang, they didn't flinch. Their eyes were fixed on Alicia, hypnotized by her every word. She reached for the bloody rag in the bowl between them and stirred it gently with the tip of her finger. With each swirl, the wind grew, circled the basement, following her movement. Flecks of dirt and dust caught in the air and brushed over my skin like sandpaper. Those in the circle closed their eyes, but I could not. I forced mine to stay open enough to see what she was doing. Alicia's voice rose. Blood of blood, ash of ash, drawn today but born of the past. With a fire's kiss you come to life. I beckon you against all strife. Bring to us the gift of sight, and show those who doubt our taken right. A bright red and orange flame shot up from the center of the bowl and nearly kissed the rafters before dropping back down into the bowl like liquid fire poured down from above. The rag with blood was gone in an instant, enveloped and eaten. It went from cloth to ash, became nothing but soot. The wind circling the basement picked it up, carried it, scattered it across the dirt, then blew with a harsh fierceness that whipped over me with enough force to nearly topple my chair. Grit caught in my eyes, and I couldn't keep them from closing as Alicia screamed out, "I command you, Billy Hasler, the doubter among us! I command you to see!" The wind vanished. All went quiet, absolutely silent. I opened my eyes, and through tears filled with grime and filth, I looked out over the basement at faces I didn't recognize. Chapter 36. They sat in a circle around a pentagram, candles burning bright between them, but they were not my friends. There were 5, but their clothing was all wrong. The 2 girls wore dresses. One wore a bonnet, and the other had several blue ribbons twisted through her long blonde hair. 2 of the boys wore dark slacks, white button-down shirts, and suspenders. One of them handed a mason jar across to the third, who was dressed in faded overalls. "It's got kick, Ralph. Lightweight like you. Careful you don't lose hold of your senses." The boy he called Ralph smirked and clearly took this as some kind of challenge. He brought the jar to his lips and took a long swig, made a show of it, then set the jar down at his side. He grimaced, pinched his eyes shut, and cleared his throat. When he spoke, there was a gruffness to his voice. "You don't know from kick, Les. You need to taste my granddaddy's shine. He makes it from peaches so ripe you can run a plow off it." Lester wrote? Ralph Peck? They were only kids. How was I seeing this? That wasn't right. I wasn't seeing this. I was living it. This wasn't some vision. I was sitting in the exact same spot of the basement, and, wait, it was different. The furnace was gone. There was only the old wood-burning stove. The metal door was closed, but a fire glowed inside. For a second, I thought I'd passed out again, but it was all too real. The heat of the fire, their voices. I could smell sweat and dirt on the boys, and I knew they'd spent the day working fields. The basement smelled different, too, and I realized all the dirt from the cemeteries was gone. Lily, Benny's hole, the items buried. Instead, the floor was covered in wide wooden planks. "No kick? Then why is your eyes watering?" the girl in the bonnet asked with a nervous giggle. She reached for the jar, but Ralph snatched it away. "Not a chance, not with your mama right upstairs," Ralph said. "She'll tell your pa, and he'd beat me senseless." He nodded across at the other boys. "The 3 of us." "I haven't slept in days, and you're worried about my folks smelling something on my breath?" The girl, Geraldine, grabbed the jar away from him and gulped down a mouthful, another after that. She didn't stop until the coughing started, and when that happened, she nearly spilled what was left before Ralph got a hold of the jar and took it away. "Jesus, Ger," he said softly. Geraldine coughed for nearly a full minute. When she finally stopped, she wiped her mouth with the side of her hand. "Mama don't even know we're down here, and Pa's fishing. Can't hear us no ways." In a timid voice, the other girl said, "I want to try." Ralph and Lester exchanged a look, then turned to Geraldine. "Will that even work?" She looked across at the other girl and shrugged. "I don't know. Let her try. I want to see." "Has it been long enough?" he asked. Geraldine shrugged again. "Told you I don't know. Give it to her, we'll find out soon enough." Lester snatched the jar away. "That's all I got, and I don't want her spilling it. Try something else first." "Oh, I swear," Geraldine muttered, looking around at the dirt near their hands. Then she reached for one of the ribbons in her hair and pulled it free. She held it out across the circle toward the other girl. The girl in the bonnet eyed the ribbon nervously for a moment, then reached for it. Her fingers froze in the air about an inch from the length of cloth. Then she pulled her hand back. "I don't know." "I don't know what, Patricia?" Geraldine replied. "You don't know that you can, or you don't know you want to try." Patricia Whitten, I realized. That meant the other boy was probably her brother, William. I didn't know what year this was, but Whaley said they died in 1951. I'm just a little nervous is all, Patricia replied softly. She turned toward Ralph Peck. You got what you wanted, right? We know that part worked just fine. Ralph said, It worked. My pa's boat has brought in nothing but big catch after big catch since you done it. Says he ain't seen nothing like it. He came back empty for nearly a month. Now he ain't got enough room. So that part worked? She asked again. He nodded. That part worked. Praise Emerson. Praise Emerson, the others repeated together. William nodded at his sister. Try it. What you got to lose? Patricia seemed to consider all this, then reached for the blue cloth, twisted her fingers around it, and lifted the thin material from Geraldine's outstretched hand. Geraldine gasped. Lester gawked as the girl rolled the material around her wrist. With shaky hands, he brought the mason jar to his lips and took a long swig. Praise Emerson, William said again in barely a whisper. With dirt-stained fingers, he reached for the jar. My turn. Give me that. They all seemed equally amazed when he took it and drank. My stars, Patricia said softly. Yesterday I couldn't touch nothing. Now it feels the same as before. William set the jar down and wiped his mouth triumphantly. It does have a kick to it, no doubt about that. Oh, and look at this. He stretched his leg out straight, flexed it several times at the knee. It don't even hurt no more, like it never been broke. I ain't ever felt this good, this strong. I want to go next, Geraldine told them, her face filled with awe. No way, Lester Roach shot back. We agreed I'd go next. Ralph Peck reached for the jar, brought it close, but didn't drink. Instead, he turned it between his fingers. I don't think anyone should go until things calm down. Half the town is still crawling around the Walton Well, calling to board it up, fill it in. Church was all buzzing with talk about blessing it. He glared at Patricia and William. The two of you couldn't come up with something a little less attention-drawing? Should have hung yourselves in the woods like we talked about. They looked back at him, but said nothing. When nearly a minute ticked by, he reached into the center pocket on his overalls and took out a small revolver. He placed it between them and gave it a gentle spin. Next time it's got to be fast, and someplace where they won't find the body. Maybe leave a note. Like a runaway? Geraldine asked. Exactly. Ralph Peck nodded. Ain't nobody look for a runaway. Chapter 37. High winds forced the rain sideways. The cold drops sliced across Whaley's skin like shards of glass as the boat rolled up and over the white-capped waves toward Wood Island. The Merv's motor groaned and fought, but refused to quit. The closer they got, the louder it seemed, like an excited pet heading home. Whaley kept his head down, one hand gripping the bench, the other over the pocket holding the photograph. The pain in his back had eased from screaming to a dull cry. Keith half stood, half sat behind the wheel. With the rain, the windshield was useless. He stood just high enough to see over. Whaley knew how treacherous these waters were on a good day. Even with the tide in, granite stuck up everywhere like cracked teeth. Add the wind, rain, and waves, and there was a good chance they'd die long before they made the quarter-mile run out to Wood. The water was 60 degrees on a hot summer day, and he knew the sharks would be out. Weather like this churned the water, stirred up the fish. A frenzy would be an understatement. They were feasting down there. Shielding his eyes from the rain and salt spray, Whaley stared at Keith. His eyes were darting about like a madman. The man's lips were moving fast, mumbling words and phrases only he could hear. Whaley was no expert lip reader, but he'd swear to his dying day the man was saying, "The entity must never be sold. All items found on or within the entity are considered property of the entity, and may not be sold, only borrowed, loaned, and returned under pre-established terms. Tokens of less than 16 years of age will be considered property. Don't answer the phone. Watch the pilot light. It's been known to go out. Anyone here at sunset must stay until sunrise. Never lock the door. Emerson must be fed. Don't answer the phone. Repeated again and again. "Keith, you need to calm down," Whaley shouted out over the roar of the motor and storm. "Let's get help. We'll all go out there together." He said this because he didn't know what else to say. Keith didn't look like a man willing to turn back. Keith didn't look like a man who planned to ever go back. Keith's head jerked up and glared at him, like he'd forgotten Whaley was on the boat. The mumbling stopped, and he seemed to make one last grab at sanity. "I used to think we started this," he yelled. "Back when we were kids. Fucking naive, but when you're that age, the entire world revolves around you. Used to sneak out here. Ted, Laura, and me. Pam would get us in the house, and we'd hide down in the basement. Scare the shit out of each other with ghost stories. Back then, I figured we stirred up Emerson the first time we broke out a Ouija board. But that was bullshit. He was already there, just waiting. Laura knew that, damn sure of that even then. I think it was the 5th trip out when Laura told us about the Whitten kids back in 51. You know about them, right?" Whaley nodded, because engaging Keith was good. Getting him talking meant he was also listening. But he was also talking about a basement that did not exist. Whaley knew that, too. He'd seen it himself. He kept telling himself that because he couldn't get roped into this delusion. His mind threw back a counter-argument, one he didn't want to consider. What if not seeing the basement was the delusion? Keith chewed the inside of his cheek and peered back at him. "Course you know about the Whitten kids. That story might be the worst-kept secret in New England. I remember hearing about it when I was a kid. Them finding the 2 bodies out on wood, nobody knowing how they got out there. Big fucking mystery back then. Lester wrote taking off right after, looking guilty as hell. Heard lots of stories about how those kids died, too. How they fell in that well out back of the Walton place. Same place George Walton's daughter died 300-some years earlier. Someone filled that hole in right quick after the Whitten kids. Don't know why they didn't do it the first go-around. Here's the real kicker, though. Pam told us they didn't fall. She said they jumped. Said she got that from her mother, Geraldine. Laura lit up like a Christmas tree when she heard that. So many light bulbs went off in her head. She'd suspected it, but was never sure." Jerking the wheel hard to the left, Keith missed a 10-foot block of granite sticking up out of the water by no more than 3 feet. Whaley's grip on the hull slid, but he managed to stay in the boat. The rug rolled and smacked against his leg. He braced it with his foot as best he could as Keith cut back to the left and turned into a wave. Water shot over the side, they listed, nearly rolled, then righted again. "We got to go back," Whaley yelled. "We'll sink in this." Keith shoved the throttle forward, the motor cried out, and they cut through the next wave head-on. Went up and over. Whaley's stomach lurched. "Here's the kicker," Keith shouted over the motor, ignoring him, waving the gun around. "When Pam said they jumped, I figured she was full of shit until she started sharing details she had no business knowing. Told us how William pried the boards up. The 2 of them held hands when they did it. William snapped his leg when they hit the bottom. Both of them drowning when they couldn't stay afloat no more. She knew the play-by-play down to what they'd been wearing. Pam's mom, Geraldine, she let it all slip one night, unloaded it on Pam. You don't believe me? Ask Ralph Peck. Geraldine said he was there, watched him do it." "Ralph Peck?" "He was part of their circle. Ralph Peck, Geraldine, Lester Rote, and the 2 Whitten kids." Keith rose up over the windshield, steered around another cropping of rocks, then settled back down. "That's what I'm getting at. I thought Pam, Teddy, Laura, and me were first. Then we heard about Geraldine and those other kids before us. This keeps repeating every generation. This thing, Emerson, It lays claim to any children who set foot out there, tempts 'em with promises, whatever they want, but in the end, ain't nothing comes free. It owns 'em. Emerson collects. All us. Tokens. If it can't get you out there, it sicks its lapdog Marston on you like it did with me and Pam until you cave. One way or another, it collects. I don't understand, Whaley had to ask. Why would the Whidden children kill themselves? Why take it that far? Death ain't always the end, Chief. Emerson gets your ear, and it'll convince you of that, too. Make you think what comes next is far better than what we got now. Puts you in a hurry to get there. If those kids ain't dead yet, they will be soon enough. He did his damnedest to tempt us back then, but we didn't give in. Once we figured out what was going on, the four of us made a pact. We agreed to starve it until it gets weak and dies. None of us would sacrifice ourselves no matter how hard things got. Emerson fought back, gave us plenty of reasons, but we held firm. At least Pam and me did. His voice trailed off, went quiet for a moment, then looked back at Whaley. Turns out Laura Dubin fucked us. Teddy, too. You ever ask yourself why he did so well in life? Why things always seemed to go easy for him? A heavy wave crashed over the side of the Merv, nearly capsized them. Keith jerked the wheel hard in the opposite direction, and Whaley gripped at the bench, somehow managed to keep from going over the side. The rug, bogged down with water, barely moved. Keith righted their course and shouted, Laura got Teddy back out there right before his 16th birthday, and the two of them worked out a deal of their own. He fell quiet for a second. Teddy thought she was joking. He didn't believe any of it back then, just went along. The years since that may have changed his mind, but there was no taking it back. Taking what back? Whaley shouted out. She got him to offer up his firstborn to Emerson. He told me that a couple weeks ago, right after Geraldine died. About the same time he grew a conscience and tried to buy the island. When he offered to help. Keith smirked. He actually thought he could outsmart it. Find some loophole in the will, the rules, something. He wanted to save his own skin and his boy. Keith's head dropped. You can't reason with it. It don't work that way. Emerson just takes. Took him, took Laura. Took Pam, Whaley thought. He found himself looking down at the rug, the bundled body at his feet. If you can't reason with it, then why— Hold on! Another large wave smacked into them. Keith jammed the throttle forward, steered hard left, and managed to get over it. The motor sputtered, nearly died, then caught again. Whaley jerked around on the bench again, and for one brief instant he caught a glimpse of Wood Island, the house. Lights burned bright behind every window, unnaturally so. He thought of the wreck of a generator he'd seen earlier in the day when he went out there with Billy Hasler. He knew that house had no power. The sight of it jarred Keith again, slapped him back. He resumed, muttering, The entity must never be sold. All items found on or within the entity are considered property of the entity and may not be sold, only borrowed, loaned, and returned under pre-established terms. Tokens of less than 16 years of age will be considered property. Don't answer the phone. Watch the pilot light. It's been known to go out. Anyone here at sunset must stay until sunrise. Never lock the door. Emerson must be fed. Just off the jagged rocks of the shoreline, someone was walking in the rain. No, not walking. Digging. Nothing more than a silhouette. In Whaley's pocket, the photograph burned again, hotter than ever. Chapter 38. I snapped back. It felt like someone grabbed me by the back of my shirt collar and jerked me across the room. The chair rocked as I slammed against the frame, and the only thing that kept me from toppling over was dumb luck. The leg of the chair caught on something buried in the dirt, something hard. I had no idea what that something was and didn't want to know. "What the hell was that?" I shouted, but with the tape over my mouth, the others heard nothing but a muffled cry. From the circle on the floor, Alicia looked out at the others. "Praise Emerson. "Praise Emerson," they replied. Even Kira, although her voice seemed to come on a slight delay. The flames in Alicia's bowl died as quickly as they appeared. Within seconds, the bright orange became a dull red. Then it was gone altogether. If it was hot, Alicia gave no indication as she reached down inside and removed what was left of the rag. She set it off to the side of the bowl, smoothed it flat, then reached back in to retrieve something else. She repeated this until 6 items were sitting there, lined up in a neat row. The rag, the silver locket belonging to Spivey's mother, half of my father's business card, the remains of the matchbook, Keith Spivey's keychain, blackened pages that had once been Spivey's subpoena. All of these things were burnt until barely recognizable, all but Keith's keychain. It appeared untouched. Alicia cocked her head as she looked down at it, considered what that meant, then wrapped her fingers around the keychain and dragged it close, leaving a thin trail in the dirt. "Previous tokens have all been returned home to you, my dear Emerson, all but one, Keith Spivey. I ask you to be patient with us. You will have him soon enough." Her eyes pinched shut for a moment, and when she opened them again, she added, "He comes to you of his own free will. Of that I am certain. And that," she said, "leaves only the one." Alicia turned to me, the candlelight flickering against her pale skin. "The token gifted by his father, yours forevermore." A lump the size of a fist grew in my throat. "And Emerson welcomes him," the others droned. I jerked around in the chair, but there was no escaping. The tape around my wrists and ankles only seemed to cinch tighter. The darkness drew closer, filled the outer walls until they were no longer visible. The air turned to ice. The only heat came from the furnace at my side, emanating from the open pilot light door. Alicia's voice fell low, yet I could still hear her perfectly over all else. "As those who have come before and as all those who will come after, we offer all that we are, mind, body, and soul. We are blessed to be among the taken, and we are blessed to be among those who receive. We give all that we have willingly, and take only what you are willing to bequeath. Our gift for yours, your gift for ours. Praise Emerson." "Praise Emerson," the others repeated. Those papery whispers from the basement's corners rose to a crescendo, an audience of the damned. Dark shapes pushing and shoving, clambering for a better view but not willing to get too close. Were William and Patricia Whiddon among them? Lester Rote, Ralph Peck, Geraldine? I couldn't see any of them, but I knew they were. Somehow I knew they were all there, all who had come before. Alicia went quiet for nearly a minute, her body swaying with those voices, listening. Then she was muttering, urgently replying in some language I didn't understand. Listening, muttering, listening, arguing. This heated conversation between her and the unknown. Finally, she went silent and nodded. When she opened her eyes again, they glowed with a green bright enough to light half the room. She turned to Izzy and Chloe. "It's been decided. The two of you are next." I expected them to object, but neither did. There was a moment of shock on both their faces, then hasty nods. Maddie reached across the circle and patted his sister's leg. "It's all right. I'll be right behind you. I promise." Chloe inched closer to Izzy, pressed so tight against her their bodies looked like one in the dim light. Her wide-eyed gaze met Alicia's. "I'll be able to do what you can do?" Alicia's face softened with a reassuring smile. "And so much more." She looked around the circle at the others. "All of you. This isn't an end, it's a beginning. You will want for nothing. You will never get sick. You will never grow old. You will never know death. Your strength and power will be immeasurable. What I've shown you is only a taste. Izzy swallowed. And we won't have to stay out here? On the island? Only at first, Alicia assured her. Only long enough to grow accustomed to what you'll become. I won't lie to you. I never have. You will need to adjust, learn to exist in the physical world as your reborn self, but in time you will. And we'll have all the time. Those who have come before us have proven that. In time, you'll become so strong, so complete, you'll be able to rejoin your loved ones, and they will be none the wiser. Those who have come before us have proven that too. We will become gods among mortals. Izzy inched closer to Chloe and rested her head on the other girl's shoulder. Chloe raised Izzy's hand to her lips and kissed her fingertips. The two of them held each other for nearly a minute, and Alicia let them. She watched until both girls finally looked back at her. We're ready, Chloe said. We both want this. And again Izzy nodded. Alicia reached over the revolver, which was still sitting near the bowl, and retrieved one of the water bottles. She twisted off the cap, dropped it, then picked up the small plastic packet of white powder. With her thumb and forefinger, she got it open and dumped the contents in the bottle, placed her thumb on the mouth, and gave it a good shake. When she finished, the water was slightly cloudy. She handed the bottle to Chloe. It's called pentobarbital. They use it to euthanize animals. It's not painful in any way. You'll just feel like you're falling asleep. It will all be over in a few minutes. Then, you know. With a trembling hand, Chloe raised the bottle to her nose and sniffed. I don't smell anything. You won't. It's just like going to sleep, Alicia assured her. Chloe gave the bottle another sniff anyway, then turned to Izzy and gently stroked the girl's cheek with her free hand. I love you more than anything. You know that, right? Izzy's head quickly bobbed up and down. Her eyes were damp with tears. I love you too. This means we'll be together forever. Nobody can take that from us. You'll never age, Alicia said softly. You'll never get sick. You'll be capable of performing the most incredible things. We'll be like superheroes, Izzy whispered. Always together. Chloe nodded, leaned closer, and gave Izzy a gentle kiss on her forehead. Her lips lingered there for a moment, then brushed away. Together forever. She raised the bottle and drank. She didn't stop until half was gone. She didn't stop until Izzy took the bottle from her and drank the rest. Chapter 39. The storm might have been the worst Whaley had ever witnessed. It was certainly the worst he'd ever been out in, and to be out on the water was nothing short of suicide. He swiveled in the bench seat only long enough to look back out over the reach toward Newcastle. The water was unrecognizable, something out of a nightmare. Although less than a quarter-mile away, he couldn't see the shore. There was nothing in that direction but a wall of cascading rain beating down on the rocks, meeting the waves, which seemed to climb ungodly high. Kittery was lost too. Portsmouth, for that matter. No visible lights or other boats. Even the lighthouses at the Coast Guard station and Whaleback were both dark, and that never happened. Between Jenny's and Batteries, Whaley couldn't remember a single night either had been dark, let alone both. They might have been in the middle of the Atlantic, days from civilization, if not for the house on wood. Every window there was lit up like a warm and welcome beacon, drawing them closer, guiding them. Whaley had lost Keith again. Although he continued to handle the boat with expert skill, his mind was someplace else. His gaze remained fixed on Wood Island, but there was a blankness to his stare, as if merely looking at it was enough to mesmerize him. His lips moved in that soundless epitaph. The entity must never be sold. All items found on or within the entity are considered property of the entity and may not be sold, only borrowed, loaned, and returned under pre-established terms. Tokens of less than 16 years of age will be considered property. Don't answer the phone. Watch the pilot light. It's been known to go out. Anyone here at sunset must stay until sunrise. Never lock the door. Emerson must be fed. And when he stopped, the boat would jerk hard to the left or right, like Keith had been drifting off to sleep and managed to yank himself back. He'd steer them around the rocks, get them moving in the right direction again, and the muttering would return as if the words, not just his skill, were guiding them. He added something to the mess of words, something Whaley hadn't caught in the repeated mess. Let the Merv come home, or welcome the Merv home, or allow the Merv to come home. Something like that. The words barely audible and only said once. Whaley thumbed the microphone clipped to his shoulder and got nothing. If Keith noticed between his mind-numbing jabber, he didn't care. It didn't matter. The radio was either fried or unable to transmit through the weather. Whaley didn't get so much as a crackle of static, and the tiny green bulb that normally lit up when he was transmitting had decided to sit this one out. As they neared the dock, he caught glimpses of whoever was outside. A boy, he thought, although it was impossible to tell for sure. Not very large, and as crazy as it was, he was digging. He was digging like a damn machine. No regard for the weather, the shovel moving with unperturbed rhythm, tossing mud, dirt, and sand to the sides as he stood knee-deep in a hole. No sign of tiring, no sign of stopping. And that wasn't the craziest part. The hole the kid was working on was only one of dozens, maybe over 100. Every time a wave lifted up their boat and threw them through the air, Whaley got another look at the island from up high, and every inch of land looked like Swiss cheese. None of those holes had been there earlier in the day. The boy had to be last man standing in some kind of digging army. They were about 50 feet from the dock, closing on an open space behind Annabelle. Geraldine Rote's boat, which meant Spivey was probably out here. When Keith finally broke from his reverie and said loud enough to be heard over the storm, "Chief, there's something you need to know. Something I'm not proud of." No shit, Whaley thought, trying to look Keith in the eye rather than down at the body wrapped in a rug at his feet. "Yeah, what's that?" Keith twisted the wheel hard right into another wave, then spun them back around on the other side of it. "I was worried, been worried, Pam might do something stupid. Not to someone else, she'd never hurt anybody, but to herself. She hasn't been right these past few weeks, not with all this, so I—" He paused, wiped the wet hair from his eyes. "I've been keeping her tied up in the back bedroom. I know how that sounds, but it was for her own good. She's there right now. I don't get out of this. I need you to go to my place and set her loose." Whaley felt a pang in his chest. He remembered Pam's wrists when he'd first gotten to the house. Bloody, chafed raw. The bloody ropes on the bed. It hadn't been Lily Dwyer tied up on that bed. It was Pam. He looked down at the wrapped body. Keith went to make a trade. Silly fuck thinks he can make some kind of switcheroo. Her for Spivey. It'll just take 'em both, though. Gobble 'em right up. If not Lily, then... Keith, who do you have here in the rug? If Keith answered him, Whaley didn't hear, because right after he asked the question, they came up along the side of the dock, cracked against the old tires attached there, and someone tossed a rope down to them. Whaley looked up to find the boy who had been digging standing there. The sight of him was enough to wipe all other thoughts from his head. Although the cold rain had numbed his skin, he still felt the blood leave his face. His heart thumped so hard in his chest it felt like it might tear right through, and if it did, it would bump right up against that photograph in his breast pocket. The photograph that now burned hot enough to nearly catch fire. "Benny!" Keith yelled out. "Get a line on the stern before these waves take us back out." The boy quickly nodded. "Sir, yes, sir." Whaley was unable to move. He didn't breathe. He could only watch as his long-dead brother helped tie down the boat. Chapter 40. Nothing happened, not at first. When Izzy finished the bottle, she set it in the dirt and gripped both Chloe's hands in her own. The two of them faced each other, their eyes wide and filled with fear, false smiles on their lips as seconds ticked by loud enough to rattle my bones. Chloe coughed. That's how it started. She was sitting there perfectly still, and her body jerked. A cough came from deep, shot up her throat, and erupted out from behind her smile even as she tried to pinch her mouth shut to stop it. This wasn't a tickle in her throat. Every inch of her being was part of it. The smile vanished from her face, slapped away by fear, and it only became worse when Izzy started to cough too. They went from holding hands to desperate grabs, lashing out, first at their own throats and bellies, then each other. Unable to stop it, unable to slow it, only searching for the comfort found in the touch of another between spasms. I'm not sure who started foaming at the mouth first. The rest happened so fast. Thick white spittle dripped, then poured, soaked the fronts of their shirts. At some point, that white became tinged with red. Izzy's back went ramrod straight, like someone grabbed her by the hair and yanked up while somehow forcing her to remain seated. Then she fell back, her legs kicked out, arms wild. Chloe collapsed on top of her, and they both began to convulse. All of this took maybe 30 seconds, a minute at most. The only thing worse than the sounds they made was the silence that came after, when neither moved and would never move again. I was frozen in my chair. Kira's mouth fell open. I thought for sure she would scream, but nothing came out. When she tried to stand, tried to go to them, Maddie pulled her back down and forced her to remain in the circle at his side. The candle flames grew tall, first reached for the rafters, then bent toward the lifeless bodies of both girls, grabbing but unable to touch. "Praise Emerson," Alicia said quietly, her voice steady. "Praise Emerson," Maddie repeated. Spivey said nothing. Through all of this, he hadn't uttered a sound. He sat there next to Alicia, but his mind had gone elsewhere. Kira blinked away tears and seemed unable to look away from Izzy and Chloe. I shouted her name from behind the tape on my mouth, but it was just a muffled grunt and didn't break her from the spelled silence. Maddie, who'd been holding her by the arm, reached up and rubbed her back. The bastard actually grinned at me as he did it. His sister was lying dead 3 feet away, and the bastard was still hitting on my girlfriend. The rustle of whispers had gone quiet, but they began again. Maybe discussing what they'd just seen or possibly deliberating what came next. Their volume came roaring back with lustful excitement. Spivey buried his face in his folded arms, drew his knees to his chest, and began to rock slowly back and forth. Something in him had broken. Alicia ignored him. She gave Kira a quick glance, then played her fingers over the rounded butt of the revolver, her mind on fire with a million thoughts behind those green eyes. She locked eyes with Maddie. "I have another packet of pentobarbital, or you can use the gun. Your call." She produced another small package of white powder from her pocket and dropped it to the dirt between them. Maddie eyed the powder, then shook his head as he glanced over at me. "He'd never drink it. Let me see the gun." I shook the chair with as much force as I could pull together and only grew angrier when it barely moved. Shouting was pointless, but I did anyway. There wasn't anything else I could do. Alicia slid the revolver over to him. Maddie picked it up, popped the cylinder, and frowned toward Spivey. "Do you have more ammo? There's only 2 rounds." Spivey stopped rocking but kept his face buried as he replied in a muffled voice. "That's how I found it." Maddie considered this, waved the gun toward me. "I cap him, use the other shot on myself. Then you've got enough of the pentobarbital left for..." His words trailed off as he looked from Alicia to Spivey, then Kira and back again. Alicia nodded. "It'll be enough. More than enough." She looked over at me, tilted her head. "But the gift must be voluntary, not taken," she said. "He must end his own life, as must you. Taking his life against his will would nullify the agreement my mother forged for us." "All these goddamn rules," Matty groaned. With his thumb, he snapped the cylinder back in place. "I guess we're doing this the hard way." He twisted to his right and pressed the barrel against Kira's temple. "We don't need her to finish this, Hasler. You're going to drink Alicia's special cocktail, or I'm spreading your girlfriend's brain across the basement wall." Oh, the shadows liked that. They liked that a lot. The sound they made was nothing short of glee. Chapter 41. It was him. Bennett Benny Whaley. The brother who had died of cystic fibrosis at 10 years old when Whaley was only 4. The brother whose grave was in the northwest corner of the Pleasant Street Cemetery under a sprawling oak. The brother who had screamed at him for accidentally leaving a Lego brick in the carpet near the ladder of their bunk bed. The Lego brick Benny stepped on at 3 a.m, shouting loud enough to wake the house. His brother, Benny. Soaked and covered in dirt, his dead brother Benny was standing right there on the dock, fumbling in the rain with a tangled rope, somehow looking 15 or 16. It was him. Whaley had no doubt about that. The crooked front teeth were a dead giveaway, but he knew the boy's face, too. He knew that face as well as he knew his own. It wasn't just the physical attributes Whaley recognized. It was the way he stood, the way he walked, the sound of his voice. He recognized all that as easily as he'd recognize himself. Blood, kin, family, his brother Benny. "Catch!" the boy called out. Whaley didn't catch. The rain-drenched rope slapped him in the chest and fell at his feet. Whaley still couldn't move. Keith shuffled over, grabbed it, and twisted it around one of the cleats, then used his foot as leverage against the side of the boat to pull it tight. "You still with me, Chief? We got work to do." He was no longer holding the gun. Keith hadn't set it down, at least Whaley hadn't seen him set it down. There was a bulge in the back of his shirt near his waistband. He might have tucked it there. Whaley could tackle him, overpower him, and, "Chief!" Keith called out, staring at him. When Whaley still didn't move, Keith cursed under his breath, pushed by him, and picked up one end of the bundled rug. He tugged it forward and lifted it toward the dock. "Grab this, Benny. Help me get it out of the boat." Benny had fallen still, too. His head was cocked slightly, his eyes narrowed, looking down at Whaley. Whaley wanted to believe Benny recognized him, but that didn't seem altogether accurate. Benny recognized something, but it was like he couldn't put his finger on it. And how could he? Whaley had been 4 the last time he saw him. And Benny hadn't lived to see his teen years, yet here he stood. So how was that possible? Benny snapped out of it, reached down and gripped the rug. Keith gave it a 3 count, then he pushed from below, Benny tugged from above, and between the two of them they wrestled the rug to the dock. The photograph burned so hot in Whaley's pocket he was certain the next time he took off his shirt he'd find a scorch mark on his chest. Benny heaved one end of the rug up on his shoulder and began carrying it down the length of the dock, past Annabelle, toward shore. It weighed at least 100 pounds, probably closer to 130, but he lifted it as if it were nothing. Whaley's head was buzzing so loud he hadn't noticed Keith come up beside him. "He's not who you think he is. Not exactly," Keith said. I know, but he also isn't. I know all about your brother." Laura kept detailed notes of everything she learned, shared some with me, shared more with Ted. "At some point your brother was out here before he died. That made him a token. When he died, Emerson called him back. Anyone less than 16 who visits the island becomes property of Emerson, Chief. That's how it works. They become fuel for his fire. When they die, he calls them back. Doesn't matter if they die of natural causes or some accident 1,000 miles away, whatever. That makes no more difference than when they die. could be young, might be in their 80s. Time means nothing to him or this place. One way or another, all Emerson's tokens come home. Ain't no rest for them unless they do. How is that rest? Keith shrugged. Call it peace, then. All I know is it's better than not coming back. I've been told trying to stay away is nothing short of hell, dead or alive. Pam will attest to that. But he was 10 when he... Whaley couldn't bring himself to say it, not aloud. Some keep aging, just not as fast. Others go back to an earlier age. When Geraldine came out and talked to Pam and me, she said she thinks they returned to the age they were most happiest. I don't know if that's true, but it helped her sleep to think that. Maybe your brother wanted to grow up. Maybe that was all he thought about toward the end. Emerson gave him that much. Whaley's hand had closed over the pocket with the picture. He pressed it through his shirt, felt the warmth on his palm. His brother sitting on his dad's car. None of what Keith said should make sense, yet it all did. He'd be willing to bet Benny thought of nothing but the years he wouldn't have when he was lying there in that bed at the end. Years with him, years with his parents. He had a lifetime ahead of him, and that disease snatched it all away. He had to talk to him. At that moment, nothing else mattered. Whaley gripped the edge of the dock, ready to haul himself up, but Keith grabbed the back of his shirt. Chief, there's one thing you need to know. Whaley shrugged him off. What? Keith reached behind his back again, and for a second, Whaley thought he was going for the gun. He didn't. He patted the flask in his pocket, confirmed it was still there, then said, The holes he's digging. He's been at that for a very long time. What's he looking for? Keith pursed his lips. His own body. He's been trying to find it since he first came back out here. Never has, so he just keeps digging. Benny's body was buried at Pleasant Street, right where it had always been. Nobody dies on that island, but that doesn't mean they don't come home. In the end, we all come home. In the end, that's all we can do. Oh, Christ, Benny. Whaley damn near jumped out of the boat. He almost slipped running down the dock. Benny had made it about halfway back to the house. He'd stopped next to one of the many holes he'd dug and set the rug down near the edge. He looked like he was about to climb down inside. Benny, wait! The words came out of Whaley's mouth, but to his own ears, the voice didn't sound like the grown man he was. It was his 4-year-old self. Benny froze at the sound of it, halfway in the hole, his brow creased in confusion. He dropped the rest of the way, both his hands resting on the muddy lip of the makeshift grave, water oozing over the edge. His mouth hung open slightly, and his gaze fixed on Whaley. When Whaley stopped about a foot from the hole's edge and crouched down next to the bundled rug, a single word escaped his brother's lips. Cliffy? That was too much. Whaley's eyes welled up. His breath hitched in his throat. Every ounce of strength washed from his body and drained away with the rain. Whaley nodded weakly. That was all he could do. What little color Benny had was gone. My God, Cliffy, can that really be you? Chapter 42. Kira tried to get up, but Alicia grabbed her like a vice and held her still. Maddie's right. We can do this without you, but if you still want to participate, you can. You just have to go after Billy, that's all. I'd given up trying to tear my way out of the tape. There was no way I'd get out on my own. Shouting seemed pointless too, but I screamed anyway. I yelled out Kira's name, jerked my head back and forth. I rolled every inch of my body to try and bust out of that chair. Maddie looked like he was enjoying all this. The corner of his lip twisted up in a smirk. Take the tape off his mouth. I want to hear him beg. Alicia glanced over at me, pointed, and the tape peeled from my mouth and dropped down into my lap. Although I knew she hadn't actually touched me, I felt her fingertips, her nail under the corner of the tape. My mouth was filled with a disgusting mix of snot and gritty saliva. I spat it all out in the dirt and glared at Maddie. Your sister's dead, you ignorant shit. Chloe, too. Even if this is all true, how do you know Alicia's not playing you? Maybe she's got some deal all her own. All of us in exchange for whatever? You saw what she did, floating like that. What do you think she'd get for all of us? All of us, including you. She doesn't give a shit about anyone but herself, you know that. I jerked my chin toward Izzy and Chloe's lifeless bodies. Look at them! You did that! Maddie didn't look. Not at them. Instead, he pressed the gun harder against Kira's temple. They did that to themselves, he replied flatly. I watched, same as you. You make me kill Kira here? That's another story. That's murder. I get it. But I'm okay with a little blood on my hands if it gets us over the finish line. Got my eye on the prize and all. You fuck this up, and I'll shoot you anyway. 2 bullets, 1 for her, 1 for you. That's how this will end. He nodded at the powder. I'll chug that after I do the 2 of you, and they'll find me right here with Izzy. Maybe I'll even leave a quick note, tell everyone you made us do it. Ain't none of us walking out of here. Nick knock, Alicia said softly. Mix it up, Maddie told her without taking his eyes off me. Alicia opened another water bottle, poured in the powder, and shook it until it dissolved. When she was satisfied, she held the bottle out toward Maddie. He didn't take it. Instead, he cocked the hammer on the revolver back with his thumb. What's it gonna be, Hasler? We shouldn't do this, Spivey said. His face was still buried and his voice was muffled. I don't want to do it anymore. Shut up, Maddie shot back. Keep your goddamn mouth shut. Spivey went quiet again. Kira's eyes had filled with tears. I couldn't watch her die. If none of us were meant to leave this basement, I couldn't watch her die. Despite everything, I still loved her. I didn't have to say it, not out loud. Kira knew. No, Kira groaned. She frantically began shaking her head. She shook her head so hard and fast I thought for sure the gun would go off. Maddie must have too. He jerked the revolver back and took his finger off the trigger. He kept the gun pointing at her as he took the water bottle from Alicia and pressed it into Kira's hand. Take it over to him. I want to see him drink at least half. Kira's fingers closed over the bottle, but it was more of an instinctual move than an intended one. She seemed surprised to see it there, and if Maddie hadn't clasped his free hand around hers, she surely would have dropped it. When she didn't move, Maddie pressed the gun against her head with enough force to nearly shove her over. Now, Kira. I met her watery eyes and tuned out everyone but her. It's okay, I said softly. Everything's going to be okay. Bring it over to me. Nearly another minute passed before she found the will. Clenching the bottle, the gun against the side of her temple, Kira rose on wobbly legs. Maddie stayed so close it was like they were one person. I don't know what he expected her to do, what he thought she might try, but he wasn't about to give her any leeway. She crossed the few paces between us with a slow shuffle, then dropped to her knees between me and the furnace. Maddie remained standing and pointed the gun at the top of her head. Praise Emerson, Alicia said from her spot between Spivey and the 2 dead girls. Praise Emerson, Maddie repeated. The shadows said nothing, as if too captivated to utter a sound. They managed to draw closer, and the candle flames bowed in their presence, dimmed to nearly nothing. Bring the bottle to his mouth, Maddie told Kira. Careful not to spill. He needs to drink half, no more than that. Kira pursed her lips, tried to stop them from quivering, but it did little good. She raised the bottle, held it about an inch from my mouth. I love you, Billy, she whispered. And for the first time since we began dating, I knew she meant it. It was there in her eyes, her tone, the warmth emanating from every pore of her body. Maddie must have felt something, too. His grip on the gun loosened, and he blinked. It was gone as quickly as it came. He straightened back up and narrowed his eyes at me. Drink. I looked at Kira. I looked at nothing else. I forgot all else and forced a smile. I love you, too. If I was going to die, I wanted her image to be the last thing I saw. I leaned forward, pressed my lips against the rim of the bottle, and when she raised it, I drank. Hesitantly at first, then in deeper gulps. The water tasted chalky, but not unpleasant. "No more than half," Alicia reiterated, leaning forward to get a better look, her eyes as bright as emeralds. I felt 1,000 eyes on me, all watching, all waiting. Even Spivey. He'd stopped rocking and had turned, his mouth gaped. They all watched me so closely. Nobody noticed when Kira leaned over toward the furnace. Not even Maddie moved fast enough to stop her as she blew, and the pilot light blinked out. Chapter 43. Benny vanished. There was no flash of light, no audible pop, no nothing. One instant he was there, looking up at Whaley from the hole, then he wasn't. The hole was gone too. His brother's shovel, the wheelbarrow, everything gone. Crouching in the muddy earth, Whaley fell to his knees. The ground threatened to swallow him, and the heavy raindrops beating down from above only forced him lower. His head jerked around, as if operating independently from the rest of his body. His heart seized with an influx of adrenaline, and for one brief second he thought that was it, the moment he would die. He lurched, forced himself to inhale, flood his lungs, then coughed. His body sputtered back to life, much like the motor of the Merv did back at the dock. And that particular thought popped into his head because he realized the Merv was gone too. So was Annabelle. The dock was empty. There was no sign of Keith. When he turned back, he realized all of the holes were gone, not just the one Benny had been standing in. Every single hole. They hadn't been filled in, not that they could have been in that blink of an eye. The ground looked as if they had never been there. The rocky shore and the yard were overgrown with tall, untamed weeds. It had grown darker, too. It took a moment for Whaley to understand why, and when the thought clicked in his mind, he willed himself not to turn back around, not to look at the house. He knew what he'd see if he did. He knew he'd find every window dark, every light extinguished. He knew that because he could no longer hear the whine of the generator coming from the shed on the opposite side of the house. The steady hum of the generator had been present behind the wilds of the storm, and now it wasn't. He knew that if he went to the shed, he'd find nothing inside but the mangled ruins of the machine that had once powered this island, the mess of a generator he had seen earlier with Billy. A generator that couldn't possibly have been running 5 minutes ago, one that hadn't run for decades. Thunder clapped, and Whaley jerked so hard he nearly tumbled over. One hand slipped in the mud, and he grabbed at the rug with the other, managed to steady himself. The rug was still there. On some level, that was comforting. That meant he hadn't imagined all the things he'd seen. Not all of them. No, he hadn't imagined any of it, because if he had, that meant Benny wasn't real. And how could he be? How exactly could your dead brother be real? Whaley nearly tore his shirt getting the photograph out. The button broke clean off and landed about 4 feet away with a splash. He fumbled with the picture, yanked at it, and when the corner caught, Christ, don't tear it, he slipped his thumb under the edge and managed to get it out, and rain be damned, he held it a few inches from his face so he could make it out in the dark. His gut tightened into a knot. The edges were frayed and torn. White creases marred the image. And looking up at the camera with those big, goofy eyes of his was David Spivey, maybe 5 or 6 years old. No car, no Benny. No, 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 Whaley shouted, shaking the picture like it was one of those old Polaroids that developed in your hand, like the motion would somehow change it back. But it didn't matter how many times he shook it. The photograph was no longer hot either, not even warm. It was cold, lifeless. It was a fucking photograph and nothing more. No, Whaley groaned. He leaned forward, kept leaning until his forehead was resting on the rug, and for the first time in nearly 30 years, he cried. He might have stayed like that all night if not for the smell coming from within the rug. It snapped him back after only a minute or two, and he lurched up into a sitting position and looked down at the rug. He didn't remember putting the photograph back in his pocket any more than he remembered tearing at that first piece of tape. He hadn't blacked out. It was more like his brain hit the reset button in order to get him moving again. But when he did realize what he was doing, he'd torn away about half the bindings holding that rug together, and he was working on another piece at the opposite end from where he started. He had to use his teeth on that one, but he got it loose and peeled it away. He gave the rug a gentle push, just enough to get it rolling. The odor was terrible. One he knew all too well as a cop, one he'd smelled out at Jaffrey Point not that long ago. Death had seeped into the rug, soaked into the fibers, and he tried not to breathe it in as the rug unspooled. When he reached that final roll, he slowed, unwilling to disrespect the dead even now, even after all else. He peeled away the last bit with a shaky hand. Geraldine Rote's lifeless body looked up at him from behind closed eyes, the tiniest bit of glue visible in the corners. Her skin was a sickly pink with makeup caked on by the mortician, now flaking and cracked. Her lips were parted slightly, and Whaley could see the clear stitches preventing her mouth from opening further. Keith had dug her up. Keith was bringing her home. Whaley didn't hear the approach of footsteps. Between the rain and shallow gusts, he couldn't hear much of anything. It wasn't until Keith spoke that he realized the man was standing there at all. He was clutching a ratty black duffel. "Chief, we gotta get her in the ground." Chapter 44. The basement went dark. Not only because the pilot light went out, but because all the lights went out. When Kira blew out the pilot light, I could only see the candles from the corner of my eye. They didn't blow out. They didn't extinguish. They just weren't. They were gone. The light dancing from their wicks vanished as if it had never existed. There was no leftover scent of sulfur. There was just nothing. The whispers were gone, too, and I realized I was no longer taped to the chair, like the tape had never been there. I tried to wrap my head around that when my gut lurched. I felt a sharp pain deep within my stomach, like someone was trying to cut their way out. Alicia's poison. How much had I drunk? Oh, Christ, Before that thought finished, fingers pried open my mouth. A hand scraped against my teeth, shoved inside. More fingers pushed over my tongue, reached for the back of my throat, I gagged. My stomach squeezed, convulsed, and all that was inside came rushing out. The hand pulled out as wet, vile heat spewed out of my mouth and shot out into the darkness, every inch of my body working to expel it. I jerked forward, fell out of the chair, and someone caught me. I couldn't see who, it was too dark, and slowed my fall to the dirt. I felt fingers brushing through my hair a moment before I heard Kira's voice, inches from my ear. "It's okay. Let it all out. Get it all out. It's okay. It's okay." She cradled my head against her chest until the last of the convulsions stopped, until nothing but air was left in my stomach. The last couple of heaves felt like shards of glass, then it finally stopped. "It's okay," she said again. I still couldn't see her, but I felt her fumbling around. Her right arm stretched out and frantically searched the dirt for something. She found what she wanted, and it wasn't until she struck a flame that I realized she'd scooped up the matchbox Spivey kept near the furnace. The match wasn't very bright, but it was enough for me to see her, see myself. I could make out the dirt where the others had been sitting around the pentagram, but none of that was there. The floor was bare. Izzy and Chloe's bodies were still there, but Spivey, Alicia, and Maddie had vanished. I jerked around, looked behind me. Where the hell? Kira held the match up high, tried to get a better view of the basement. "Do you see Maddie?" "I don't see any." The stairs were gone. The match petered out and Kira quickly lit another. I could make out the faint outline of the wall where the stairs had been, but even that was nearly indiscernible. It was like I was looking at the idea of a wall rather than an actual wall. The matchlight didn't reach the rafters of the ceiling, and for that I was partially grateful. A good part of me was certain they were no longer there. Neither was the door at the top of the stairs. My mind flashed back to my trip to the island earlier with Chief Whaley, the missing basement. Somehow I was in that missing basement. I don't understand. I muttered in a voice that might have come from a frightened child. Where is everything? I jerked my head to where Alicia had been sitting. Where are they? Kira spun around with the match, urgent, fearful. Where's Maddie? Do you see him anywhere? She sounded terrified. I'd never heard her so scared. I shook my head. No, they'd gone out with the furnace, with the pilot light. I don't know where that thought came from, but there it was, and I knew it was true. Can you move? Kira quickly lit another match. Did you get it all out? I wiped my mouth. I think so. There's something you need to see. She tugged me across the dirt toward Benny's hole, and that was still there. This grave in the middle of the basement floor. Kira handed me the burning match along with the box. Keep the light going. I need to see what I'm doing. She started scraping away the dirt. With her bare hands, she started digging. I grabbed her wrist. We can't. She pulled away from me and kept going. You need to see this. Kira yanked away the divot from earlier, revealing the fingers. She hesitated, but for only a second, then brushed the fingers clean of dirt and kept digging. She uncovered the wrist, part of the arm. There was a watch on the wrist. I didn't recognize it at first, then I did, and that wasn't possible because Kira kept digging. A shoulder, dark hair. She uncovered only enough of the girl's pale chest to reveal the green amulet caked to the side of her breast with moist dirt. Kira started on the head. I wanted her to stop. I didn't want to see this, but there was no stopping her, not until we could see the face, and only then did she quit and fall back on her heels, gasping. The smell was horrible, but I was beyond throwing up. I think I was deep in the throes of shock. I'd forgotten about the match, and the flame burned my fingertips. I quickly shook it out, fumbled with the box, and lit another. I brought the flickering light down near the body. The girl buried in Benny's hole wasn't Lily Dwyer. It was Alicia Dubin. And Alicia Dubin had been dead for some time. Several days, maybe a week. From deep in the dark, near the basement's far corner, a throat cleared. Chapter 45. Whaley looked down at the body of Geraldine Rote. The rain made quick work of the mortician's makeup. Most had washed away, revealing wrinkled alabaster skin, puffy and lined with dark veins. It's not the girl, he managed to say. Not Lily Dwyer. Keith set the black bag down in the mud and dropped to a knee beside him. I told you it wasn't. Told you the girl was safe. Safe where? Unlike Whaley, Keith did look up at the house. He gave the place a hard stare before turning back to him. She called me a couple weeks back, right after Geraldine here turned up over at Henry's. I didn't know her, never talked to her before, but she seemed to know all about me, Pam, about this place. Said she was friends with Laura Dubin's kid, so that explained that. Laura filled her daughter's head over the years with everything she dug up. Everything she pieced together, not only on this place in Emerson since he crawled off that ship years back, but things he'd done before he ever set foot on wood. She traced him hundreds of years, maybe as much as 1,000, to places all around the world where he left his mark. Damned places, cursed places, places of death. I always figured Laura might be the only one who knew what Emerson was. But when I listened to this girl, I realized Laura's daughter might actually know more. Keith looked up at Whaley with sallow eyes. Laura was a witch, spent her life on it. Did you know that? An honest-to-God, full-on black magic witch, and she taught her kid everything. Alicia, Whaley said softly. Her daughter's name is Alicia. Yeah, Alicia, that's it. Keith nodded. Laura had herself a copy of Orlin Walton's will. That was Geraldine's father. It had been written up by Clarence Marston, Lockwood Marston's granddaddy, I think. Those bastards have always been close to all this. Don't know how she got a hold of it, but it had the rules, same as Geraldine's, spelled out nearly word for word, but for one difference. Geraldine's will listed only 2 ways ownership of the island could change hands: donation to the township of Kittery or bequeath to a blood relative. He paused for a second, licked his lips. Orlin Walton's will had a 3rd, 4 words: joined through sacramental coitus. Keith struggled with the pronunciation, and Whaley wasn't sure he heard him right. He hadn't cracked a Latin book since college, but doesn't that mean... It means, Keith cut him off, a marriage, a union. Today's world may require a piece of paper to make marriage legal, but for thousands of years prior, it was sex that made 2 people one. Laura believed if her daughter slept with my boy, they'd somehow be bound, and that tie would be enough for her to take ownership, or at least make a claim to it in the eyes of Emerson. Lily told me the 2 of them were already sleeping together, so there was nothing I could do about that. That wasn't the worst of it. Ownership of this place might get you health, money, some kind of status, but that's only the half of it. And it's not the half Laura Dubin ever cared about, and certainly wasn't what her kid wanted. They wanted the power of it. Geraldine told Pam and me Emerson was thousands of years old, maybe as old as time. Older than heaven and hell, maybe as old as everything. Keith's head swiveled back toward the house. Him being here in this place, all that dark energy trapped in one spot. It's like a battery, one that grows stronger. It feeds off the souls it's claimed, the tokens. Laura's kid wants that. Lily said she's willing to give Emerson whatever he wants to get it. She tried to get Lily to come out here with the rest of them, but Lily knew better. She's only 15 and figured Alicia only wanted her to help feed the fire. Figured right. Where is Lily now? After I talked to her, I called Teddy. We knew Lily was in danger, so he made arrangements to pick her up from the mall. He stashed her in an empty house up in York. Guess he was in the middle of flipping it and said nobody would look there. And she's still there now? Keith shook his head. We think some of the kids may have been following her, saw her get into Teddy's car, so he moved her around a few times. Other houses he owned. I'm not sure where she is now, but he kept her safe. I'm sure she is now. Whaley recalled the surveillance footage at the mall. Kira Woodward, Chloe Kittle, Izzy Fernandez, and Alicia Dubin only a few steps behind Lily Dwyer. Lightning cracked across the sky, and from the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of the house, dark, decaying, some dead thing left to rot on the shore. Whaley didn't realize how bad he was shaking until he tried to stand. His legs were noodles. If not for the sucking sound his shoes made in the mud as he steadied himself, he might not have known he was actually standing. But something in that sound seemed real. More real than the rain and wind and the house. A house he wasn't sure was actually there any more than he was sure he heard the generator sputtering along not more than 10 minutes ago. If he walked up to that house, his shoes making that suckety-suck sound the whole way, if he walked up and placed a hand on the white siding, would it be solid or would his hand pass right through? He turned and peered toward the empty dock, shielding his eyes from the rain. The house is cycling right now, Keith explained. The boats belong to the island, to Emerson. They cycled out with it. Cycling? It's like 2 worlds existing in the same place, the living and the dead. They can't both be here at the same time, so it cycles from one to the other. And Benny wasn't in this one. Brigadoon, Whaley muttered. Huh? When Whaley didn't respond, Keith looked back at the house. We need to get inside before they're all dead, but not before it cycles back. We go too soon and we'll get caught on the wrong side. He said all this as if it made perfect sense. Perfect, crazy sense. Goddamn Brigadoon. Whaley's hand had gone back to his pocket, the one holding the photograph, hoping for a warmth that wasn't there. Keith reached for a corner of the rug, folded it over Geraldine Rote's face. When it cycles back, we gotta get her in the ground. That world, not this one. Why? The word slipped out, and Whaley regretted it the moment it did, because he didn't want that answer. He wasn't sure he could handle much more. Keith told him anyway. For those claimed by Emerson, death isn't the end. It's only the start of something else. For her to have any chance at peace, we need to bury her. Bury her there. I thought you brought her here to trade. Huh? You told Pam you were going to make some kind of trade. He looked down at Geraldine. Her for your boy. That's what Pam said. Keith pursed his lips, confused at first, then he got it. No, not Geraldine. I'm going to give him Laura's kid. She wants it anyway. She can have it. Fuck her mother. They both deserve to burn. Then something clicked and his face grew pale. His brow tightened and his words caught in his throat. Chief, when did you talk to Pam? Whaley didn't answer that. He didn't have to. Keith somehow pieced it together. The little life in the man's eyes drained away. She's gone, isn't she? Several seconds ticked by before Whaley nodded solemnly. When Keith finally spoke again, his voice was as broken as he appeared to be. This thing has taken everything from me. I'm done giving. I'm done. He placed his palm on the rug holding Geraldine wrote. We bury her, then we bury it. He nodded at the black duffel. The rusty zipper was only partially closed, and when lightning lit up the sky again, Whaley caught a glimpse of what was inside. Dynamite. A half-dozen sticks, maybe more. Some kind of timer and a bundle of wires. Chapter 46. Kira heard the sound too, a throat clearing. She pressed against me, grabbed the match from my hand, and held it high above our heads toward the sound. Maddie, is that you? The flickering flame did its best, but if the dark basement was oily black before, it had somehow managed to grow darker and like the ceiling, like the wall where the stairs had been. I got the distinct impression the outer walls of the basement were no longer there, the cistern either, because the basement no longer existed. We were in that other house, the one that didn't have a basement. If Kira were to tell me the small plot of dirt where we sat floated in some spaceless void, I would have believed her. Kira didn't say that. She pressed tighter against me, her breathing hard. Do you see him? Do you see him? Maddie clucked his tongue, and while such a thing should have made finding him that much easier, it didn't. The sound didn't come from any particular direction, but from all around us. It echoed off the nothingness of the dark, circled the room like it was trying to find a way out. He spoke with a slow, hypnotic drone. You should cover Alicia back up. I don't like her like that. I don't think she'd want us to think of her that way. She's so much more now. Unearthing that shell feels disrespectful. I'd hate for her to be angry when she comes back. He blew out a breath in a slow whistle. You know how she whatever. Alicia's lifeless eyes stared up at me, cloudy with cataracts. Her mouth frozen in a scream. Long-dried white spittle colored the corner of her mouth, ran down her cheek and neck, crusted her shirt no different than Chloe and Izzy. Alicia had drunk the poison, too. She'd been the first to die. Yet she'd been in the room with us. She had been right here with us only moments ago. I didn't blink because I knew if I did, her fingers might twitch, might reach up and take hold of me, pull me down under her blanket of dirt. You should see your face, Hasler. You look like you saw a ghost. Kira reached back toward the chair, started clawing at the dirt. Help me find the knife. Maddie's knife. The one she'd buried after Alicia cut me. I dropped down next to her and started scraping away the dirt. Maddie let out a soft laugh. I saw you bury it earlier, Kira. What makes you think it's still there? Maybe it cycled out with everything else. I'll give you a second to find it. I think this next part will be far more fun if you've got a knife, if you think you can actually get away." Was he closer? He sounded closer. The ground shook, rumbled. Flecks of dirt rained down from above like black snow. Kira's head shot up, tilted toward the place the ceiling should have been. "What was that?" I whispered. "Just keep digging," she replied quickly, going back to the dirt. "You're not going to tell him, Kira? You should probably tell him." "Fuck you." "You wish," he laughed. "Tell me what?" She didn't answer, only kept digging. "We're not supposed to be here," Maddie said. "The dead don't like it. They want us out. It's a double standard, if you ask me. We let them roam around our world, why can't we hang out in theirs?" The ground rumbled again. Not only the ground, everything. The air, the dark. I sucked in another breath and realized it was getting hard to breathe. "You feel that, right?" Maddie said. "Everything closing in on us. Alicia told me the longest she sat in this realm was 3 minutes. We've been here for over 5. How long do you think we got until it all collapses in on us? Can we die here? I'd be willing to bet we can. If we do we get to haunt the dead like they haunt us?" He was closer, no doubt about that. I still couldn't see him. I couldn't see much of anything. "Keep digging," Kira groaned as she lit another match. The darkness had closed in so tight I could no longer see Izzy and Chloe's bodies off to our side. Alicia's vacant eyes were flickering pinpricks, watching us with a blank stare. "It's not there," Maddie said. "You know it's not. I suppose the real question you should be asking yourself is if the gun is still here. Unlike the knife, I was holding the gun when you blew out the light. Maybe I still am." Kira muttered something I couldn't make out. "What did you say?" I pulled in another breath. The air had grown so thin my lungs gasped, sucked in more. I was getting lightheaded. Was the oxygen going? Were we running out of air? Kira spoke quickly, like a rambling mantra. "He doesn't have the gun. He doesn't have the gun. The gun vanished just like the tape that had been holding you to the chair. You were touching the tape, and it's gone, so he doesn't have the gun." When Maddie spoke again, I had no doubt he was closer. He sounded like he was right on top of us. "I'm okay dying here, Kira. Are you? You okay with killing Billy? If not, you better fire up that pilot light while you still can. Suffocation is a weird thing. It sneaks up on you. You get all lightheaded, then you start seeing stuff, crazy things that couldn't possibly be real. If you're lucky, you black out before you die. Not everyone is lucky, though. Most are wide awake. I hear it's like breathing after a solid hit to the gut." By the time I saw him, it was too late. Maddie's fist came out of nowhere. He landed a knuckle punch to my right kidney, and when I twisted around, he hit me again in the center of my abdomen. The air rushed from my lungs, and before I could suck in more, he hit me again. My vision went white, but not before I caught a glimpse of Kira diving toward the furnace, furiously striking matches as she went. She caught the pilot light and it burst to life, blindingly bright. Chapter 47. Everything shifted. Whaley felt it this time, the change, the world around him cycling. It happened insanely fast, a millisecond, not even a blink, but he did feel it. His balance was gone, then it wasn't, like the ground tilted and jerked itself back. In that instant, the holes were back. If Whaley hadn't shuffled a step to the right, he surely would have fallen into the one nearest him, the hole Benny had been digging when he vanished. The generator hummed in the distance. Light burned bright from every window of the house. Unnaturally bright for an instant, then settling, as if the generator kicked out a few extra anxious volts. Both boats were strapped to the dock, rocking violently in the tall waves, smacking loudly against the rubber bumpers. The holes were back, but Benny was not. The photograph burned at Whaley's chest as if someone had set a match to it. He pulled it from his pocket and looked down at the image. Benny sitting on the fender of the car, beaming up at the camera again. But there was something else, something different. On the far right of the image, cast across the driveway in front of the car, was the shadow of a much younger child. He didn't need anyone to tell him it was a 4-year-old boy. Him. Still crouching near his bag, Keith glared at him. "Did you get that from Pam?" Whaley nodded. "The photographs lie. You shouldn't look at it. You should destroy it." Whaley moved as fast as a child, scooping up his favorite toy, and crammed the tattered picture back in his pocket before Keith tried to take it from him. Nobody would take it from him. "I'm keeping it," he said, and even that came out embarrassingly fast. Keith huffed and got to his feet. He wiped his wet hair back and grabbed one side of the rug holding Geraldine Rote. "Help me get her down in that hole before the house cycles again." Whaley looked down into the hole. It was at least 5 feet deep, and there was a good 5 or 6 inches of water sitting in the bottom. Putting Geraldine Rote's desecrated body down there seemed horribly disrespectful. Keith cursed under his breath. "You gonna make me pull the gun on you again, or you gonna do what's right?" What's right? Nothing was right about any of this, but Whaley gave a defeated shrug and went to the edge of the hole, started to climb down. "Whoa!" Keith shouted. "Stay up top. You don't want to get caught down there if the house cycles back. We'll use the rug to lower her. Just watch the edges. All that mud's loose. You don't want to fall neither." Whaley pinched his eyes shut for a moment, told all the voices in his head shouting for him to stop to shut the hell up, then grabbed the rug by the corners opposite Keith. Together they wrestled it to the side of the hole, as close to the edge as they dared. Keith gave them a 3 count, and with several grunts they pulled the rug over the opening and carefully lowered her down. Benny's shovel was planted in the pile of dirt behind the hole. Keith grabbed it and tossed it to Whaley. "Help me fill it in." Before Whaley could object, Keith dropped to his knees and began clawing the dirt into the hole with his bare hands, moving with a frantic pace, fistful after fistful. Had Whaley looked up, had he peered through the rain at the shore, he would have seen the bodies rising from the many other holes. All those who were not Benny. He would have seen all those eyes watching him and Keith with curiosity. Chapter 48. I saw Kira ignite the pilot light. Maddie didn't, and the sudden shift took him by surprise. He froze for one brief second, and when he did, I brought my knee up into his ribs and heard the snap of bone. He let out a sharp yelp and rolled off me to his side, clutching his belly. My arms were tangled in something, and when I got a closer look, I realized it was the remains of the duct tape still clinging to my wrists. Somehow it came back, loosely wrapped without the chair. I tore it away, brushed it off quickly like I'd gotten caught in a spider web. From behind me came a scream. A scream bridled with gut-wrenching terror, and for a brief second I thought it was Kira. It wasn't, though. I turned to find Alicia standing over her own body. "Why is that uncovered? Why is that uncovered?" she shrieked. She had one hand over her mouth, the fingers splayed across her cheeks, and she was standing there pointing with her free hand, and every bit of that was impossible, yet she was. The glow I'd seen in her eyes earlier shone as bright as the pilot light at my side, so bright it lit up wherever she looked. When she turned on me, that light crawled over my skin like a million ants. She hovered about an inch off the ground, her bare feet dangling. I skittered backward through the dirt, shuffled on my hands, and cracked against Maddie. He grabbed for my shoulder, but I spun away and off to the right before he could grip me. And that was good, because if he somehow managed to hold me still long enough for my brain to catch up with what I was seeing, I certainly would have lost it. Along the outer walls, at least 20 people were in the basement with us, their bodies motionless, as still as statues, save for their dry, cracked lips, which moved ungodly fast in muttered whispers, words I didn't understand, then I did and wished I could unhear. "Emerson welcomes you, Billy Hasler. Emerson has waited. You are your father's son, your father's gift. Give yourself, and you will know joy. Give yourself, and you will know life eternal. Give yourself so he may feast upon your soul. Emerson deserves to be hungry no more. Praise Emerson." I didn't recognize the faces, not at first, certainly not all of them, but Lester Rote was there, Patricia and William Whiddon, and so many others. People frozen in a time that wasn't mine. Their clothing told me that much. There were boys not much older than me dressed in Coast Guard uniforms, others dressed in the drab grays and whites of Puritans, others still in the tattered ruins of clothing worn far too long at sea. Women and children, too, all of them whispering from expressionless faces. All of them drifted closer, maddeningly slow, floating, Alicia nearest of all, inches now from the bodies of Izzy and Chloe. From somewhere in that crowd came Maddie's voice. "I think you busted one of my ribs, Hasler. I'm gonna fuck your shit up. Ah, there's that damn gun." My fingers scraped at the dirt, dug as if I could somehow burrow and hide in there. When they brushed against something hard and metal, I didn't realize what it was at first. When I did, I scooped up the knife, popped the blade and held it out, my hand shaking so bad I thought for sure I'd drop it. The stairs had come back along with everything else, and Spivey called down from near the top. "Billy, this way, come on!" Someone grabbed me from behind, wrapped their arms under mine and lifted, and I nearly stabbed them with the knife before I realized it was Kira, trying to get me to my feet. "Hurry!" I scrambled up, shuffled toward the steps with her, unwilling to turn my back on Alicia and the others. I didn't see Maddie raise the gun, but I heard the shot. The bullet whizzed by my head close enough to flutter my hair. Alicia's head twisted around angrily, twisted nearly halfway around. "You can't kill him. He needs to kill himself. When I'm done with him, he'll tear his own throat out to end what I've got planned," Maddie told her, then raised his voice. "You want to play, Hasler? Let's play!" Alicia faced forward again. Her eyes grew wide and her mouth fell open in a gaping smile. She looked around slowly, at the walls, the steps, up toward the ceiling. Her fists tightened into knots. "Oh, he's here. I can feel him everywhere. It's glorious. I'm for you, Emerson. All of us are for you." When I gripped the railing, I felt him too, an energy pulsing through the wood, hot and throbbing. Not an inanimate object, but a living, breathing thing. It came from the walls, the wood at our feet. The air was alive with it, with him. A voice flooded the air, low and pure, maybe the most beautiful voice I'd ever heard. If someone told me it belonged to an angel, I would have believed them. He spoke in an even tone that seemed to radiate out from no particular place but everywhere, everything, and I knew it was Emerson. His words reached down through my flesh and pinched my bones. "I accept your offering, but it is incomplete." "He's yours," Alicia shouted back. "We all are." "The remaining tokens must offer themselves willingly." "They do, they will." "For I am all, and they are mine." "Yes." "Perhaps a taste of what you shall receive? Perhaps with that you will see a path to bring me what is mine." Floating several inches off the ground now, Alicia's body stiffened, her back arched, and her mouth dropped open. The glow in her eyes and the amulet around her neck became so bright I could barely look, yet I couldn't turn away. The tips of her fingers, the tips of her toes, they glistened with green light. Her hair became a living thing, fluttering wildly in a wind that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Oh!" The single word fell from her lips. Her face contorted and became nothing short of orgasmic delight as the green light played across every inch of her body. "It's all yours if you bring me them, if they offer themselves willingly." Alicia's glow lit up the room, and I spotted Maddie in the far corner of the basement, bracing himself on the cistern wall and pulling himself up with one hand, clutching the gun with the other. Maddie said, "Oh, he'll give himself to you. Don't you worry about that. He'll beg for it by the time I finish with him. I'll show him what his girlfriend looks like on the inside. I'll gut her with my bare hands. I'll force him to watch until he's screaming to end himself. Then I want what's mine too." "Yes." Matty shuffled toward us, toward the stairs, holding his ribs. "That's what I'm talking about," he beamed, waving the gun. Kira had her hand on my back, pushing, a fear-drenched sound coming from her. A thin, gut-wrenching wail I knew I'd hear any time I was alone from that moment until the second I died. Spivey appeared in the doorway up top, stood at the landing, watching them, not us, and there was no way I'd turn around and look. If I did, I knew I'd never make it up those last few steps. Alicia's voice rattled through the air below, and this time it wasn't altogether hers. It was a mix of her voice and Emerson's. "Run if you want, Billy, but there's nowhere to go that isn't his. Praise Emerson. Praise Emerson," all the voices of those in the basement said in unison. Chapter 49. Whaley felt the eyes on him long before he saw them. When the hair stood on the back of his neck, when the goose flesh pricked up on his arms, he didn't look up. He fought every instinct in his body and forced his head to stay down, to keep digging. This was the cop in him. If someone were watching them bury Geraldine Rote, that someone might have a gun, a knife, or a goddamn rocket launcher for all he knew. And the only thing Whaley had going for him was the element of surprise. He plunged the tip of the shovel in the mud, folded his arm over the top, did his best to look like he was resting, then quietly told Keith, "Somebody's out there." Keith's hands were raw and scratched. If he kept at it, they'd be bloody pulp by the time they finished, but he hadn't stopped once, not until that moment. "They've been out there. Give me the gun." "Gun won't do you no good." Whaley still hadn't looked up. He kept his eyes on Keith and tightened the grip on the shovel. "Give me the damn gun." "Can't kill what's dead." Whaley's heart thumped. With those 4 words, he no longer wanted to look up, but understood he didn't have a choice. He swallowed the lump in his throat and cautiously raised his head. At least a dozen people stood near the southwest corner of the house, a few feet from the small porch off the kitchen. The wind stirred their hair, fluttered their clothing, but they didn't move, their bodies remaining perfectly still. All of them faced Whaley and Keith, expressionless, faces frozen, some mouths slightly agape, others pinched shut, but all watching. Whaley didn't recognize any of them, and thank God for that. He wasn't sure if his mind was on the verge of snapping or had cracked 20 minutes earlier, but seeing a familiar face among them might have been enough to seal the deal and drive him full-on crazy. All of them were wet, soaked as through and through as he was, and that didn't make sense if they were. "They don't look dead." "They wouldn't, not here. What's that supposed to mean?" "It means what it means. In this place, they're not altogether dead any more than they're still alive. They're somewhere between. They're—" "Property," Whaley muttered. "Tokens. Emerson's." Keith looked down at his bloody hands, then at Geraldine Rote's half-filled grave. "If someone Emerson laid claim to dies away from here, their soul is called back, called home. Without their body, they're caught in limbo. That's what they are. Caught. Bodies got to be buried out here, too. Buried properly. That's how you stop it. Give them peace." He reached into his pocket and took out the small flask. Whaley had thought he dropped it, but instead of drinking, he poured some on Geraldine Rote, then crossed himself. "Holy water from the church in town," he said without looking up. "So she won't come back," Whaley said. "Not like them. Shouldn't. That's why those men brought the bodies of the Whitten children back out here and buried them on the beach all those years ago. To give them peace." Keith nodded. "And some idiot dug 'em up and took 'em away again in 72. 'Cause of that, I'd be willing to bet they're wandering around out here somewhere right now. Stuck. Caught again." Oh, Christ, Benny. His body was buried out at Pleasant Street Cemetery. Whaley's head shot back up. He meant to look for his brother among the faces, but realized they're closer, all of them. He hadn't seen them move, not so much as a twitch, but somehow they'd all drawn several feet closer. There were more, too, standing behind him and Keith, others near the house, more still out on the shore around the rocks, more than he could or wanted to count. A shudder passed through him, and although he was certainly terrified, that's not what this was. He sucked in a shallow gasp. Keith's eyes widened. "You felt that too, didn't you?" Whaley nodded. "It's Emerson. I think he's here." "You best let me finish that," a voice said not more than a few inches from Whaley's side. He swung around, wielding the shovel, and managed to pull the blow back a moment before the blade would have cracked against Benny's head. Benny didn't flinch. He only stood there, as still as the others, rain rolling down the sides of his pale face. To anyone watching, Whaley might have been one of them. He was so still. He stood so close to his brother he could smell him, a scent as familiar as his own. He brought the palm of his hand within an inch of Benny's face, wanted to feel the warmth of him, but he didn't dare draw closer. If there was no heat, no sign of life, he wouldn't be able to bear that. It was better to believe. "Something bad's about to happen," Benny told him, his eyes darting toward the house, then back to meet Whaley's. "Something terrible. I'd rather be out here in the storm. The rain makes me feel—" Whaley didn't hear how his brother finished that sentence. His own mind ended it for him with the one word he desperately did not want to hear aloud. "Alive." Benny took the shovel and Whaley let him. Keith rose to his feet and reached behind his back. He tugged out the gun, looked down at it for a long moment and held it out toward Whaley. "Take it if it will make you feel better." Whaley did. It didn't make him feel better. Not one bit. Chapter 50. By the time Kira and I reached the top of the basement steps, Spivey was halfway to the second floor. "Hurry up!" He paused only long enough to make sure we were behind him, then disappeared around the bend. Somewhere near the top of those steps, I think it was Maddie's threat that did it, Kira had shut down, not completely, but enough to slow her down. Like part of her mind retreated inward and found a good place to hide. I'd grabbed her by the arm and pulled her along behind me, doing my best to hide the terror chewing at my insides like ravenous worms trying to get out. As we passed the photographs hanging on the landing, I made a conscious effort not to look at them. Instead, I turned toward the living room, and that may have been worse. 8 or 9 others stood in that room, all of them facing toward us. Faces from the past I didn't know and didn't want to. They stood perfectly still, like those in the basement, muttering that same chant over and over. "Emerson welcomes you, Billy Hasler. Emerson has waited. You are your father's son, your father's gift. Give yourself and you will know joy. Give yourself and you will know life eternal. Give yourself so he may feast upon your soul. Emerson deserves to be hungry no more. Praise Emerson." It was the two sitting on the couch that caused me to freeze right where I stood. My heart pounded so hard it threatened to explode in my chest. Izzy and Chloe sat on the couch. I knew they were dead in the basement. Kira and I had nearly tripped over their bodies fleeing, yet there they were, just sitting there. They were holding hands, a look of listless bewilderment in their eyes, their bodies almost as motionless as all the others in that room save for Chloe. She was reaching for a can of Diet Pepsi someone had left on the coffee table, trying to grab it and failing. Izzy stared at her outstretched hand. Her fingers wrapped around the can, but were unable to grip it. When she squeezed, they passed through as if the can weren't really there. But that wasn't the case at all. They weren't really there, or if they were no longer. My mind flashed back to the odd scene of Lester Rote, Geraldine, Ralph Peck, and the 2 Whidden children. How William Whidden had held that jar and the amazement of the others as he did. Patricia and that ribbon. Kira gasped at the sight of Chloe and Izzy. Her head jerked around and looked down the steps toward the basement, then twisted back again in a moment of realization all her own. I pulled her toward the kitchen, toward the back door, then froze. There were more. Oh, Christ, how many? What were they? People, ghosts, spirits, apparitions, wraiths, shoulder to shoulder, blocking the way, their lips moving in unison with the others, that horrific chant. Were they solid? If we tried to force our way through them to the door, could they stop us? Would we pass right through them? Could they stop us? I didn't want to touch them, didn't want them to touch me. Like they carried an infection and their touch would... "Come on, damn it!" Spivey called out from above. "Before they block this way, too!" The last thing I wanted to do was go up, risk getting trapped deeper in the house, but we had no choice. Maddie was right behind us, grunting his way up the steps, his monstrous shadow lit by Alicia at his back. She hadn't bothered with the stairs. She simply rose, drifted up through the air as effortlessly as a fleck of dust caught in a breeze. Her hands were outstretched and she was clenching her fists, clenching and unclenching, every inch of her glowing, burning with energy, and I got the feeling if she didn't use it, she might explode, and she certainly wanted to use it. I started up the steps, tugging Kira behind me, and when she dug in her heels, when her cries morphed into shouts of "No, no, no!" I pulled her, half carried her up the steps. I had no choice because she didn't see Maddie come around the corner and level the gun at her head. She didn't see the fucked-up grin on his face, and she certainly didn't see his finger squeeze the trigger. Chapter 51. Lightning streaked the sky, and thunder cracked with a harsh whip snap as loud as a gunshot. The rain twisted on the wind and came at them sideways. Whaley paused for a second, then chased after Keith. With the bag hefted on his shoulder, the other man was halfway to the small porch off the back door of the house before Whaley took his first step. Whaley didn't look back at Benny. Oh, he wanted to, but he didn't. He didn't want to let his brother out of his sight again, but he knew he was descending into some kind of hell. The fact that every hair on his body was standing up told him so, and he couldn't let himself get distracted. Distracted would get him dead. As they drew closer to the house, he kept his eyes front and held to the sounds of Benny filling in the grave, the smack of the shovel against wet earth. He listened to it through the rain. As long as he could hear that, he knew Benny was back there. That had to be enough. Keith and Whaley weaved through all those standing between them and the house. They made no effort to stop them, but they didn't get out of the way either. Whaley got the impression they were only observers in all this, curious to see how it would turn out, nothing more. That was until he looked back and realized they had closed ranks behind them. By the time they stepped up on the porch, those lost souls, and that was how Whaley thought of them, had drawn so close, stood so near one another, they had formed a wall. They're corralling you. That's what they're doing, corralling you. Keith grabbed Whaley by the shirt and tugged him up the steps. It's best to ignore them. Can they hurt us? Keith chewed the inside of his cheek but didn't answer. Whaley shirked his arm out and pointed at the ground. If they're dead, why are they leaving footprints? Keith didn't look at the ground, the trampled mud. He kept his gaze fixed on Whaley. Not all of them, only the ones who have been here for a while. Takes them a little time to learn how to do that. Like the business with the house cycling, Keith said this as if it made perfect sense, and to him, maybe it did. He didn't bother to clarify further. He only shifted the bag from his right shoulder to his left and reached for the door. Whaley grabbed him. Let me go first. Keith seemed amused by this. He stepped to the side and gave Whaley room. Be my guest. Whaley eased up to the door and pressed the microphone button clipped to his shoulder. Mundy, if you can hear this, I'm out at Wood. I'm going in the house. We need backup out here. When he released the button, no reply came. The LED on the radio was still off. Most likely it hadn't transmitted at all, but it felt good to go through the motion, fall back into cop rhythm. He banged on the door with the back of his fist. Spivey, this is the police. We're coming in. He didn't expect an answer, and there wasn't one. Gripping the gun, he reached for the doorknob and twisted it. Frowned. The knob turned, but the door wouldn't open. He must have a deadbolt on it. Got it locked from the inside, Whaley said. Keith shook his head. That's not it at all. Then what? Emerson's waiting for me, not you. Keith gave the knob a gentle twist, and the door eased open. There were more ghosts in the kitchen. 4 men dressed in ancient Coast Guard uniforms, leaning back on the countertops, allowing Whaley and Keith just enough room to pass. Their faces were awash in emerald green light coming from the next room. Whaley trained the gun on them as they stepped by, but they ignored him. The sailors' eyes were all locked on Keith. Together they muttered in the faintest whisper, "He has come of his own free will, returned home. He is yours, he is ours. Praise Emerson." "Fuck Emerson," Keith shot back under his breath. Behind them, the door slapped shut with an angry crack, and Whaley didn't have to try the knob to know it wouldn't open again. Not until it was ready. He shook that thought away. Everything about the house looked different, like he was standing in another house altogether. Unlike before, all the kitchen cabinets, countertops, and appliances were new. Same with the flooring. Fresh paint, the cracks in the plaster ceiling were gone. Whaley forced himself to ignore all that. He didn't care if the house was cycling, like Keith said. He didn't care if it turned into a pumpkin at midnight. All he cared about were the kids, getting them out and away from whatever this was. Keith stopped at the doorway to the next room, Whaley behind him, when the 4 sailors said something else. "A cough is just a cough, right, Chief? Mary is just fine. No need to worry about her. Until you do, right? Praise Emerson." Whaley snapped around, glared at the 4 of them, but they looked past him, looked through him as if he weren't even there. "Ignore them, Chief," Keith told him. "Don't let them in your head." As he said that, he stared through the open doorway, squinted, his face filled with bright green light. The light vanished the moment he stepped through, and for a second Whaley thought Keith vanished with it. He didn't, though. Whaley found him standing in the living room, and, oh God, they were there too. Chapter 52. The bullet missed Kira by maybe an inch and vanished into the wall with a crack. That was Maddie's last shot. And as he stood there looking at the smoking barrel of the revolver in one hand, clutching his busted ribs with the other, I knew I could take him. And I was about to try when one of those things stepped up beside him. He wasn't much older than me. It might have even been younger. I couldn't tell. His pale skin was dotted with freckles, and he wore a Coast Guard cap cocked at an angle. He shoved his hand down the pocket of his pants that looked to be at least 2 sizes too big, and came out with a fistful of bullets. With a sly grin, he held them out toward Maddie. The words, "Praise Emerson," rolled silently off his lips. If Kira was frozen before, she was even worse now. The shot, the brightening glow of Alicia somewhere behind Maddie, backlighting him and the entire first floor as he snapped open the revolver and reloaded. Kira was gone. I grabbed her around the waist, hefted her up, and carried her up those stairs, the word "no" coming from her like a metronome. No, no, no. I paused at the second floor, only long enough to get a look down the hallway. There must have been 50 of them there. Crammed tight around the lockers lining the walls, spilling out from the bunk room and Spivey's bedroom across the hall. Sailors dressed in ancient Coast Guard whites. Others, older still, dressed in tattered rags held together by nothing more than salt and sweat, grimy boots crawling with muck and things better left to the sea. I thought of the bathroom window that I'd gotten out before, but there was no way to reach it, not without going through them, and if one of them could hand bullets to Maddie, solid bullets, that meant they were probably solid too. Solid enough to stop us if... "God damn it, Billy, come on!" Spivey again. 3rd floor. Even half carrying Kira, I took those stairs 2 at a time, chasing his voice. When we reached the landing, we found Spivey standing at the locked closet door, only it wasn't locked anymore. He twisted the knob and inched it open. The darkness on the other side was so thick it threatened to ooze out. "Hurry! Lock the door behind you! He won't look in here!" A million thoughts raced through my mind. I didn't want to be in a trapped room, but we couldn't keep running either. Kira was moving too slow. I twisted the knife in my hand. I'd been gripping it so tight my fingers were numb. Matty was already hurt. If I could surprise him, take him. I quickly shot up the ladder to the trap door leading to the tower, snapped the latch back and shoved it open. Wind and rain gushed down, screamed through the opening. I just needed Matty to think we went that way, only for a second. Spivey nodded up at me and disappeared into the closet. I dropped back down, shoved Kira through the opening behind him, and yanked the door closed. The darkness folded around us like a wet blanket festering with mold. I heard something then that I hadn't heard in several hours. The slam of furniture overturning, smacking against the floor. A sharp yelp, followed quickly by a sharper crack. Then quiet. And those sounds came from directly behind us in the closet. Chapter 53. I have no idea how Kira managed to hold on to the matches, but somehow she had. And even knowing that, I wouldn't have believed she was capable of actually striking one, but she did that too. Her voice had dropped to a whimper, and I caught a glimpse of her quivering lips as she held the match up and slowly turned toward the sound. An old wooden chair was on the ground, overturned, and hanging from the ceiling. Oh God, hanging from the ceiling. Kira screamed. The air left my lungs in a rushed gasp, and I backed up until I smacked against the door. Hanging from the ceiling by a knotted rope was David Spivey. His bloodshot eyes bulged from his head. His mouth lolled open, tongue drooping from the corner. His skin was pasty gray, oily, the fluids within him seeping out, his clothing stained with them. One of his shoes had fallen off and was lying in a puddle of... Do I smell? Somehow Spivey was also standing there between Kira and me, looking up at the body. His body. I jerked back again, hard against the door. My fingers pawed at the knob but refused to work, only slipped over the metal and thumped back down against my thigh. Sorry if I do. I wet my pants when my neck broke. Or maybe it was right before. I'm not exactly sure. The loud crack of the chair overturning again. Spivey's short, pain-filled yelp. The snap of his neck. Silence. Spivey pinched his eyes shut at the sound of it all, slapped his hands over his ears. Why does it keep doing that? Make it stop, Billy. Make it stop. We'd heard the sounds, but the chair hadn't moved, and neither had Spivey's body. It was like a soundtrack out of sync with the film. A note was pinned to his shirt. 3 words scrawled in Spivey's shaky handwriting. Fuck you, cancer. When we heard the sounds a third time, my mind flashed back to that first night. Was that really only 3 weeks ago? And Chloe's story about the ghost at the John Paul Jones house. How he comes out from the attic dressed in old-fashioned clothes and walks into a room and vanishes over and over again, like a video stuck on repeat. Spivey shook his head. Please make it stop, please. Kira was pressed deep into the corner, shaking so bad she had to hold the match with both hands. Her gaze kept jerking back and forth between the dead body hanging from the ceiling and the other Spivey, the one standing between us. She had known about Alicia. It was clear she hadn't known about Spivey. He was breathing, the one standing next to me, blinking, his eyes brimmed with tears. He was alive, yet. Before I realized what I was doing, I tentatively reached out and placed my hand on his shoulder. He was warm, solid, as real as Kira and I. I looked from him to his body hanging from the ceiling, then back again. How? I don't know exactly, he replied. Emerson brings us back. After. I feel alive, more alive every hour. Alicia said we'd have to stay here for a little while, out on the island, but with time we'd get even stronger. We'd be able to go back to the mainland. Short trips at first, then longer. His eyes lit up. The cancer doesn't hurt anymore, Billy. It's gone. There's so much more. So much I wish I could tell you, but I can't. Not until you join us. You will, right? I don't want to do this alone. Chloe has Izzy. I think Alicia is with Maddie now. You have Kira. I have nobody. I need you here. He looked over at Kira. Both of you. All of us together. The loud crack of the chair overturning again. Spivey's short, pain-filled yelp. The snap of his neck. Silence. Spivey flinched. You can help me find a way to stop that. Everything will be okay if we just stop that sound. I know it. He looked down at the knife in my hand. Use that. First you, then Kira can go. None of us needs to be alone. It'll only hurt for a second. Knick-knock, I promise. Kira let out a soft whimper. The floorboards creaked, not inside the closet, but just outside the door. Maddie. Chapter 54. Lit only in the soft glow of candles burning around the room, Izzy Fernandez and Chloe Kittle both sat on the couch. Huddled close together, hands intertwined, they watched Keith and Whaley enter the room with wide, frightened eyes, but said nothing. Alicia Dubin was there, too. The sight of her stopped Keith in his tracks, stopped them both. Her skin had taken on a soft pallor, almost luminescent, something akin to the radiance of a pregnant woman, but different. Whaley couldn't put his finger on it and wasn't sure he wanted to. It wasn't natural, he could tell that much. She was dressed all in black, heeled boots, short skirt, and a blouse partially unbuttoned to reveal an emerald hanging from her neck on a chain. Her dark hair hung in loose curls over her shoulders. The fact that the emerald was the same color as the light they'd seen from the kitchen wasn't lost on him, nor was the fact that it perfectly matched her eyes. A coy smile edged the corner of her mouth, and she brought the tip of her finger to it, covered it, like she had some scandalous little secret and that finger was the only thing holding it back. She glanced at Whaley, but it was the other man who drew her attention. "Hello, Keith," she purred. "I've missed you." With those 5 words, Whaley knew they weren't talking to Alicia Dubin. Not exactly. This was someone, something different. He'd only spoken to the girl once, when he came to collect her and her friends after Lily Dwyer went missing, and he remembered her voice, the timbre of it. The voice he remembered was there, but it wasn't alone. There was another voice behind it, older, deeper. Another behind that one, deeper still. Multiple people speaking in unison when that girl opened her mouth. Whaley motioned at Izzy and Chloe on the couch, a clumsy "come here" gesture, waving behind his back with his free hand, the gun loosely pointed toward the floor near Alicia in the other. "Both of you come over here now. Get behind me. Step around her." Neither girl moved, only stared at him glassy-eyed, and Whaley had an odd thought. This is what it would be like to be on the inside of a television looking out. They were observing him, watching. They weren't altogether in this world any more than he was altogether in theirs. Alicia cocked her hip and shifted her weight from her right foot to her left. Teddy should be here soon, too. And Pam. It's like we're getting the band back together, playing all the old hits. Isn't it, Keith? The sense of déjà vu slammed into Whaley even before she started humming. Unlike when he heard those exact words in the vision back in Marston's car, this time he did recognize the song. What a Difference a Day Makes by Esther Phillips. My yesterday was blue, dear. Today I'm part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear, since you said you were mine. What a difference a day makes. This wasn't Alicia Dubin, this was Laura, Keith said softly. She reached for the emerald dangling around her neck and curled her fingers around it. Emerson made good on his promise to me. Got a little worried there in the final seconds, but he snatched me right out of the fire, just like he said he would. Praise Emerson. Praise Emerson, the two girls on the couch repeated with a conviction Whaley found unnerving. Keith swallowed. What does that mean for your daughter? She tilted her head and pouted. Oh, Alicia's in here too. So's Emerson. It's wonderful. It's like having three minds all working together. Only that's not exactly right either, because Emerson is so many, so much more. Oh, the things he'll teach me. It's been a long journey, but I'm home now. I'm right where I was always meant to be. Now with you here, having come here willingly, all us tokens are home. You must feel it, right? The energy of that. God, the air is electric with it. This place, the power, it would have been wasted on your boy, but now... She held her hand out toward him, long fingers beckoning. Take the final step, and it can be ours to share together. When she said this last bit, her gaze drifted to the gun in Whaley's hand, then back again. You know the rules, though. You need to do it yourself. I won't do that. Yes, you will, she replied with a careless shrug. And it's not polite to keep a girl waiting. Her finger twitched, and the gun ripped from Whaley's hand, rolled through the air, and landed at Keith's feet. I suppose the only real question is who will feed Emerson next. Chapter 55. I raised my finger to my mouth, silently hushed both Spivey and Kira, and pressed my ear against the door. I heard nothing over the wind whipping through the open hatch above, but I did catch a shadow move across the gap beneath the door. Kira saw it too. She pointed down, but nothing else moved. Was he standing out there, on the other side of the door? Then I had another thought. Was Maddie alive or dead? I couldn't tell with Alicia. Even with Spivey standing next to me, I couldn't tell. But Maddie? He had to be alive. I'd hurt him, broke at least one of his ribs. You can't hurt the dead, can you? Billy, 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 Maddie muttered from the other side of the door. Always a pain in the ass, Billy. I couldn't tell if he was facing the closet door or looking up at the open hatch leading to the landing, but he was close. He was right there. I'm gonna shoot you in both kneecaps, then your left elbow. I won't fuck up your right arm. You'll need that for the knife. But after the left elbow, I'll put one in your gut, maybe two. I've heard that's the most painful way to die, and it can take hours, days even. When you're lying there, trying to keep your insides from spilling out, I'll help you get a good grip on the knife. Maybe even help you get the point to the right spot on your neck. But when the time comes, you'll do the cutting. You'll want nothing more than to end yourself. 'Cause after I help you out, get you all lined up, I'll go to work on Kira. I'll do her right next to you so you can watch. And oh man, are we gonna have fun. That little prick tease of yours and I are gonna have ourselves a party. An all-nighter maybe. How long is totally up to you. I've got Alicia's magic poison cocktail with me. I'll set it across from her, just out of reach. I don't care if she begs for it. I won't let her drink until you're dead. Not until Emerson has what he wants. That's when she'll get her relief, not a second sooner. That's a gift you can give her. The closet knob rattled. Gentle at first, Maddie giving it a cautious twist. Then he turned it with more force. Locked. I hadn't locked it. Neither had Spivey or Kira, but it was. Locked as it always was. The only locked door in the house. Maddie went quiet for a second. When he spoke again, he sounded further away. Not much, maybe a foot or two, but... "You up there, Billy?" he called out. "You hoping to stick me when I poke my head through?" That's when I moved. I flicked the lock with my thumb and twisted the knob in one fluid motion, then slammed into the door, shoved it open with all my weight. It swung out over the landing. Maddie was facing away, looking up at the hatch, and the door cracked hard against his back. He bounced forward, off balance, and smacked hard against the right corner of the ladder. He didn't drop the gun, but it went off, sounding much like thunder in the small space. Chapter 56. The shot came from upstairs. Whaley jerked his head toward the ceiling, muffled by the distance, but definitely upstairs. He turned and started for the steps, then several things happened at once. The room behind him erupted in emerald green, a light so bright his eyes involuntarily pinched shut. Something slammed into his lower back with the force of a linebacker from his high school football glory days. The blow caught him in the kidneys, wrecked his balance, and sent him flailing forward. He landed with a hard grunt at the base of the staircase, and that was when he realized the stairs were different. When he'd been out here with Billy Hasler, they only went up. Now there was another staircase, this one leading down from the landing into a dark basement. His brain registered that thought in a fraction of a second, in the instant before another blow came at him from behind, this one shoving him through the basement doorway and tumbling down those steps. Had he been 30 years younger, he might have taken such a fall with only a few bruises to show for it, but he was far from being a kid. His collarbone cracked when it caught the corner of step number 5, and his right leg broke in at least 2 places when he twisted at the midway part. When his own bulk forced the leg to bend in a direction God had never intended. He rolled the rest of the way down and landed in a semi-conscious heap at the bottom. That might have been the death of him if not for the loosely packed dirt floor. Inertia carried him a little further, and for that saving grace he was thankful, because Keith came down right behind him, thumping even louder because of the heavy bag still strapped to his person. Through all the pain, through all the noise, a single thought kept repeating in Whaley's head with each of those bangs. There's a fucking bomb in that bag, and it's gonna blow. Keith hit the last step much harder than Whaley had, bounced over Whaley, and slammed into the dirt floor. He rolled several more feet and finally stopped when he got tangled up in an old metal folding chair on the ground next to the furnace. That's when Whaley saw the bodies. The only illumination in the basement came from the furnace. Someone had left the door meant to protect the pilot light open. A bluish-white glow inched out, barely enough to scratch at the harsh shadows. And for that he was grateful because what he saw belonged in the shadows. If he saw what he saw in full light, he'd surely go mad, or perhaps he already was, because those bodies couldn't be there any more than the basement could be there. Yet he was only a few feet from them. Chloe and Izzy, the same girls he'd just seen on the couch upstairs, both clearly dead. When Keith groaned, Whaley turned his head in that direction and saw Alicia, half buried, and that made even less sense because he'd just talked to her. "How bad you hurt?" Keith rolled tentatively, got his arms out from under him. He pulled his bag closer and used it to rise to his knees. Whaley pinched his eyes shut. He had to. There was no way he could speak while also looking at Alicia Dubin's dead hand sticking up from the ground, her face buzzing with flies, already starting to decompose. The basement stunk of death, fluids from those bodies seeping out, moistening the dirt with, "God damn it, Whaley, snap out of it!" Whaley did. And the pain that had hit the pause button while his mind wrestled with the impossible came flooding back. Collarbone, he managed to spit out. Right leg busted up bad. Fuck, ain't that the way, Keith grumbled. Whaley wasn't sure what he meant by that and was about to ask him when he heard the whispers coming from the far corner of the basement, somewhere beyond the reach of the thin light. There's someone else down here. Where's the gun? Forget the goddamn gun. Keith tugged open the zipper on the bag, reached inside, and began removing the contents, lining everything up nice and neat. 6 sticks of dynamite, blasting caps, a bundle of wire, lantern battery, and a small white timer. Oh, hell. He squinted and held the timer toward the thin light. The timer busted. Fuck! Keith chucked it against the far wall. It clattered when it hit the stone and vanished in the dark. Whaley was perfectly fine with a broken bomb. He was more concerned with the people stepping out of the dark, walking toward them. Chapter 57. Matty's shot didn't hit anyone, but that didn't mean the next one wouldn't, and his gun hand was coming up even as Kira scrambled up the ladder to the landing above. He squeezed off another round in Kira's general direction as he tumbled back, but it went wide and high, disappeared somewhere in the ceiling. If the space had been larger, he would have gone down, but Matty met the far wall before his legs had a chance to come out from under him. I followed the momentum of the door, dug my heels in, and leveled my right shoulder toward his chest. I'd hoped to get his ribs again, but rain coming in from the hatch above slicked the floor. I slipped, twisted slightly, and caught the corner of his pelvic bone instead. With a grunt, he rolled to the side, managed to get his footing, and I found myself down on one knee, looking up at him. Matty licked his lip and pulled back the hammer on the gun. Elbow or knee? Where do you want the first one? I was still holding the knife, and when I tightened my grip on the handle, he let out a soft laugh and took a step back. Think you can stick me before I can get a bullet in you? He was cradling his belly with his free hand again, pushing back on his ribs. His skin was pasty white and coated with a sheen of sweat, clearly in pain. Spivey's dead, I told him. No shit. Who do you think helped him tie the rope? I cleared my throat. And he's standing right behind you. So? Spivey was right behind him. He'd stepped out of the closet at some point, and I waited for him to do something. But he didn't. He only stood there. He can't hurt me, Matty said. Emerson won't let him. From behind Spivey in the closet came the crack, the agonized yelp, the snap. Spivey pinched his eyes shut, jerked his head back and forth, fighting some invisible demon. Kira's leg came down from the hatch above. She'd braced herself somehow and brought her foot down on the top of Matty's head with a sickening thud. I shot forward, sliced upward with the knife, and caught him in the belly below his hand before he managed to stumble back and out of reach. His body crumpled, but not before the gun went off again. The bullet struck me in the shoulder like a fist. I lost hold on the knife, spun away, and fell into the opposite corner, gripping the wound. Matty was already getting back on his feet, clutching at his stomach now rather than just applying pressure to his ribs. Thick, black blood oozed out from between his fingers, and I realized I'd cut him deeper than I thought. He didn't seem to care. He raised his other hand again, got it level with me before he realized the gun was no longer there. It had skittered across the floor behind him, behind Spivey, who had become as still as the apparitions I saw in the basement. Kira kicked Matty again. She'd dropped down about halfway on the ladder, and her shoe connected below Matty's chin. His head snapped hard to the side, and he fell back to his knees, a stunned look on his face. "Billy!" She held her hand toward me, fingers outstretched, and I managed to get to my feet. Pain radiated from my shoulder. I peeled my bloody hand away only long enough to realize the bullet hadn't gone in, just sliced through the skin, fat, and muscle, leaving a bloody trough. I looked around frantically, spotted the gun against the wall on the opposite side of the room. "Leave it!" Kira grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the ladder. Matty was already stirring, trying to get back to his feet, fumbling toward the gun. Spivey was gone. In the second I looked away, he'd vanished. Kira gave me a hard yank, nearly pulled me up the first 2 rungs of the ladder, tapping strength I didn't know she had. She scrambled up through the hatch above, then laid on the floor and reached back down for me. Gripping the collar of my shirt, she pulled. White-hot pain ebbed out from my shoulder with each tug, and I hobbled up behind her, maneuvering the ladder as best I could with my one good arm. When I reached the top, Maddie was at the first rung, blood pooling at his feet. Grinning again. The bastard was still coming. Chapter 58. Whaley tried to sit up and push away from the shadowy wraiths closing on him. A harsh wave of heat rolled up his arm and exploded in his shoulder with a stabbing pain unlike any he'd ever felt. The only thing worse was the pain that followed when he dropped back down to the dirt. It felt like a dozen butcher knives slicing up from his elbow and twisting when they reached the top. Although his shirt was soaked from the rain, a new moisture pooled out from the base of his neck, hot and wet, and he didn't dare try to touch it because he was fairly certain his collarbone was sticking out. There was a pentagram on the floor to the left of the dead girls. The candles placed at the various points ignited all on their own, and that extra light was enough for Whaley to see the rest of the basement, see who else was there. There were many. Men, women, children, too many to count. They'd stopped moving and were standing so still and silent they might have been statues. An historical display representing humanity's last 500 years. "You don't belong here," one of them said. And when Whaley followed the voice, he realized it was Teddy Hasler, wearing the same clothing he'd been wearing earlier that day. Geraldine Rote was standing to his left, and next to her was, oh God, Pam. Keith went deathly pale at the sight of her. His mouth dropped open, and every inch of the man trembled. "Oh, why did you—" A defeated look crossed his face. He glanced up at the ceiling. "Our son's already gone, isn't he?" If Pam heard him, there was no indication. She stood as still as all the others, not so much as a blink. Her gaze was fixed on the pentagram on the floor. When Keith spoke again, his voice was rushed, irrational. He wasn't looking at his wife anymore. Seemed like he couldn't. Like if he looked back at her, he'd forget all else. "Chief, I need you to listen to me. Listen carefully. We don't have much time." He had the 6 sticks of dynamite bundled together, and with fumbling fingers went back to attaching the blasting caps. "I'm going to need your help with this. Without the timer, I'll have to detonate manually. That means this is now a 2-man job." "I'm not going to help you set off a—" Keith cut him off. "I'll handle the bomb. I need you to do something else." What he told Whaley next made no sense. "Keith, that's insane." That's what he was going to say, but he clipped it off. Saying it aloud would do neither of them any favors, and it might be just enough to push Keith over whatever edge he was teetering on. Whaley had to get the hell out. He eased his good arm under his torso and tried to push up, managed about 4 inches before he dropped back down. He caught a glimpse of his broken leg and realized the foot was facing the wrong direction. Everything below the knee twisted and bent. "Neither of us is leaving here," Keith rushed out. "I'm sorry for that. It was only supposed to be me, but it is what it is, and there ain't nothing we can do about that now. I need you to do what I said when I tell you to do it. Not a second earlier, not a second later. You get that? You understand?" He finished with the blasting caps and started attaching the wires. His hands were shaking so bad when he tried to thread the wire through the cap screws he kept missing. With a slew of curses, he tried again and again until he got one, then moved on to the next, adding in a low mutter, "We're gonna end this fucking thing. Pam said you can't." Keith almost looked back at her, caught himself, fumbled with the next wire. "Yeah, well, Pam wasn't always—" "Oh, you poor little man," a voice whispered at Whaley's ear, cutting Keith off. So close, hot breath washed down his cheek. "That must hurt something fierce. Alicia Dubin was crouching next to him, her eyes filled with that green light, so bright he couldn't look at her. She hadn't come down the stairs. He would have seen that. She was simply there, mere feet from her own dead body. The tip of the girl's finger brushed through his hair, down the side of his face, and flicked the sharp splinter of his collarbone protruding from his shoulder. The shriek that came out of Whaley sounded like a wounded animal on the side of the road after an unfortunate run-in with a vehicle. Something that needed to be put down. "You don't belong here. You don't belong here." 1,000 voices all chanted in unison. Alicia raised her hand, silenced them, then licked the blood from her fingertip. His blood. "They're right, you know," she told him in that voice made of many. "But I'm willing to make an exception. A trade." "Praise Emerson," they all said together. "Praise Emerson." She was holding the photograph. How she'd gotten it from his pocket without him knowing, he didn't know, but there it was, pinched between her thumb and index finger, and it looked so wet and tattered, frail, like it might disintegrate if it suffered another moment of this night, not much different from Whaley himself. She gave the picture a hard shake, then studied the image, her face filled with concern. Whaley wanted to draw closer, but couldn't bring himself to move. "Let me see." She tilted her head. "Are you sure you want to?" He managed the feeblest of nods. When she turned the photograph around, he swallowed. His father's car. Benny sitting on the fender, Whaley standing next to him. Both older now. Benny in his teens as he was outside, and Whaley as he appeared now, right down to his wet and bloody uniform. His broken leg was cocked at an odd angle as he balanced against the old Mustang. The sun glistened off the bone protruding from his neck. As bad as that was, it was the sight of Mary sitting behind the wheel of the convertible that got him most. Most of her hair was gone, nothing but patches left. She'd lost a lot of weight, barely recognizable. Her eyes were sunk deep into her skull, dark and yellow. "It's the chemo," Alicia said in that strange, multiplied voice. "It can be as cruel as the cancer, sometimes worse. She'll hang on for a little while. She'll do that for you. But in the end, the time is only borrowed. Her slow death started the day that tickle in her throat began." She shook the photograph again, and this time Mary was in a hospital bed, alone in the room, and in that picture her lips were moving. "Make it stop," Alicia whispered. "That's what she's saying." "Don't." Alicia cocked her head. "Don't what? End your wife's suffering, or show you more?" Whaley didn't answer that. He couldn't. "But this is your fault," Alicia told him. "Don't you see that? This is what happens if you leave. If you manage to crawl up those stairs and leave us. It's true, you don't belong, but I'm understanding. Compassionate, even. I don't want to see her suffer any more than I want to see you in pain." Alicia eased her hand down Whaley's chest, past his waist to his destroyed leg. "This doesn't have to hurt either. Not anymore." And for one brief second, it didn't. "I'll help you if you help me. You stay with us, and I'll see to your wife. I'll make sure her cough is nothing more than a cough. I'll give her the years you're sacrificing, and when her time is over, she can come here too. The years will pass in a blink, I can guarantee that. And then you'll be together forever." "Chief, remember what I said," Keith muttered. "Remember what I told you need to do." Alicia's head spun around at an impossible angle. She took in what he was doing. Keith had the blasting caps all wired together. One wire was attached to the battery. He was stripping the other with his teeth. If that wire came in contact with the battery, the bomb would detonate. Alicia smiled playfully. "Oh, Keith, always the prankster." She pointed at him and flicked her finger. Keith shot up off the floor, cracked against the ceiling joists, then dropped back down, landing in a motionless heap next to the furnace. "Praise Emerson!" the chorus of voices cried out, and Alicia rose. She dropped the photograph near Whaley's head, rose, and went to them. Chapter 59. Kira and I weren't alone in the tower. I noticed the young girl huddled in the corner the moment after I slammed down the hatch and engaged the heavy slide bolt. She wore a filthy white dress that seemed several sizes too small. It barely fell halfway down her thighs. Her naked feet were caked in mud. More was on her face, caught up in her stringy blonde hair. When she opened her mouth, a deep sing-song voice came out like wet gravel from between rancid yellow teeth. "My yesterday was blue, dear. Today I'm part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear." "What the fuck?" Kira muttered, shuffling back from her on her hands and knees. "What the actual fuck?" This was George Walton's daughter, the first girl to drown in that well in 1657. It had to be. From below, Maddie slammed into the bottom of the hatch. It jerked up, but the deadbolt held. "Hey, Billy, Billy, thought you didn't like heights. How about you come down from there? Better yet, let me up. I'll help you, buddy." He slammed against the hatch with ungodly strength, hard enough to rattle the entire floor. Kira grabbed my blood-soaked arm and pulled me toward her. Fresh pain radiated out from the bullet wound, hot, thumping with my heart. I let out a sharp hiss. "Sorry," she breathed out but didn't let go. "Let me see how bad." "It's okay," I told her, although I knew it wasn't. Our sleeping bags were still there, bunched up in the corner and forgotten in some other lifetime. The phone rang. I'd forgotten about the phone. Its bells clattered in a dull shrill, went silent, and rang again. The girl in the white dress leaned back on her heels. "Oh, don't answer the phone. The phone lies. The phone loves to lie." Maddie slammed into the hatch again. How was he able to hit it so hard? And the screws holding down the deadbolt shrieked. A few more hits like that and he'd get through. I snatched up the receiver. "What?" The voice on the other end of the call was so distant, between the shrieking wind and rain beating down on the small room from all sides I couldn't make out the words. The voice faded in and out as if riding the roiling waves of the churning tide down below. The first time he spoke, I only heard one word. "Belle." "I can't hear you," I shouted back. The young girl rocked back and forth on her muddy heels, the harsh sing-song voice back again. "Operator, operator, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, please speak up, please speak up." A muffled grunt from Maddie. The hatch jerked up again, and I heard the sound of metal twisting in a way it was never meant to, a sharp, short squeal. The voice on the phone said, "To the bell, get to Annabelle." With that last word, lightning streaked the sky. There was a pop on the line, and the call was dead. It was me, my own voice. "Get to Annabelle." Kira hadn't heard. She couldn't possibly have heard, but even as I dropped the phone, she was looking out the door toward the rickety widow's walk on the other side. Chapter 60. Alicia went to the center of the pentagram. She left no footprints in the loosely packed dirt, and Whaley realized although her legs and feet moved as if she were walking, the girl wasn't touching the ground. She hovered about an inch above it. When she reached the center, she closed her eyes. "Ego hic quod mea. I am here for what is mine. Praise Emerson!" Whaley didn't know how many were in the basement. far too many to count, and when they spoke in unison, the volume was loud enough to rattle the foundation walls, shake the rafters above. There might have been 100 down there, 1,000, 10,000. Some impossible number, and Whaley suddenly realized whatever this was, it went much further back in history than when Raina docked out here in 1898, well before that passenger made his ill-gotten promise to the captain. This was something as old as the earth. This was something evil. Alicia raised her hands, and the candle flames rose from the wicks to a height several feet above her head, no longer orange and yellow, but a bright emerald green. Her eyes and the pendant all glowed with it, and the basement air came alive, swooshing excitedly through the room. I have given you what you want. I have fulfilled your every desire and need. Venio quad mea. I come for what is mine. Ad sum ad collegunt. I am here to collect. The time is now. You are me, and I am you. I am Emerson, for we are many. Only she didn't say Emerson, not that time. She said Legion. And with the mention of that name, Whaley remembered a story he hadn't heard since he was a child. A biblical story about a demon cast out of a man into a herd of pigs, pigs that then jumped from a cliff and took their own lives. As Whaley looked around the basement, at the dead girls near his feet, the apparitions born of the dark, he realized he was witnessing the opposite of that biblical story. He was watching the dead become one, feeding. I am Legion, for we are many. Pam was first to move. She stepped from the many, went to the edge of the symbol on the ground, and stepped inside. She walked right up to Alicia, then somehow walked into Alicia. For one brief instant, the two of them seemed to occupy the same space. Then Pam was gone. Teddy came next, his face blank, trance-like, his motion that of a sleepwalker. He followed in Pam's footsteps and vanished too. One at a time, they stepped to the center, became part of her. 5, 10, 20, 50. Impossible to count, and with each the green light grew brighter. Alicia pinched her eyes shut, her face filled with ecstasy. Her body twitched, hovered there, took them all in, and, Chief, the voice was weak, barely a whisper. It was a miracle Whaley heard it at all. Keith was still on the ground where he had dropped, but his eyes were open. He tried to sit up and failed miserably. Instead, he dragged himself toward the battery. Chief, we need to do this. Now! Chapter 61. I yanked the phone cord. It broke from the base and snapped across the small room. Get the sleeping bags, I told Kira. She eyed the cord. What are you doing? What are you doing? The girl mimicked, shuffling a little closer. She smelled like something left behind on the beach by the receding tide. Maddie cracked against the hatch again, and this time one of the screws did come out. The hatch bounced up enough for me to glimpse him for a quick instant before it slammed back down. The girl saw him, too, and she seemed to like that. She crawled over to the hatch and lowered her cheek to the floor at the edge of the trapdoor. When Maddie hit it again, she let out a playful giggle. The bags, Kira, hurry! I scooped up the phone receiver and went to the door at the catwalk. The padlock was back, locked, but it broke away after only 3 hits with the phone. When I yanked open the door, the raging storm reached in and snatched at all 3 of us. Icy rain whipping around the room, exploring every inch with a hungry fascination. Salty air stung my face, my eyes, my shoulder burned, but none of that compared to the jolt of fear that enveloped me as I looked out over that widow's walk. The rotten boards, slick with rain, the railing that wasn't much of a railing at all, just some old 2x4s nailed precariously in place. The height of it, 3 stories from the rocky ground. I sucked in a breath, then another. I stood at the edge of that walkway and tried to slow the relentless slamming of my heart, but all of it grew worse. I wasn't breathing, I was hyperventilating. I'd lost some blood, and my limbs quivered like an engine running on fumes. My knees started to buckle, and I would have fallen if not for Kira. She got one arm around me, the other clutching the 2 sleeping bags. "I've got you," she said softly. "Take it one step at a time." I looked back at her and wished I hadn't. The girl in the white dress was busy working on the slide bolt for the hatch. I couldn't see her face, but I imagined she was frustrated. Her fingers passed through the metal the first 2 times she tried, then seemed to grip it, if only for a second. Frustrated or not, she was patient, and with each attempt that bolt slipped closer to disengaging even as Maddie banged from below. Kira shuffled forward, pulling me with her. She maneuvered around the missing and broken boards, and I followed in her steps. "Keep your stance wide," she told me. "The boards will be strongest at the sides." Between the height and the pain in my shoulder, I was breathing in short gasps. Each time the wind gusted, I grabbed at the railing, dug my fingers in. Each time Kira nudged me along, forced me forward. I didn't see Annabelle until we reached the end of the walk. It wasn't tied to the dock. Between the high tide and the storm, the water blanketed a large portion of the island, and Annabelle was directly below us, cracking against the foundation of the house. For a quick second, I thought Lester Rote was at the helm. Then I realized it wasn't Lester, it was Spivey. He was facing away, hands on the controls, his body stiff, statue-like, as if he had been built there when the craft was assembled, his gaze lost on some distant thing out there in the raging waters. I twisted the phone receiver around the base of the railing and knotted it with the cord, then dropped the cord over the side. It was long, but not long enough. It was about 8 feet short. "Use the sleeping bag to grip the cord so you don't burn your hands. Squeeze as hard as you can and slide down. Try to land on your back on the bag," I told Kira, realizing just how crazy that sounded as I said it aloud. She was looking at my shoulder. My shirt was soaked in blood. "How are you going to hold on?" Behind us, the hatch banged open with a crash. Maddie's head came up through the hole, the sickening grin on his face widening as he spotted us. "Go!" I shouted at Kira. Maddie's arm appeared, the gun in his hand. Using his elbow as leverage on the floor, he worked his way up. The girl in the white dress watched him for a moment, then turned toward Kira and me. Her face twisted with wild excitement. She started skittering toward us like a crab, through the door, down the widow's walk. Kira went over the side, pinched the cord like I told her, and slid far too fast. I watched as she picked up speed, reached the end of the cord, and dropped down to the deck of Annabelle, half on the hard wood, half on the sleeping bag. When she didn't move, I thought for sure she was dead. Then she looked up at me and rolled to the side. I couldn't do it, not with the height, and I wouldn't have been able to if the girl in white hadn't slammed into me. She hit me with a sickening crunch, as if her bones were nothing but rotten twigs held together by a loose bag of flesh, and I went over the side with her latched against me. Somehow I managed to grab the cord with my good hand and wished I hadn't. The plastic sliced my palm like a hot knife. I squeezed anyway because anything else surely meant death, and when I hit the deck of the boat, it cracked beneath me. Not completely, but enough. The boards buckled, cratered, gave just enough to spare me. Maybe a second ticked by, long enough for me to register I was alive, hear Kira screaming my name, then the pain came, a hellish roll of electric heat starting at the center of my back near my tailbone and working out. With a mind all its own, my good arm flailed, swatted at the girl in the white dress, but she was no longer there. She'd vanished. Maddie jumped. He went over the edge of the widow's walk and tumbled toward me. Chapter 62. Whaley crawled toward Keith. The pain, the fear, he used it. With each inch, he used it like fuel. He used his one good arm to pull himself closer, his broken body dragging through the dirt. When he dropped down the stairs, he hadn't landed far from the furnace, only a few feet, but it might have been a mile. Whaley's heart was beating to the point of bursting. Blood throbbed behind his eyes, his temples. It screamed through his veins. The breath he sucked in felt like half of what his body needed, and he knew he was at his breaking point, beyond his breaking point. Every second he existed now was borrowed. He didn't so much as glance back at Alicia. If he did, he wasn't sure he'd be able to turn away. If he could block out the sound of it, he would do that too. He heard each of them enter her, heard her somehow absorb each of those souls, and with each the green light flashed bright. He didn't have to look back to know it was happening faster. The many becoming one, the many becoming legion. Whaley blacked out, only for a second, but when he tried to move again, pain radiated out from his broken collarbone like a sharp slice of electricity. It followed the length of his back, down his leg, and when it met the broken bones down there, his vision flooded with white. He drowned in it, and there was nothing else. "Chief!" Although Keith shouted, his voice was distant. It came to him down a long tunnel. The man yelled again and sounded even further away. The third time he could barely hear him at all. Whaley didn't feel the arms around him, not at first. For a second he thought he was floating like Alicia. Then his eyes were open again and saw Benny kneeling beside him, pulling him toward Keith. "I've got you," his brother said. "Almost there." And then Whaley was. He nearly collapsed again when he reached Keith at the furnace, but Benny held him up. "I've got you," Benny said again. "I know you do." The photograph had fluttered across the basement floor. It was right there. Keith had one wire attached to the battery, the other wire in his hand, less than an inch from the exposed terminal. His eyes met Whaley's, and there was a strange calm there. "On 3, he instructed. 1. Chapter 63. Kira pulled me out of the way, and Maddie slammed into the deck, partially standing. His right leg took the brunt of it, shattered and buckled like a meaty accordion, then swept out from under him as Spivey gunned the engine and forced Annabelle up and over the nearest wave in the direction of Newcastle. Maddie staggered toward the stern of the boat and fell in a heap. He stopped moving, but I knew he wasn't dead. I caught a glimpse of Wood Island behind us, the house, all the lights burning bright, nothing more than a blur behind the storm. Kira's arms were wrapped around my chest. I was partially in her lap. I tried to sit up, couldn't. From the corner of my eye, I saw Spivey shove the throttle nearly all the way forward. The motor screamed, and the boat climbed over another wave, then dropped into the trough on the other side with a salty splash. Spivey tried to pull the throttle back, but his fingers passed right through it. Frustrated, he grabbed at it again. This time not only did his hand pass through the throttle, but the console too. He realized his other hand was no longer able to grip the wheel. We were too far from the island. I could see through him. He was... Kira screamed. As broken as he was, Maddie had rolled, managed to get the gun up, squeezed the trigger, and... Chapter 64. The photograph was upside down. Whaley couldn't see the image on the other side. What he saw existed only in his mind's eye. But he saw it as clearly as if he had taken the picture himself. He saw the face he wanted to see. His wife. Mary, on a summer day many years earlier, the first time he'd ever laid eyes on her. The sunlight at her back and a smile that could melt the world. He saw perfection. Keith closed his eyes and let out a soft breath. 2. Whaley felt Benny's arms tighten around him, and together they leaned toward the furnace and the small pilot light. And blew. Chapter 65. Silence. Water. We were in the water, sinking. Kira still had her arms around me, and she either managed to push off something or kick, but we broke the surface, both of us coughing out salt water. We managed to grab a quick breath before a large wave rolled over us and sent us back down. When we came back up, Annabelle was gone, vanished right out from under us. Spivey was gone too. Simply blinked out as if neither had ever been there. We were bobbing in the water, "Where's Maddie?" Kira managed to get out before coughing again, frantically twisting around, searching the water. When I turned my head, it felt like it was attached to my neck with knife blades. The slightest movement sliced through the muscle and scratched at the bone. "Try not to move," she told me. "I think you broke your back when you hit the deck." The world swooned and went black for a second, enveloped me in a cloud of nothing. Kira slapped me. "You've lost a lot of blood. Just stay with me." My legs were kicking, helping us stay afloat. Muscle memory, involuntary movement. I didn't much care how, and I wouldn't be able to kick if I broke my back. This was good, even if it hurt like hell. Another wave slammed into us, picked us up, and dropped us at least 10 feet from where we started. I managed to catch a glimpse of Wood Island before we came back down. The house was dark. Even through the storm, I knew it had changed, reverted back to... "The house cycled," Kira said, her lips near my ear. "That's what Alicia called it. Something must have happened." Maybe it cycled out with everything else. That's what Maddie had said about the knife when Kira... Oh God, Annabelle. Spivey. That's where it all went. Gone. The water around my shoulder was warm. I realized that was from the blood. "Help!" Maddie's voice echoed in the distance. "Help me!" Garbled the first time, louder the second. I spotted him first, maybe 30 feet from us. He disappeared beneath the water, then clawed his way back up, screamed this time. "Shark! It's right!" Then he was gone. It happened that fast. He sliced sideways through the water, as if someone in a speedboat had tied a rope around him and gunned the motor. Then he dropped below the surface. It didn't drop, he was pulled. And he didn't come back up. Kira let out a soft gasp. She froze, stopped kicking. I couldn't. I was keeping us both afloat. I quickly looked back at Wood Island, then, pain be damned, I managed to turn my head in the opposite direction, toward the beach at Newcastle. "We'll never make it," Kira shouted, her voice broken by another wave crashing over our heads. "We're too far from shore." She was right. Annabelle had only gotten us about halfway across the reach. We were at least 1/8 of a mile from the narrow beach at the Commons. I pulled Kira tighter against me, held her as close as I dared while still pumping my legs to keep us afloat. My muscles didn't want to work anymore. The burn and pain I'd felt only moments earlier had been replaced by pins and needles and numbness creeping through my limbs. The icy water sapping the strength from me. I couldn't stop, though. I didn't want to die. "Do you see it? Where did it go? Where the hell did it go?" Kira didn't answer, only buried her face deeper into my shoulder and sobbed. "I need you to swim, Kira. You gotta swim." Her head bobbed in a quick nod, then she started kicking too. The shark would smell my shoulder. It would come for me. If it found me, it would take her. "You should go," I told her. "You're faster than me." A deep pain shot from the small of my back. "I'm not sure I can swim at all. And if the shark is busy with me, you might make it." She shook her head and gripped me tighter. "Maybe we should both try to get back." We were too far, though. We wouldn't make it. We sank beneath the surface for a second, my mouth filled with salt water. I coughed it back out. I had stopped kicking only for a second. Didn't want to, just did. I couldn't keep this up. I couldn't swim for both of us, and Kira was barely paddling, if at all. "We gotta move, oh God, there!" Her body went stiff as she pointed to our left. I followed her finger, but only caught a glimpse of the fin before it vanished beneath the surface about 20 feet away. My feet brushed against something. Granite, one of the large rocks sticking up in the reach. I caught it with the toe of my shoe, managed to inch us closer. Then Kira grabbed at a corner, pulled us partially onto the slick surface. "Stop kicking," she whispered. "Hug the rock. Get as close as you can. Try not to move." The next time we saw it, the shark was less than 10 feet away, circling our rock. I no longer felt any pain. The cold water, the loss of blood, shock, probably all those things. "I love you," I managed before my vision clouded again. "I love you too," Kira whispered, her warm breath the only thing I could feel. "Don't move. I've got you." And that was good, because I blacked out. Chapter 66. I'm not sure how long I was out, but when I woke again, the storm had ended. It was still dark, but I got the sense that would change soon. The tide had receded, and only my foot was in the water. The rest of me was draped over the rock. Kira was gone. I shouted out her name until my throat was hoarse, kept shouting even then. I screamed until the blackness returned. This time, I let it. 7/14/2010, Wednesday, Chapter 1. Billy? A gentle touch on my cheek. Get the doctor, he's coming around, someone shouted. Billy, can you hear me? My mother. It was my mother's voice. A door opening, shuffle of footsteps. Fingers pinched my eye open, and a bright white light burned down, drowned out all else. Can you follow the light for me? Male voice. The halo around the light shrunk just enough for me to see a gray-haired man dressed in white hovering over me, moving a pen light slowly right, then left, and back again. Wanting to squint, but unable with him holding my eye open, I did as he asked. I could move my eyes, but not my head. Good. He switched off the light and stepped back. That's real good. The tag clipped to his lapel said Dr. Alfred Rayner. He made several notes on a clipboard near the foot of my bed, replaced it on some kind of hook, and looked over at my mother. I can give you a few minutes, then we'll need to take him to run some tests. She nodded. He placed his hand on my chest. I saw him do it, but I couldn't feel his hand there. Good to have you back, Mr. Hasler. He rolled his fingers, thumped them, and I didn't feel that either. Then he was gone. Am I paralyzed? My voice sounded nothing like me. Weak, deeper, rough. My throat felt like sandpaper. My mother turned away from me, retrieved a plastic sippy cup from the bedside table, the kind I had when I was a kid, and brought the straw to my lips. I think I drank half before she pulled it away. Don't drink too much. It might make you sick. The panic welled in my gut. I can't move, Mom. She licked her lips. You shattered your pelvis and cracked 2 vertebrae in your lower back. The doctors had to fuse them. They think your spinal cord is intact, but they won't know if you sustained permanent injuries until they're able to get you out of this bed. Your neck's in a brace, whiplash. Not as serious as your back, but they don't want you moving it right now. The wound in your shoulder was superficial. They cleaned it and closed it up. 36 stitches. There will be a scar. She tapped my chest. I still didn't feel it, but I heard the dull thump. They've got your lower body in a cast to restrict movement. Her eyes were bloodshot, the skin under them dark and puffy either from crying, lack of sleep, probably both. I swallowed. Where am I? Portsmouth General. When she caught me glancing at the sunlight squeezing between the blinds on the window, she added, 2 days now. 2 days. I swallowed. Is Kira here? Someone knocked on the door, stuck their head in, and cleared their throat. Officer Mundy. I heard the scuff of his shoes on the floor as he stepped into the room and approached my bed, came into view. He looked like he hadn't shaved in a while. His uniform was wrinkled and his hair was a mess. Without taking his eyes off me, he told my mother, Ma'am, I need to speak to him. She shook her head. Not until his attorney gets here. I just texted him. You're well aware of the urgency, Mrs. Hasler. This isn't only about your son. When she didn't reply, he went on. You're welcome to stay. I ask him anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, I'll back off. I promise. Your attorney can sit in when the Stadies arrive. They're on their way too. He paused for a moment. We owe a lot of people some answers. It's okay, Mom. I wanted to tell him what happened. Needed to tell him. Someone. Mundy took out his phone and tapped several buttons. "I'm going to record this." "No," my mother frowned. "You're not. Whatever he tells you is off the record. You want to question him officially, you wait." He bit his lower lip and put the phone back in his pocket. "Fine." My mother nodded at the IV bag. "He's heavily medicated. Nothing he tells you right now should be considered admissible." A look passed between them, but she said nothing else. Mundy moved a chair from the corner of the room and sat beside me. "Tell me what you remember. Take your time. Everything that happened from the moment you left Chief Whaley and me at Jaffrey Point. Can you do that?" I nodded, and I did. I didn't leave anything out. I knew how crazy it all sounded, and I didn't care. It took nearly 2 hours. I expected the doctor to come back, and when he didn't, I got the feeling someone stopped him in the hall, told him he needed to wait. At one point, I thought I heard him arguing out there. I kept talking because I needed to get it out. I only paused long enough to drink more water, which my mother diligently refilled from the bathroom sink. When I finished, the room fell oddly quiet. There was only the sound of machines and muffled voices out in the hall. Mundy had a notepad out. He tapped his pen on the corner and seemed to think carefully about what he said next. Then he leaned closer. "Billy, I really need you to tell me where your friends are. Izzy and Matt Fernandez, David Spivey, Alicia Dubin. I need the truth now. Their families are very worried. I did tell you." He leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose, like he had a bad headache coming on. Then he leaned toward me again. "You said Izzy, Chloe, and Alicia died in the basement. There is no basement in the house out at Wood. There's barely a crawl space. I know, I went there after I got my boat going. Less than an hour behind Chief Whaley. I was out there about the same time the Coast Guard pulled you off a rock out in the Reach. We've been over every inch of that place. There's no closet where you said David Spivey hanged himself. His body's not in the house, neither are the girls. Because the house cycled. They're there, just not... Billy, I need the truth. Their families are worried sick. It's been 2 days." I felt a pang in my chest. "You didn't say Kira." Mundy went quiet, pursed his lips. "You named all of them but Kira." My heart was racing. Did she swim to shore? Did she make it? Mundy looked up at my mother. She turned from him and faced out the window. "I need to see her." I tried to sit up, couldn't. "You found her, didn't you?" Mundy's voice dropped low and his eyes went to the foot of the bed. "We found Kira Woodward's body on the 2nd floor. The storage room across from the room with all the bunk beds. She'd been dead for some time, a few days at least. The poison she drank, the empty cup was still in her hand. Pentobarbital, according to the medical examiner." He paused for a moment, scratched at his scruffy cheek. "They found the same medication in your tox screen here in the ER, but much less." He met my eyes. "Was this some kind of suicide pact between the two of you?" She'd been dead for some time. That couldn't be true. She wasn't like them. She was solid, able to touch me. I felt her warmth, her breathing. She couldn't have been dead. I violently shook my head. It hurt like hell in the brace, and I didn't care. No, Kira didn't kill herself. Chloe and Izzy drank the poison. I think Alicia did too. I threw it up. Kira helped me throw it up. Mundy's gaze dropped to the floor. It was clear he didn't believe me. "Kira helped me throw it up," I repeated. "She helped me get away from Maddie, got out of the house, to a boat driven by the ghost of your friend," Mundy interrupted, shaking his own head. "I can't go to their folks with that. I need the truth, and you're not helping yourself with..." The door to my room opened and Marston stepped in. He wore a black suit, identical to the one he wore the last time I saw him. He gave my mother a quick nod and frowned at Mundy. "That's enough, officer. I'd like to be alone with my client." Chapter 2. Red-faced, Mundy gave Marston a frustrated glance, looked like he wanted nothing more than to unleash a tirade, then thought better on it. He pointed at me instead. "You need to tell this kid to stop with the bullshit. We've got 5 missing kids, 1 dead girl, and he was the last person to see any of them. The state police are on their way. You can bet the FBI won't be far behind them, not to mention the press camped outside. He gets charged as adult in all this, and you can guarantee he won't set foot outside a prison until he's old enough to collect Social Security." "You have yet to prove my client even committed a crime, Deputy." Marston's thin lips drew back in a placating grin that looked anything but genuine. "Perhaps you should divert some of your resources toward locating your missing sheriff rather than throwing around baseless accusations. You sound as if you desperately need the help. He picked a fine time to vanish on you. My sources tell me he was last seen with Keith Spivey, also missing, I might add. Both men are fond of fishing. Maybe they took a trip to Lake Winnipesaukee. Have you considered David Spivey might be with his father? With the both of them? Considering the Fernandez boy, Matty, was also a fisherman, it's not a stretch to assume he's there too. Maybe they're all together. His sister, her girlfriend, that Alicia Dubin girl. I bet they're all holed up in a cabin somewhere on some outing and will come waltzing back into your little town none the wiser of the trouble they've caused. Kids will be kids, Deputy, and sometimes adults can be absent-minded. Given time, the truth will present itself. For now, my client requires an opportunity to heal. He's obviously been through a terrible ordeal, and your needling is only making matters worse." Mundy looked like he might explode. His hand dropped to the leather case on his belt housing his handcuffs. "Get the truth out of him or he'll be recouping up at State Correctional. You can count on that." He pushed past Marston and slammed the door on his way out. When he was gone, Marston faced my mother. "I'd prefer to speak to your son alone, ma'am. He's a minor. Not for much longer, and I'm afraid that deputy was correct about one thing. If charges are filed, they will pursue your son as an adult. Aside from that, he may feel he's able to speak more freely if it's only the 2 of us." The grin returned. "I'm sure you understand." She didn't look like she understood. She looked like she was tired of fighting and had done a lot of it in recent days. My mother walked out without a single word to me or Marston. She was gone before I had the chance to tell her not to leave me alone with that man. When the door closed behind her, Marston eyed the chair Mundy had vacated near my bed, then went over to the window instead. The brace around my neck offered little play, and I could only see him from the corner of my eye. I didn't know what kind of pain medications they had in my IV, but they were what Spivey would have called the good stuff, because the little bit of motion I did manage seemed to come on a 2-second delay after I sent the instructions to my brain. "Mr. Spivey asked me to represent you should something happen," Marston said in a low tone, the light from the window turning him into a dark silhouette. "Of course, I'm referring to your friend David Spivey, not his father. Your mother was hesitant at first, but when the man representing your father, Donald Murdoch, backed out, she was left with little choice. I suppose she sees me as second fiddle. I can only imagine what you must think of me." I swallowed the lump in my throat. "Is Kira dead?" I had no doubts about what happened to the others. It didn't matter if Mundy didn't believe me. I remembered every second out on that island, and I certainly remembered what came next. If I closed my eyes, I could still feel Kira holding me on that rock. We both got out. And yes, I did pass out, but Kira was a strong swimmer, and I was sure. Marston raked the blinds with his bony finger. Do you accept me as your personal representative in this matter? I'm afraid I can't speak to you in confidence unless you do. Yes, damn it. Is she dead? The silence that came next was nearly overwhelming. If I hadn't been immobile in that bed, I might have jumped up and strangled the truth out of him. She doesn't have to be, he finally said. Not for you. I think you know that. In fact, I'm certain of it. Perhaps you should ask the question that is really on your mind. I pinched my eyes shut, blinked away the tears, and forced the words out. When did she die? Ah, he breathed, pleased with himself. There it is. Tell me. 2 nights ago, not long after sunset, Miss Woodward sat upon the bed in the master bedroom out at Wood Island, got herself situated, and drank the poison provided to her by Miss Dubin. She did this about 20 minutes before Mr. Spivey hanged himself in the closet. Miss Woodward chose that particular room of the house because she knew they planned to put you in the bunk room when you returned. She wanted to remain close to you, which I found rather charming. That was her only request. I can assure you her death was fast and painless. In my mind's eye, I saw Chloe and Izzy convulsing on the basement floor, white foam dripping from their mouths. Fast and painless. Of your friends, he went on, Alicia Dubin was first to offer herself. Miss Woodward next, followed by Mr. Spivey, Izzy Fernandez, and Chloe Kittle, whom you witnessed. Although Matthew Fernandez died out in the Reach, he came home shortly after, as is the way with all tokens. Emerson was very pleased. He stepped back over to my bed and ran his tongue over his yellow teeth. That is the truth. Your truth. Of course, with the house being what it is, only the body of Miss Woodward was, or will ever be, found. Because the house cycled, I muttered. The closet where Spivey died doesn't exist in this world, reality, time, space. I didn't know the word for it, and the pain medication kept me from closing on it. Finding the right word was like trying to grip a ball made of water. The closet didn't exist. The basement where Alicia was buried, where Izzy and Chloe died. I breathed. Everything Kira did, helping me, she did after she died. She loved you very much, Marston said, and I loved her. That is your truth, Marston told me again. One nobody outside this room will ever understand or believe, and to share it will certainly commit you to a life of persecution. More importantly, sharing it, no matter how many people you tell, will not bring back your friends. There is no way to do that. He licked his lip. No way for anyone but you. No way but one. He reached out with his long fingers and placed his hand on my chest. Offer yourself to Emerson, and you will be reunited. Give yourself to him, and you will know the love and embrace of Miss Woodward from that moment until the end of time. Of that I can assure you. I was so grateful for the thick cast beneath that man's hand, the only thing that kept me from feeling his touch. My mother came back into the room and found us like that, Marston hovering over me with his hand on my chest, his final words to me hanging heavy and thick in the air. She cleared her throat, some awkward announcement of her presence. Mr. Marston, can you wait for me out in the hall? The doctors would like to run some tests on Billy, and there's something I need to tell him first. Something that can't wait. He left without another word to me, at least that particular day. My mother sat on the edge of my bed and wiped the tears from my face. It's about your father. 5/28/2021, Friday, Chapter 1. That was 11 years ago. I suppose you and I have come full circle, right back to where we started this exchange, if it could be called that. I don't expect you to believe me. I wouldn't believe me. Dig up an old copy of the Portsmouth Herald. You'll want June 8th, 1972. The day the bodies of the Whiddon children were found out on wood. Or Lester Roat's obituary 11 days later. It's easy enough to track down information on that ship, Raina. Search 2010, and you'll stumble into a slew of stories about the teenagers who vanished, or the girl found dead out in the house, or blurry pictures of me. We were all minors, so none of us were named back then. But that didn't stop the press from following me or talking about them, or making things up about all of us and quoting their unnamed sources to cover their collective asses. The last story they wrote about me appeared in the Seacoast on May 28th, 2013. If you want to verify any of what I told you, it's not too hard to track down information. Or don't. I don't care. This isn't about you. This is... Sorry. This is one of the reasons I've never talked about it. It all makes me angry. The truth is, I miss them. I'm sure it's hard for you to understand that, considering what they did. But they were my friends. I grew up with them. I loved them. Kira, most of all. I've spent the last 11 years trying to forget that handful of weeks and doing my best to remember all the good times that came before. And I failed miserably at both of those things. Why is it the bad things stick with such clarity while the rest fades away? I'd give anything to remember the warmth of Kira pressed against me. But instead my mind serves up our last moments on that rock. Cold granite digging into my busted back and her muffled sobs. I try to conjure images of my dad and me playing catch when I was a kid, but all I get is our last fight in his car. Worst of all is Marston, what he said to me in that hospital room. Most nights I wake screaming, but it's the nights I wake thinking of him I scream loudest. Offer yourself to Emerson, and you will be reunited. Goddamn Marston for putting that thought in my head. To his credit, he did what he said he would. He kept me out of jail. There was plenty of talk of charges, but Kira's death was clearly a suicide, and while they wanted to hold me accountable, me being in the house wasn't enough to be considered criminal. Her folks filed a civil suit against me, claiming I convinced their daughter to do it, and my mother settled that one out of court. She agreed to write a large check to a suicide prevention nonprofit in Kira's name in hopes of making it all go away. A messy handshake at best, one negotiated by Lockwood J. Marston, Esquire. Because Chief Whaley vanished along with Spivey's dad the same day as Izzy, Chloe, Alicia, and Maddie, he spun that too. I suppose a good lawyer is a lot like a magician. Watch my right hand while my left does the real work. Without bodies, it didn't take long to shift the narrative. Several people came forward and said they saw Whaley and Keith take the Merv out toward Wood Island the night of the big storm, but nobody saw them come back. The Merv was found drifting through the Reach 3 days later, empty but for about 6 inches of water. The prevailing theory was they managed to pick us all up, but everyone went overboard on the trip back. High wind, rain, turbulent waters, whatever. Somehow I managed to get to that rock and live, while the rest of them did not. The fact that I remembered none of that only added kindling to the idea, because, of course, how could I be expected to remember something so traumatic? Some thought I'd been drugged. That rumor spread too. Kids who had been out to the parties claimed maybe there was something in the water, something that made them see things, something that maybe affected my memory. Bullshit, all of it, and I hate myself for allowing it to stick. At first, I only went with it because I was scared. Then I clung to that story because I wanted it to be true. Alicia could have slipped something in my water, right? Hell, we all drank from that mug. In many ways, that particular outcome was a tidier bow. Easier to stomach over what I remembered, my truth. Chief Whaley and Keith Spivey went down publicly as heroes, and I didn't learn what really happened to them until months later when Marston finally told me. He told me about Whaley and Keith the same night he told me Wood Island had officially become the property of Kittery Township. With Spivey gone, there was no next of kin or blood relative to take possession, and even if there had been, it wouldn't have gone to them. The moment Keith set foot on Wood Island, ownership transferred to Kittery as per Geraldine Rote's last will and testament. The paperwork finalized that morning. There's been talk of turning it into a museum. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I asked him what that meant for Emerson, for the souls out there, for everything that vanished the last time the house cycled, but he gave me no answer. 3 years later, I went to his office in Boston with duct tape, a gun, and a fifth of Jack Daniels, planning to get an answer. And I found nothing but an empty brownstone that hadn't been lived in for a very long time. The irony of that wasn't lost on me, because I found the same thing when I eventually found the courage to return to the house on Wood Island 3 years after my friends died. May 28th, 2013, to be exact. I've been back many times since. We'll get to that in a moment. We need to discuss Lily Dwyer first. If you're reading this, you probably already know she walked into the Portsmouth Police Department the morning after the big storm. In fact, she stepped through their door about the same time I was coming out of surgery from my pelvis and lower back. Her hair was no longer pink. She'd dyed it brown, and because of that it took the desk sergeant a moment to recognize her. Turns out my dad moved her around several times, some shell game between his various properties to keep her away from Alicia and the others. She knew they planned to kill her, and she wasn't ready to die. She didn't think her parents would understand any of it, so she went to Keith. She knew Spivey's dad would understand all of it. The last house they stashed her in had been a small Victorian that my dad had recently renovated off South Street, not more than 3 miles from Newcastle. I know she gave a statement, but not until her attorney was present, and I think you can guess who that was. I'm sure he was responsible for the large payment that found its way into Lily Dwyer's college fund, too. I have no idea what her statement said, but I can tell you what was printed in the paper. She'd had a fight with her mother and ran off, broke into the empty house, and stayed there because that would teach her. The press never picked up on the hair found in my dad's car, but Mundy once told me the hair was written off as potential transference. Lily was squatting in a property owned by my dad. He most likely picked up the hair there and transferred it to his own car totally by coincidence. In other words, more bullshit. No way to prove otherwise, and with my dad dead, no reason to chase it. Early on, I tried to contact Lily, but she didn't return my calls. 6 months later, I cornered her coming out of Starbucks, and before she could get in her car, I told her who I was. If she recognized my name, she gave no indication. I told her who my father was, and even that brought nothing but a blank stare. I asked her about the phone call I answered up in the tower that one night, told her I knew it was her on the line, told her what she said. And while this drained the color from her face, she told me it wasn't her. She said she never spoke to me, was never in the trunk of a car. Never, ever, none of it, nope, nope, nope. I took the hint and let her be after that. The phone lies. The phone loves to lie. That's what that George Walton's long-dead daughter had told me in the tower on that final night, and I believed her because I had heard my own voice come from that phone too, and I knew I never placed those calls. Or, playing devil's advocate here, if I did make them, I had no memory of it. On May 28, 2013, at 1:18 p.m., I did send a text to Kira's old number, one that said, "Meet me at Jaffrey Point, 3:45 p.m., 7/12/2010. I'm not exactly sure why. Superstition, maybe? I didn't know what would happen. Kira had been gone for 3 years. I imagine her parents had switched off her phone long before, but the message didn't bounce back, didn't say undelivered, it just went. I was standing out on Jaffrey Point when I sent it, out on the rocks not far from where Rory Moyer, Zach Kirkley, and Colin Booth had died. Prior to that, I had spent a few hours at Fort Stark, sitting up top next to one of the deep ammunition shafts, looking out at Wood Island between pages of a Dan Brown novel. Much like Spivey had had his favorite place to sit and think out on the beach, that had become mine. It was quiet, something I desperately needed, and I could watch the house from there, from a distance, something else I desperately needed. I thought about Spivey and Kira a lot, sometimes Chloe and Izzy. Not so much Alicia or Maddie. What those two did was born of greed, a lust for something they were never meant to have, fed by Alicia's mother, who had a drive worse than them both. They weren't worth my thoughts. They deserved to be forgotten. But the others... Spivey only wanted to get well. Chloe and Izzy only wanted to be accepted. And Kira... I tell myself she went along to protect me. While that may not be completely true, it helps me sleep on the few nights I'm able. It helps me accept. Spivey had once said nobody died out there. Until that particular night, that may have been true. Aside from everything I shared here, I've never found a record of anyone else. Not before and not after. Unlike me, the house had no trouble sleeping. It sat still and quiet, dark, empty. From a quarter-mile away on the shores of Newcastle, it appeared as alone as I felt. But was it? Was anything out there? As I stared out at that house over days, nights, years, two thoughts chewed at me and refused to let go. Do the dead know they're dead? And Marston, offer yourself to Emerson, and you will be reunited. The first a question, the second a suggestion, and both of those things fueled the thought that came next. What if I relit that pilot light? Years of that before I could take no more. On May 28th, 2013, shortly after I sent that text to Kira, I stashed my red backpack along with a few other things at the bottom of the ammunition shaft at Fort Stark, and I rode out to Wood Island for the first time in 3 years. Setting foot on shore, seeing the house up close, I realized it had not only been alone all that time, but had fallen into complete neglect. Many of the windows were cracked or missing. There was a large hole in one portion of the roof, and it was sagging terribly in another. The Widow's Walk, once perched at the top of the peak, was now lying in a ruined pile near the crumbling foundation. There were several beer bottles scattered around, and I couldn't help but wonder if whoever left those behind had been younger than 16. Was Emerson still collecting tokens, or had he moved on? I found a rusty shovel in what was left of the storage shed. I hadn't brought one, which was silly considering what I had in mind. I suppose part of me knew the house would provide. In the kitchen, the sign that once contained Spivey's rules was no longer there. None of the appliances remained, old or new, and judging by the damaged cabinets and scuffed floor, it was clear someone had come through and taken anything that might hold value. The living room was no different. No television or stereo, nothing like that. There was an old couch mashed up against the wall, but the window behind it was missing, and Mother Nature had reached in over the years and done a number on it. The cushions were wet and rotten with holes. When I stopped moving, I could hear the rats living inside for a quick second. Then they went quiet too, waited for me to move along before they returned to whatever it was rats did. Although my back and pelvis had healed up as best they could, I sometimes felt a twang of pain when I walked. Cold weather brought it on, sometimes rain. When I grew anxious, agitated, or stressed, it came on worst of all. And when I turned to face the staircase, my lower back was on fire. I used the shovel as a cane to take the handful of steps over to the landing, the blade biting into the rotten wood of the floor. And when I arrived at the base of the stairs, I was so thankful for that shovel. If I didn't have it to lean on, I certainly would have collapsed. Cracked glass, the frames layered with dust, the wall was still covered in photographs. Spivey was there. Kira, too. Chloe and Izzy standing on the beach looking out over the water. There were none of Maddie, none of Alicia, although I could still feel her around me. Like if I turned fast enough, I'd catch her coming down the stairs behind me like she once did a lifetime ago. One of the largest photographs was a family portrait. Keith, Pam, and Spivey. The three of them with their arms around each other, smiling for the camera. They looked genuinely happy, and that made me happy for them. There was a picture of my father. Younger than I remembered him, somewhere in his 20s. He was wearing a blue button-down shirt, khaki shorts, and grinning from the stern of what had to be Annabelle. The sky was bright, the sea was blue, and there wasn't a speck of land in sight. Made me wonder if Lester Rote was on the boat with them. Unlike the Merv, Annabelle had vanished after the big storm and had yet to return. I had no doubt it would. The photograph of Chief Whaley and his wife was smaller, only about 4 inches square. Unlike the others, there was no dust. This picture seemed newer than the rest. I vaguely remembered Whaley's wife had a cancer scare a few years back, but it turned out to be nothing too serious, just a cyst in her throat. She checked into Portsmouth General at 8 in the morning and walked out at 2 in the afternoon. I saw her about a week ago at the annual Newcastle plant sale. She looked well. I suppose the picture of me should have frightened me, but it didn't. I expected it. Not finding it might have been worse, but there I was, hanging slightly crooked next to Kira's photo. Me about an hour earlier out at Fort Stark standing next to the ammunition shaft. I was holding the rope in that one, playing it out down the hole, the top of the noose slightly visible. Still trying to decide if I could go through with it. Marston's words rattling around in my head. Offer yourself to Emerson, and you will be reunited. If you're reading this, my final note, my truth, you know I eventually did. I would have burned it all otherwise. Do the dead know they're dead? The answer to that is yes, although maybe not at first. Time moves differently after. The thought of holding Kira again filled me with a warmth I hadn't known in more than a decade, and I found myself looking up the steps toward the hallway above. I'd see Spivey again. The thought of that was nice, too. Like returning home after a long trip away. I didn't go upstairs, no need for that. I was here to go down. With the blade of the shovel, I pried up the floorboards above the place I knew the basement stairs to be. That only took me a few minutes. The digging, though, that went on for a while. I'm honestly not sure how long. It might have been days, maybe even weeks. Once I started, the motions became mechanical, fevered. I lost all track of time, and there was only the digging, deeper, deeper. Particularly after I uncovered what was left of the rotted steps under all that dirt. That's when I really started to move. They gave me direction, renewed purpose. I didn't have to dig out the entire basement, although I would have, only a path down, a path to the furnace. And when the blade of my shovel finally clinked against the metal, I stopped only long enough to cry. From there, I used my hands. I found the small door securing the pilot light, pried it open. "I'll be with you soon, my love," I said, surprised by how loud my voice sounded echoing off the dirt. My hands were shaking so bad, it took me several tries to get a match lit, but I did. As I brought it toward the igniter, I felt Kira's fingers around my hand, holding my wrist, guiding me. Together, we relit the pilot light. Together, from that moment forward. Nick Knock. Author's note. 7. That is the number of times I changed the name of the town in this story from Newcastle to something else. There was Millbrook Harbor, Coldwater Cove, Fox Hollow, Ravensbrook, Thornbury, Ashford Mills, Misty Haven. I liked that last one, Misty Haven. Newcastle nearly became Misty Haven on several occasions. None of those names felt right, though. Newcastle isn't a fictitious town. It's a real place, a sleepy little town on a real island off the coast of New England. My family and I moved to Newcastle in the summer of 2019, about a year before the world ran a practice drill for the apocalypse. We bought a beautiful house from a loving family, renovated it from top to bottom, and made it our own. Newcastle is the location of our forever home. You see my dilemma, right? This is a book of fiction. It is, right? You can't use the name of a real place in a book like this. Of course not. I would never do such a thing. But, hypothetically, if I did, how would that go? In Authorland, this is how that sort of thing plays out. I sent the book to my agent. While I've made several attempts to hide from her over the years, she knows where I live. The town name jumped out at her, and she quickly shot me an email. You know you have to change that, right? I told her I would. I think that time it became Fox Hollow. Then I quickly changed it back. When submitting the book to my publisher, there's this form you have to fill out listing any real people or places mentioned in the book. I penciled in Newcastle and sent the form off. I waited for an email from some lawyer in New York to appear in my inbox. It would come, I was sure of that. I could live with Misty Haven, right? I didn't want to change it, though. I can throw a stone from my front porch and hit a house built in the 1600s. Paul Revere rode through here. Wars were fought here. 2 forts are still standing as a reminder of those, and the active Coast Guard station at the corner of the island is a hint at what could come. When you move to a place as old as Newcastle, you hear your share of stories. Newcastle has a history. Newcastle has ghosts. Wood Island sits right off the coast of Newcastle, visible from our beach. Every night the lights burn bright from inside the white clapboard house with the red roof. And if you watch closely, you'll see people moving around in there. Knowing what I do for a living, the locals were quick to share the stories they'd heard about that place as children. The same stories kids whisper to each other today. One in particular stood out to me. In 1972, 2 bodies were found on Wood Island. Skeletons buried on the beach. Go ahead and Google it. I'll wait. Local police, presumably from Kittery, Maine or Portsmouth, New Hampshire, took the initial report. The state police came in shortly after. A state's attorney told reporters it was a federal matter. The case went to the Boston office of the FBI. Sounds big, right? That's what I thought, too. I contacted the FBI and was told they have no record. I reached out to the state's attorney mentioned in the story, still alive and practicing. He told me he had no recollection of the events. Kittery PD, Portsmouth PD, nothing. Newcastle PD had no file either. Bodies were found, a real-life event, and vanished. The newspaper article Billy Hasler discovered on his father's desk a few hundred pages back is real. In a previous book, I told you about the what-if gene, the little thing every writer has that starts to itch when we learn this sort of thing. I went down a research rabbit hole and learned all I could about Wood Island, both fact and lore. Newcastle and Portsmouth, too. Cemeteries, haunted houses, a body found hanging in one of the local forts. A picture started to form. Pieces of a puzzle came together. A story. Billy's story. Much of what you just read is fiction, but there are equal parts of fact mixed in to add a little flavor. I'll leave it to you to decide which parts are what. If you do a little research of your own, I think you'll be surprised by just how much of Billy's story is real. That takes us back to the name of the town, Newcastle. To date, the lawyers at my publisher haven't asked me to change it. If you're reading this, they never did. Or they hit send on their email after someone hit the go button on the printing press. Either way, the name stuck, and I'm grateful for that. Changing the town name would have been like tugging at a loose string on a sweater. If I changed the town, I'd have to change Wood Island, Henry's Market, Piscataqua Cafe, the Wentworth Hotel, all these other places that were, and still are, real. Names shouldn't be changed, not when they are part of history. History shouldn't be changed either, not even the scary parts. Especially not the scary parts. If you happen to find yourself in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, there are boats that will take you out to Wood Island. I promise you it's worth the trip. The Marv is on display. Walk the beach, take in the lighthouse, explore the house with the white clapboard siding and red roof. It's all shiny and new again. Be sure to say hello to Emerson for me. He's never far. If you happen to brave the steep steps to the Widow Walk, see if you